Welcome, guys. Welcome. The 12th on-site Zabbix Summit is here. I'm really glad to see you in such large number. The hall is really full. To those who are watching us online, yeah, we got a lot of people here. In fact, we got over 450 attendees this year on site. Plus, we have people watching online, as always. So Zabbix Summit livestream is also available. We have 37 speakers from over 48 countries. So that's 450 attendees, 37 speakers, 48 countries from all across the globe. We got Asia, we got Australia, we got Europe, got America, and so on. We got people from pretty much everywhere. And what's happening online, feel free to use the chat in our live stream to let us know where you guys are watching from. It's really important and actually valuable to us, seeing where our community is located. So in a moment, we will right now say thanks to our sponsors. We got many sponsors this year, and we'd like to start off with InitMax, our diamond sponsor. Thank you, guys. Next up, our platinum sponsors, Quadrata. Thank you. Easy IT. Thank you. IntelliTrend. Thank you, guys. Next up for our gold sponsors, Alenta. Thank you. Metric.io, thank you, guys. Docomo Business, thanks. And finally, our silver sponsor, SRA OSS. Thank you a lot. So this event wouldn't be the same without our sponsors that I've just mentioned. Once again, I'd like to thank all of them. It's really important for you guys sponsoring us, supporting us, and helping us be here at this scale, at this scope over here every year. This year is a bit special. This is the first year where we're going to be having two tracks. Over here you can see emphasized on the screen. We will have a separate business track from 2:50 p.m. From 2:50 p.m. until 5:20 p.m. This is where we will cover speeches focused on decision makers, focused on business. The agenda, which we'll have on the screen right now, you can see we'll have the main stage and business stage in parallel. The main stage will focus on more technical speeches, while the business track happening in parallel will focus on things such as Zabbix use cases for MSPs, how Zabbix can be used and pivoted for MSPs, business impacts of various Zabbix features. We will open with a speech about the evolution of IT monitoring landscape across the globe, which will be quite interesting to see. So this is our first year where we have these two tracks. We hope that you guys will enjoy this and be able to sort of figure out and attend the stage that is of more interest to you. And I think both of these are actually quite valuable and interesting. Next up, in a moment, you'll see a QR code for agenda on the screen. Feel free to scan it to see the full agenda, including all of the speeches, workshops, events that we have. It's also, of course, available on our website. Feel free to access it. And if you're watching this online, you probably have it on your second screen or in the background. Then, as per usual, you will be able to ask your questions for our speakers. I'll let this hang here for a second. Feel free to scan this QR code. This is where you'll be able to ask your questions to our speakers, and we will actually read them out loud. Depending on the amount of questions, number of questions, of course, we have a allotted time slot. So we will, if we have a lot of questions, we'll pick out 2, 3 best and then ask them. So this is your chance to interact with our speakers. And this year, we'll have many speeches, both covering interesting Zabbix features and latest Zabbix products, and covering very interesting case studies and use cases. So don't miss out on your opportunity to ask questions. But of course, during our coffee breaks, you will be able to approach speakers in person and ask your questions and network with them regarding their speeches, their case studies, Zabbix use cases, features, and so on. And finally, sharing your experience with Zabbix Summit is very much welcome. So that's why, if you wish to share a picture, leave a comment, comment on a particular speech or a speaker, or just, do some general banter online, feel free to mention us on social networks by tagging us at Zabbix or using the hashtag Zabbix Summit 2024. So that's the opening. And now let's start the main event. I'd like to welcome on the stage, as per tradition, our main keynote speaker, founder and CEO of Zabbix. You all know him, Alexei Vladishev. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Artur. Yeah, it's really a great pleasure, as always, to be here and welcome all of you, well, from so many countries, from so many different places, coming here to learn more about monitoring, observability, Zabbix, to share your experience. I think this is the best place now in the world to learn more about Zabbix and to hear about the latest news from the Zabbix team. So what we do and how we define our mission. We help businesses deliver flawless services for better world and happier people. Yeah, and of course, it's not like long time ago when I started my work on Zabbix. I've got this mission in my head. Yeah, but now we clearly see that actually the main idea why there are some monitoring tools, observability tools, is really to make sure that the services we have in our companies, smaller businesses, bigger businesses, applications, networks, I don't know, some cloud services we provide to end users or to internal users in our companies, they're up and running. And that's why we have monitoring tools. Monitoring tool is a good friend which does some work on your behalf. Yeah, just checking constantly that everything is good, or it's trying to kind of predict problems that may happen in the future. In reality, and actually, we want to be kind of 100% focused. If you're very much into monitoring space, we really want to be 100% focused on doing some things and work related to monitoring, and don't want to be disturbed with something else. But in reality, of course, if you're running Zabbix, well, you have to deal with many things. Yeah, you have to deal with applying, I don't know, security patches, with doing, I don't know, as your data grows, you have to deal maybe sometimes with this performance tuning of the database. You have to think about the capacity planning, upgrades, and so on. And I'm saying this because we just launched Zabbix Cloud, yeah, our new product. Yeah, so thank you. And what is Zabbix Cloud? Just very briefly. So Zabbix Cloud is enterprise SaaS platform where you may very quickly deploy your Zabbix instances. Okay, you need Zabbix. Okay, you go to Zabbix Cloud, few clicks, and you have Zabbix up and running in the cloud, which is really, really nice. And yeah, Zabbix Cloud is available in 7 tiers, depending what kind of performance you need right now. So you may start maybe with some lower tier and then upgrade as time goes. And at this moment, it's available in 5 regions. So all major regions are covered. So North America, Latin America, Europe, and Asia. And I believe that as time goes, Zabbix Cloud would be extended to have more regions. So, but all right. So what are the tiers? The tier is basically, well, a Zabbix instance with a certain types, from nano, micro instances, then goes to middle, and some large instances. And the only differentiator between those instances is the level of performance you need. Yeah, so it all depends on performance. And designing Zabbix Cloud, we really wanted to implement a general purpose product which will not be necessarily focused on I don't know, for smaller customers or SMB market segment, or for example for enterprise customers. Not at all. I think we made a product which is suitable for customers, for users of any size. So if you are, for example, maybe a very small user, and you have your, I don't know, home monitored with some proxy. This is actually the Raspberry Pi, which is running Home Assistant. It's also running Zabbix proxy, and it's installed in my home. I bring it today just to demonstrate how it looks like. Yeah. So you may connect this type of device with Zabbix Cloud, and you are set. Yeah. So and you are set. So Zabbix proxy would collect data from a local environment. We'll send it to the cloud, and you have all the capabilities of Zabbix in the cloud. We wanted Zabbix Cloud to be affordable and pricing that makes sense to our users. That's why it's only about the differentiator between the different nodes, like nano node or mid-size node or larger node, is the performance you expect from your node. And there are no extra charges, no extra fees for number of items or number of triggers or number of users. It's really up to you. You decide how many items you want to have. You decide how many users you want to allow to use your Zabbix Cloud instance. It's really up to you. There is no extra charge. Yeah. So basically, what you're paying for performance. This is one part. And the other part is the storage. So the price is a combination of the performance you need and storage you need. And obviously, we realize that many users may have a different use cases and different requirements. Sometimes we may want to have high-frequency monitoring, but we don't want to keep data for longer time. Yeah, we just want to have a very high-performance Zabbix instance, and maybe just 10 gigabyte of storage. And the good thing about Zabbix Cloud, the 10 gigabyte of storage, the first 10 gigabytes, it comes for free. It's included into the price. Yeah, and the extra would cost 30 cents per gigabyte. So we really give a freedom. So you may decide, okay, what do you need? You may find a very good balance specifically for your use case. Balance between performance, what kind of performance you need, and how big amount of storage is needed for your instance. Because you may have very small instance, collecting data maybe rarely, but you'd like to keep data for 10 years, yeah, or vice versa. So, and now, yeah, we actually provided users with another choice. Obviously, you may run Zabbix on-prem, on your favorite Linux distribution, or in a container, or deploy it on some platforms like Red Hat, OpenShift, or you may deploy Zabbix in public clouds. Well, it's already supported, already available. You may go to AWS Marketplace or Microsoft Azure Marketplace, GCP Marketplace, and with just a few clicks, you have Zabbix up and running. But also, well, now you may go to Zabbix Cloud, and just you register yourself, and after a couple of minutes, you have your first instance up and running. And you may ask, but okay, I may run Zabbix instance in public cloud. What's the difference with Zabbix Cloud? And the difference is very simple. It's more like a managed Zabbix instance. It's a Zabbix software, exactly the same software. We haven't created a new piece of software. It's a Zabbix, same Zabbix we all love, but it's in the cloud, yeah? And we do some work for you. So we take care of upgrades. We make sure that you're running the very latest version of Zabbix. We also obviously take care of the availability. We take care of performance tuning. We take care about making sure that Zabbix is configured to deliver the best possible performance. And there are some backup options included as well. Some regular backups, or you may have some ad hoc backups if you want. Yeah, so this is really, really cool. It's kind of Zabbix, trouble-free Zabbix for very, very reasonable price. And I believe that Zabbix Cloud is a perfect product right now to use for hybrid, for hybrid monitoring. So for example, you may have part of your infrastructure on-prem, part of infrastructure, for example, in some public cloud, in AWS, and you may have your private data center, for example, or you may have multiple locations spread across the city or across the country, or kind of multinational distributed setup. And in this case, right, the very common architecture would be you have Zabbix server running in the cloud and proxies at maybe one proxy or a cluster of proxies per each of your locations. So that is really, really nice. I also think that it's really great solution for MSPs. So if you want to provide, for example, some added value monitoring services for your customers, you also may take advantage of a Zabbix Cloud. So you can very easily deploy new Zabbix instances, and as you have a new customer, for example, for your company, you just deploy one instance per one customer if you want, yeah? And basically you may charge your customers for additional services. Or another way of using Zabbix Cloud is really to, and if you provide some services, kind of IT services to your customers, is just make sure that the services you provide they deliver the SLA, yeah? The SLA you have an agreement. So Zabbix may help you to verify that SLA is there. So, and how to start? Well, it's very easy. You just go to zabbix.com/cloud. You register yourself. Well, obvious information. We are not asking for so much information, just probably email, maybe your name and password, and actually that's it, yeah. So and then you have a free trial node. You may see how it works, and if this product is suitable for you, then feel free and use it. Well, I think actually this year we released two big things. One is Zabbix 7, around 3 or 4 months ago. And it came with the huge number of different improvements. And many of those improvements contribute very much for the kind of cloud usage of Zabbix. So I would like to go quickly, maybe not through all, but some of the major features we have implemented in 7.0. And by the way, how many of you running 7.0 now in production? Okay, 6 something, 6.0, 6.2. Maybe, I don't know, 60% 7, 40% 6, yeah. So maybe it's time to consider upgrading to 7, yeah. And 5, version 5. Yeah, we have some. Version 4, 3. I'm surprised. Okay, version 2, maybe. Version 2, Zabbix 1.8, for example, 1.8. Okay, I see. Oh, interesting, yeah. Yeah, but I see that anyway, it's kind of not really exponential, but at the beginning it was like exponential distribution, yeah? But then it goes like this, yeah? So, yeah, interesting. Yeah, but if it runs, why upgrade? Yeah, so this, I totally with you. All right, so 7.0 LTS, really, it comes with so many new features and improvements, more than 110 new features and improvements, and I really think that comparing to Zabbix 6.0, it really feels like a different product. It really feels like a much better product. One thing I would like to point out that in Zabbix, when we released Zabbix 7.0, we have changed the license. Yeah, I don't know how many of you noticed that now Zabbix, maybe one, maybe more. Yeah, but we have changed the license to AGPL v3. Yeah, so it used to be Zabbix, it used to be like for almost 20 years, more than 20 years, GPL v2 licensed software, and GPL v2 is the license which is used by Linux, for example. A very famous open source product, is the major one, I think. Yeah, but now we have changed license to AGPL v3, and I'm not big fan of believe me, I'm not big fan of changing licenses. I really want to have very kind of stable and stability in the licensing. Yeah, but the only reason why we have changed the licensing is really to be maybe better protected from maybe larger players on the market, namely public clouds. Yeah, we really wanted to be better protect ourselves, our interest our company, and interest of our partners and our users. But from end user perspective, if you ask me, does it make any difference for end user or for partners or for customers? No, it doesn't. Yeah, the only difference between AGPL and GPL is that AGPL defines the term use a little bit different. So in GPL, use means you create a physical copy of the software, yeah, and you share it, the physical copy. But in AGPL, use means also use of the software over the network. So for example, if someone would take Zabbix, created some extension, built some, I don't know, for example, some SaaS service, and would provide it to the customers, it basically means that those extensions needs to be also licensed under AGPL. Yeah, so AGPL kind of forces to have those extensions be open sourced. Anyway, Zabbix. And you saw it before, yeah? I'm demonstrating this slide quite often. Zabbix is implementing very simple, but I guess very, very powerful pattern. This data collection, analysis, reaction, and visualization, yeah? And that's what we are constantly improving. We're improving all parts of this equation. We're improving data collection by introducing new methods how to collect data. We're improving the way how problems can be detected, how we can detect anomalies and so on, and reaction and visualization. So there are so many improvements on all parts of the data flow. And again, this pattern is super, super powerful, I think. And of course, because of this, Zabbix is able to monitor actually everything, the whole stack of IT, OT infrastructure, starting from hardware layer, IoT devices, network devices, up to very sophisticated things like a business level monitoring or services or a cloud. In 7.0, we have invested a lot into making sure that Zabbix delivers the best visualization capabilities. And it's not only a visible part, yeah, it's not only what you see being improved, yeah, we have introduced obviously some new widgets and so on, but also we made, we introduced a very well-documented and a clear framework for independent developers. So if you want, you may extend Zabbix visualization capabilities by implementing your own widgets. This is the one thing. And another thing, we also improved the framework, kind of the widget and dashboard framework, so that now widgets can communicate between each other. We call it, it's really needed in order to create much better dynamic dashboards with some drill down capabilities. So it really helps to bring a visualization to absolutely new level. So if you have a look what's been implemented, yeah, so the core widgets, they've got a significant update like pie, donut widgets, introduced gauge widget, item history widget. Reporting, now it's possible to use Zabbix for capacity reports. Then you may tell, okay, what is my average, I don't know, disk CPU utilization or something for January, then for February, for March, so we can see clearly what is the trend for resource utilization. Also, we have introduced widget navigators. What is widget navigator? The widget navigator is the widget that can control other widgets, what is displayed on other widgets. So for example, you have a list of hosts, you click on a host, and then another widget would display a list of metrics of this specific host. Then you click on an item, and then you see the graph of this specific item. It's all happening on the same dashboard. You don't need to create one dashboard per each item or per each graph. Yeah? Really, really powerful. And now we are working on a more advanced and sophisticated visualization. And we already implemented the honeycomb widget. I will show you how it works. And more advanced visualization is coming in the future. Yeah, so you can see, this is how navigation, this is a honeycomb widget. Yeah, for example, this is a cluster of your hosts or network devices. Different colors shows a different utilization, maybe memory or CPU utilization, disk utilization. It's really up to you to define. It's super flexible. And then you click on a cell of the widget, and actually those 4 widgets are controlled by this one. Okay, so you select basically a host. The information about this host is passed to those widgets, and this widget gets refreshed with the information from this specific with selected host. Yeah, this is very simple navigation, just one level navigation, but you may have multiple level navigation in a single dashboard. So very, very powerful, and it really helps us to create maybe more simple UI for your end users, because quite often we don't want to give all power of the dashboarding capabilities to end users. In this case, we just create some custom widgets, navigatable widgets to end users, and tell them, hey, this is exactly the information what you need. Another huge improvement is synthetic web monitoring. So what does it mean? It's basically end user monitoring. It basically means that Zabbix can now act as a browser. All right? You may think that, okay, there's a browser inside of Zabbix, and you can give some commands. You may ask this browser to go to a website to execute some scenario. Okay, it goes to the website, it logins, it does some operations, it's I don't know, executing some reports, whatever, logouts, and then for each of the steps, Zabbix would calculate, well, it would check availability of those pages, obviously, response codes, the content, so we may verify if the content is valid or not, well, basically everything, what is available to a browser. So now we're able to monitor our web applications from end user perspective, which is super, super important. Yeah, we really want to detect problems before our users. Yeah, that's why end user web monitoring is so important. And what is interesting here is that we may capture a screenshot. So for example, if your scenario fails somewhere, for example, the content doesn't match what you're expecting, you can see, okay, this is one check, another check, so you can click on a screenshot and you may see exactly why a web monitoring failed. Maybe you had some problems with the content, or maybe some timeouts, whatever. So speaking about the single pane of glass experience, and we really want to deliver to user this extreme level of transparency when it comes to this kind of monitoring environment. You monitor something, you monitor your environment, and we really want to show the information in an extremely user-friendly way. And what we would like to do, of course, and this is a part of the future roadmap related to data processing, to visualization. We want to extend Zabbix so it would be able to collect the streaming data and all sorts of streaming data, and tracing data, events, open telemetry data, which allows us to jump into APM space, and much more. But it's not only about collection of this structured, complex structured data. It's not enough, yeah? We need to understand what to do with this data, yeah? How to combine it with the triggers we have, and also we need to understand how to make a great visualization of the data, yeah? So this is another challenge for us as a Zabbix developers. Another extremely nice improvement, and we've been waiting for this functionality for many years. And it's a proxy load balancing, yeah, proxy load balancing. It really took us some time to figure out how to implement it in the best possible way. Finally, we found a good architectural solutions. And we implemented it, and this is how it works. So very quickly. So for example, you have a Zabbix server, yeah, or Zabbix cloud server. It doesn't matter. You have your say data center here, and you want to monitor all hosts of your data center or your on-prem setup, for example, or cloud setup. And you have maybe thousands, maybe many devices and services here. And obviously, and right now, what you can do, you may create a group of proxies, like in this case, okay, just 4 proxies, and you tell group of proxies, please monitor my environment, okay, this environment. And Zabbix would automatically distribute the host between the different proxies, kind of evenly distribute them, yeah, to make load balancing. So one part of the environment would be monitored by proxy 1, this one, and another part will be monitored by proxy 2, by proxy 3, and proxy 4. And it's all done automatically. We don't need to manually map, okay, this proxy monitors this host, and that proxy monitors this host. It's all done just magically, yeah? So, and then what happens if proxy is not working? Obviously, yeah, very simple thing. In this case, Zabbix discovers, all right, proxy is down, so it's not able to monitor this set of hosts or network devices or applications, and Zabbix will basically redistribute those the proxies which we cannot monitor right now among other proxies, among remaining proxies. So really nice. So basically, what we get high availability of proxies out of the box. Now you may have, well, for example, 2 proxies in a high availability setup or 3 proxies in a high availability setup. But even more, we also have a load balancing for proxies, which is really powerful feature. Yeah, and of course, it allows us auto-scaling of proxies. For example, in Kubernetes environment, or if we have AWS auto-scaling group, so we may configure it so that it will launch more proxies if performance of proxies of the group of the proxies is not sufficient. Yeah, so they could be, you can make some automation and launch more proxies if all proxies are going out of their capacity. The next thing, quality and security. You saw it before. This diagram. I'd like to demonstrate it just to show you that with every new release of Zabbix, we are implementing more and more security-related features built into Zabbix. And this moment, there are so many things on all levels of Zabbix. UI, Zabbix server, the transport layer, API, Zabbix proxy, Zabbix agent, so many security-related enhancements and functionality to make sure that Zabbix is compliant to the strictest security standards. And Zabbix 7 is not an exception, and in Zabbix 7 we have introduced support of the enterprise-grade MFA. Yeah, it just comes out of the box. It just comes out of the box. I'm very happy about it. Let's talk about scalability and performance. So it also plays a very important role. And again, we also invested quite a lot to making sure that the architecture, the Zabbix internal architecture, is not that it's very well visible to end users, but when you jump from older version of Zabbix to a new version of Zabbix, you'll immediately notice performance improvements. One is our transition to asynchronous data collection. So it basically means that in older versions of Zabbix, like 1.8 or 2.0 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, if you want to have a parallel data collection, we launch more pollers. Yeah, you all know parameter start pollers, and the more pollers we have, the better parallel data collection we will get. Yeah, so because one poller can also handle one connection to remote devices. So yeah, but not anymore. Starting from 7.0, one poller or other processes, they're able to handle thousands of connections. And it basically means that we get the same or better level of performance with less resources, less memory resources. Actually, the more pollers we have, it basically means more database connections we should have. Yeah. And the database connections also require additional resources, yeah? But now jumping to 7.0, less memory utilization, CPU utilization, but much better performance. Another thing is faster front end, yeah? What it means? It means that, especially if you're running the larger environment, for super administrators, Zabbix front end is very responsive. For normal users, sometimes it's not responsive. Why? Because for normal users, we also have to verify user permissions, and user permissions is quite heavy check. We need to check that if this host is, if this user have enough permissions to see this host details or item details or trigger details. Yeah, it's heavy process. But we managed to optimize this process internally. We're using kind of pre-calculated permissions in Zabbix, and now Zabbix delivers actually a very, very similar level of performance for normal users and super administrators. So you won't see much difference between normal users and super administrators. The front end is super responsive. What else? In-memory data collection, it's somehow related also to the proxy I demonstrated to you, yeah? So we have implemented in-memory data collection for proxies, and it basically means that you may configure proxy so that it will keep data in memory and pass it immediately to Zabbix server. It won't keep it in a local database. And there are actually, and actually what it means less I/O operations. If you're running proxy in the cloud, we pay less for cloud resources, for AO input-output capabilities of the cloud. It also allows us to run proxies on a very cheap and affordable hardware like this Raspberry Pi type of hardware. So, and actually there are 3 modes. Disk mode, this is how it worked before. Memory mode, basically we keep data in memory. If we have a power loss, you lose your data, yeah? Not power loss, but for example, the power loss. Or maybe you're running out of the buffer, out of the memory buffer. But in a hybrid mode, is the best of both worlds. Disk mode and in memory mode, we still keep data in memory. We are doing all our best to keep most of the data in memory. But in case of the shutdown, or graceful shutdown, we sync memory data, we write it to the database. So no data is lost. And if we are running out of memory buffer, we also keep data in the database, so nothing is lost. Good thing, especially for cloud users, regardless, it is Zabbix Cloud or you're running Zabbix somewhere in AWS, for example, is a centralized management of item timeouts. Yeah? So it means basically that now you define timeouts, you may define timeouts on a global level, you can override them on a proxy level, and then you can override it on a very granular item level. So now we introduce timeouts on an item level. Because sometimes, of course, we know that some checks are very quick, but some checks may take even minutes. If we are collecting data, for example, from cloud APIs, we may retrieve, I don't know, megabytes of JSON data, for example, and it takes time. So now we can very granularly define what timeout is needed for a specific check. And the good thing, we don't need to deal with the configuration files anymore. It's all done through Zabbix UI or Zabbix API. And zero downtime of proxy. Why it's important now? Yeah, because again, if you run Zabbix in the cloud, and cloud is running the very latest version of Zabbix, you will still collect, you will still get data, continue getting data with the proxies running an older version of Zabbix. Yeah? So we maintain a backward compatibility within one major release between a new version of Zabbix and the older version of Zabbix. So the data collection will still happen between the proxies, and the communication will still happen between proxies and the servers. So it really gives us much more time to upgrade all our proxies. We don't need to upgrade everything immediately. We can do it in a day or in a week time. Yeah, so that's how it works. And then in the UI, you see clearly that, okay, your proxy version is outdated, only data collection is available. 7.0 introduced a new API call called the history push. You know that if you want to push data to Zabbix, you can use Zabbix Sender command line utility. We all used to use Zabbix Sender command line utility. But now another alternative, and maybe a better alternative, is to use a history push API call. So this way we can use command line utilities like curl, curl, or maybe we can integrate those HTTP sending of data into our applications. Yeah, it's kind of more standard way. So we send data over HTTP, not over Zabbix protocol. I think this is the main difference. 7.0 also comes with advanced DNS monitoring. And DNS is really at the core of everything. Yeah? DNS is down. It probably means that most of our services are not available or not reachable. And DNS is important not only from availability point of view, but also from a security point of view. And now we introduced a very complete monitoring of the DNS services. So we can check availability, we may check performance, we may check content, we may check basically everything, all possible details of the DNS. And another thing, and I know there will be a special talk about this Zabbix utils Python library, but very quickly. So now we support officially Zabbix utils. This is a Python library which allows us to communicate with Zabbix API in a very, very simple way. Yeah, just a few lines of code, Python code, and we can do something very useful. So in this case, we are retrieving number of users. Yeah, so just a few lines of code, and very understandable. Yeah, even if we are not programmers, but we can actually grasp and see, okay, what is happening here, especially if there are some nice comments. So, but anyway, yeah, it's very good. Yeah, so for those who are still running version 6 or previous versions of 6, I really encourage you to consider to move to 7.0. It really introduced so many new features and improvements. And you go to the download, you install the packages or containers, and yeah, you do upgrade to 7.0. Of course, you have to verify that the version of your database is still supported, the version of your operating system is still supported. So maybe you also need to upgrade your operating system, especially if you're moving from Zabbix 5 or from older releases of Zabbix. And now I'd like to tell you quickly about 7.2. This is a version of Zabbix we are working right now. And please don't expect evolution. So we don't want a revolution. So we don't want to make a revolution with Zabbix 7.2. But instead, I think we now doing some multiple changes that would really bring much better user experience to Zabbix. So yeah, there will be many changes related to visualization, many improvements. We are introducing top items widgets. Now we have top host widget. Now top items widget is coming. Great improvement. Top host widgets will be improved. Okay, logarithmic access. Yeah, it's, I don't know how many votes here for this for this change. I don't know. It's like hundreds maybe. Yeah. Users would be able to manage own media types. Also very nice one from user perspective. Yeah. And dashboard, what you see is what you get type of editing. So basically, what does it mean? You change, okay, you reconfigure your widget configuration and you see immediately how it affects your dashboard. All right? So these changes will be applied immediately. So it's not like now, okay, you do some configuration changes on your widget, you press save, and then you realize, oh, it's not that what I wanted. And then you go back and edit your widget. No, you will see the changes in widgets straight away. What else? Yeah, there will be some macros, new web scenarios, many network map improvements, and that's what we promised long time ago. The support of Oracle is removed, yeah, finally. So at some point of time, I think 2 years ago, we announced that Zabbix will no longer support Oracle as a backend database, and the only reason is because we don't have many users of Zabbix. I'm pretty sure it's much less than 1% of users running Zabbix on Oracle. But from a development point of view, it really adds so much overhead to our team. So we made this difficult decision. And we decided, okay, we are not going to support Oracle. So now you may use MySQL, MariaDB, Postgres, TimescaleDB, but no Oracle anymore. So yeah, what you can do now, if you're an Oracle user, you should probably migrate to MySQL because MySQL is an Oracle product. You'll get maybe you may get the same support from Oracle, for example, or you may migrate to MariaDB or Postgres or TimescaleDB. Yeah, and this is a work in progress, actually. This is what I told you, but also we have a lot in R&D state. Again, event correlation, runtime context cache, it's about having some sort of key value storage inside Zabbix. Yeah, so we can share some state between different checks, for example. Yeah, this is very important part of functionality. Allows for SMTP, JS macros API, and GPU monitoring. GPU monitoring. I think nowadays when, well, many companies are pretty much into AI, we want to deliver those capabilities to monitor basically utilization of your GPU devices, and this is just some improvements of the dashboarding. This is how host card may look in a new dashboard, and this is how these sparkline charts will look in 7.2. Yeah, but anyway, what's important? We are preparing in 7.2, we are also preparing our code base. We are doing some internal changes, kind of refactoring work for bigger changes. We also would like to normalize release schedule after 7.0, yeah, because our promise is that we are having one major release every 6 months. in reality, it didn't work this way all the time. Yeah, you know that Zabbix 7.0 was delayed and some previous releases were delayed for like 6 months, but we really want to stick to 6 months release cycle. And because of this, we are really looking forward to release Zabbix 7.2 by the end of this year. Somewhere, I really hope somewhere at the end of November, most likely. Well, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexei. So that was a great introduction. As always, a great look at the current state of Zabbix and at the things that we can look forward to in the future. So this year, not just in Zabbix, but I guess all across the sort of IT industry, we've seen a large focus on AI. In our next speech, we'll talk about discovering how AI enhances Zabbix. Let's welcome on the stage, without further ado, Tomas Hermanek, CEO and founder at InitMax. Tomas, welcome.
Hello, everyone. It's really nice to be here again. Please sorry my English. I'm not perfect speaker in English. I have a question. How much people using AI? Can you please raise your hand? It's look like maybe 50%. I have small presentation about AI because I think this is really interesting to have AI inside of Zabbix. We tried to find some possibilities 1 year ago, but before I am beginning, I need to say something about our company. Yeah, it's working. Yeah, about our company. What does exactly mean InitMax? We actually start as an open source company. We mainly focus on Zabbix, Vazuch, and Postgres. It perfectly makes sense in our company to have Zabbix because we are using also Postgres. We are using Postgres because we are using Zabbix. And Vazuch is different solution for monitoring. And we have something like nice ecosystem when Zabbix actually using Vazuch and Vazuch is using Zabbix. It's really nice to work all together. And actually Vazuch have some AIs. And we think, okay, it's time to enjoy this game also with Zabbix. And this is a reason why we are using these 3 products. We are mainly focused on creating custom widgets, modules, some Zabbix customization, tech supports, certified trainings. We are also trying to do everything for our clients. If our clients say, hey, I want to have something, we are trying to find some way how to deliver this. About our main goals in our company is honestly, if we are not be able to do something, we say, okay, we are not be able to do it. This is like our first ultimate goal in our company. Second one is vigilance. We are trying to do it as best as possible in our way. This is second goal in our companies. And also, we need to know our product as much as possible. This is why we have training license and all our, you can say employees, friends, you can call it how you say, or how you want. It's actually delegated to know everything about these products. And this is our standard. Okay, my sign, because I am the guy who is proving it. We have customers all around the globe. We're mainly focusing right now outside, a little bit go outside of the Czech Republic. We have one customer, you can find, we have something like secret place on this planet. If you check correctly slides, you can find one place when it's actually living only 10,000 people. If you find this place, you can actually join our vote and you can tell me, okay, I found this place. This is our secret a little bit. And right now, we need to talk something about AI, finally. How we start actually. Our journey start with some implementation 1 year ago. You probably remember our presentation when Alois have presentation about some JavaScripts. And last slide is about ChatGPT widget. This is our first step where we are trying, okay, it's time maybe to show you what we can do with AI. And for us, it's something like internally, can we actually use some AI abilities inside of the Zabbix? In this time, it was completely dummy widget, no something like smart interaction. You simple chat with the ChatGPT. We a little bit moving forward, and we say, okay, it's work. How much we can do with the Zabbix? And we are trying to find some steps. We are actually find 4 different steps what we can do inside of the Zabbix. We start to find which hardware we need to use, if we want to buy some hardware, yes or no, and we start to pay money. The first money what we spent is for iMac Studio. And the reason for it, we want to have something at our DC, and we don't want to pay for another place in our rack, because it's really expensive. And as you know, AI need to have a lot of memory, a lot of RAM, and really powerful graphics cards. This is why we pay for most powerful hardware what we are able to buy. And it's actually working fine, but I'll tell you the story later. Sorry, I skip one slide. Yeah, another step is we want to play with some graphics cards which is delivered only for AI. And we have some opportunities because of my friend. He said, hey, I have old NVIDIA RTX A6000s. And he said, okay, it's perfectly fine working for us. And we start to play with these graphic cards. We figure out really, really fast, one card is not enough because of VRAM. These actually graphic cards have some limitation with the memory. And if you want to use large projects, you need a lot of cards, lot of cards. And last step is we can play with the ChatGPT, because we already know ChatGPT, how it works. And we say, okay, ChatGPT is really, really cool stuff. And in the time when we actually finish some our research, what is work, what is not work, ChatGPT introduced version 4. And we say, okay, version 4 have memorizing. This is really important for you. And memorizing is great for Zabbix, because I show you some use case based on this. This is some numbers, how actually hardware looks, and also why we make decision mainly to stay with the ChatGPT right now. The reason is money. If you want to have really nice AIs, you need to buy 4 cards. A6000 costs something like 5K euros. If you want to have really good cards, you need to pay something like 20K. Not official ChatGPT numbers is ChatGPT use 5,000 these cards on the beginnings for learning. First ChatGPT, not ChatGPT 3, but ChatGPT 1. Right now, ChatGPT using cards which is costing 25K, and ChatGPT have between 30 to 40K of these cards. This is enormous numbers. We actually count how much it actually costs, and this is billions actually. Weakness of AI. AI is very powerful, but you need to know is also weak in some spots. The main problem is the performance. If you are using your AI on your environment, you probably hit as soon as possible. With 1 user, everything works fine. Try with 10 users. When you have more than one user, you figure out, okay, it's not working, because you are waiting for something. ChatGPT is fine, you have time, you can wait. But in the real environment, if you, for example, want to do correlation or something like that, you need to have information in seconds, not in minutes. It's specific for hardware. In the large, for example, LLM environments, you need to have more cards. You are paying for cards, energy, and you also need to have these cards placed in some DCs or something like that. If data is changed, you have a nice model, and your data is changed, or it's changing really, really fast, you have problem, because you need to retrain your AI. And from our measurements, retraining is 5 times expensive than simply requesting your AI. This is the decision why we say, okay, we are not paying hardware for hardware anymore. We have some in our lab, we can test it in our lab, but it's not used for production, because this is the main reason why we actually switched to ChatGPT. The best, something like performance for the money is GPT-4o Mini. We have really good results with this one. And all our next use cases is actually using this one. Which AI model we already tested? We start with the LLM model, LSM model. This model is used mainly for event correlation. This model looks like really, really nice. It's called long short-term memory. The problem with AI, if you have data and you still have new data, you have some memory limitation. And this is big issue. This is why we use long short-term memory. This model we are using for event correlation. I think this is the best one. If you check how much models you can find, you find 10,000 models. Every company have own models, but this one, it looks like it's work fine for Zabbix. It's not work fine for different use cases what we try, but for Zabbix, it's work fine. The second one is LLM. This is our something like 90% of usage is mainly LLM, and we are using ChatGPT. Yesterday, I have talked with Jane, and he told me, hey, LLM, ChatGPT for all. Yeah, we also use ChatGPT for all, but the problem is, if you find a really great model, have really good results for you, try different languages. English is fine. If you go to the French, Danish, Czech, Slovakia language, everything is messed up. He's starting to respond with Spain for unknown reason. This is a problem right now. We still focus more in future. We want to have something completely open source and give you everything for free. But right now, it's not possible. You still need to pay for ChatGPT in our use cases. The last model is sub-architecture machine. This is our second option for event correlation. It's look fine. You have some benefits between the long, short-term memories model, but yeah, it's work fine. The first one is ChatGPT widget. We make some improvements for ChatGPT widget, and right now, he's be able just talk with you about your topics. You can use it as him as some kind of assistant. Hey, how can set up proxy and blah, 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 blah. But this is not enough. Right now, we a little bit change him to make him like configuration assistant. He still respect your permissions. You have permission, for example, creating host, creating proxy, etc. And he's connected directly to your Zabbix. It's Zabbix widget. You don't need to change any code, just use the widget and everything is work fine. But you need to have two tokens. One is automatically generated for your user, and one is for ChatGPT. And here is an example how it's actually look. I know the screen is a bit small, but the main reason is I give him question. What is Zabbix? And he answering, hey, Zabbix is best open source on this planet, blah, blah, blah. Alexei, Vladishev is CEO, blah, 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 blah. And you can tell me, hey, how I can install Zabbix? And he give you, okay, here's some example how you can install Zabbix. It's work fine, but you can do more. You can actually do consulting. You can do this widget for reading your configuration. Hey, how much host I have? How much host I have in this group? How much user I have in my Zabbix, if you have permission for it. And the last things, you can use him for helping with creating new configuration. You have button for importing file. For example, it's really helpful for using it in Nagios. For example, you have some configuration file for Nagios. Hey, this is my host. You use this file, give this file to this ChatGPT widget, and I say, okay, I want to create the same host in my Zabbix environment. This host have maybe some description, and try to use this description as a something like solution for, okay, here is a Windows host. Probably he want to have Windows templates or something like that. I have first demo. And this demo is based about my request. When I'm trying to say, okay, please create five hosts based on biggest cities in the US, and please try to create this host in my Zabbix. This is his example. Okay, I want to create this 5 hosts. You can see, okay, I'm completely fine, okay, here's the host, here's the location and latitude, and we are using this information inside of your inventory. And we say, okay, I agree, it looks fine. Yes, please. Sorry. I'll not be able to go back, but he gave me a response, and he say, okay, host is created, here is the host ID. This is a proof he created hosts. It's worked fine, no big deal with it. But we still want to go a little bit forward, and we are using another example for importing hosts via CSV file. It's a small CSV file, but we a little bit trick this one, because I create a fake file, and I give him one fake columns when I say host ID. He read this, and you can see on first host, he don't read this information. On second host, he have this information. On first host, you don't see this information. You don't see column for host ID. On second host, you can see here have host ID. And yeah, he definitely give you question, hey, you are fine with it? And I say, okay, I think I am fine with it. Please create this host for me. And he say, okay, here's your host. And you can see, first host have right now host ID. I fake this one because I know how actually next host ID it be. This is the reason why I deleted this on first host, but the host ID is here because he create everything for me. And this is it actually. You can see 5 hosts is here. It's really simple task. Next topic. We are done with ChatGPT widget. It's AI assistant. It's 6 months ago, I have dinner with Alexei, and I give him a question about, hey, what do you think about AI? And say, well, not too much, but I think this use case would be really useful. But I was quiet, because we already have this widget in our minds. It's not developed, but Tomas, he already know we want and need this widget. What this widget, maybe more than a widget, it's module, what he can do for you. He actually collects information from your page monitoring problems, and every each problem have one small button. It's called AI Assistant. And for example, you are a guy on level 1, and you are reading a lot of information, and you are trying to move a little bit forward. What you can do, you can actually click on this button, and you can say, okay, Zabbix give you description what he think about that. He load information from items, triggers, and a lot of different information from the host. He also using the latest data, and he just give you briefly description what he mean. On second part, he give you information about how to solve this. Clear explanation. He's giving you a suggestion for next steps, and you can ask him for more information. I don't understand. What does it mean? CPU is too high. What does it mean? Here's an example of it. In our Zabbix, starting slowly, in our Zabbix, you have a lot of problems, and we are focusing on the first one. And we can say, okay, we want to click on this button. What's happened? We have new pop-up, and he automatically give you everything what he know about this item. The first step is interpretation of your problem. Okay, it looks like you have problem with your memory. The second part is potential impact. Your application have probably problems or something like that. Another part, how you can verify if it's correct or not. You need to verify your thresholds, you need to go on your machine and check if everything is working fine. And last step is additional information needed. And you can ask him, okay, I want to need more information or something like that. This is how he actually look. Here is an example. I need to have more information what this problem is mean. I'm writing really slowly. Okay, and here's the explanation. You can see all this information is gathered from Zabbix. For example, item ID, trigger ID, everything, it's look like this. I think this is pretty useful. Another part is event correlation, but here we spent a lot of time. The reason for it, it's not too easy to use AI. Hey, do you think this is root case and this is symptoms? He don't know. The reason why he don't know, he need to have more information. And one main information, he need to know something about your topology. If you have more than 60%, somehow you are be able to tell this AI, your topology looks like this, you are perfectly fine. What we solve this solution, I show you a little bit later. And of course, here is a small delay, because he need to grab your information. Okay, we have new events. How I can correlate these events? Topology information, different triggers, what is actually happening in the last couple of events. If it's root case, yes, no. This is a small problem, but delay is in a couple of seconds, not minutes, but a couple of seconds. It's from our point of perspective, it's better solution for event correlation right now, what we have. We have some simple, only topology correlations, but it's not work as we expected in 100%, because some use cases is slightly different. Somebody forgot to add some topology information, and you are actually done. Everything is done via API. We are using API of Zabbix, and we are using API of ChatGPT. If these two APIs actually changing information between, you can have something what is really working. But back to the topology, the perfect example, how you can have your topology done really, really fast, it's really simple. If you have smart switch, every switch have ports. And on your ARP table, you know your switch have some MAC addresses. And this MAC addresses is bonded in some specific ports. For example, we have MAC 2, MAC 3, and MAC 4. And it looks like this. Because we are already monitoring these machines, and we already know this machine have these MAC addresses. We know this switch, he see these MAC addresses on this port, and we have information. This port actually handled 3 devices. What happens when this port is going down? We already know this port is down. This port have 3 devices. It means if we have 3 devices down, it's actually not the main root case. Our root case is switch port is down, something is broken. How it's actually work? We have topology information, our port is down. We are reading some data from Zabbix and giving this data to the AI. And after that, we say it's correlation data or it's not correlation data. And AI making the decision, okay, it's time to call API and make correlation inside of the Zabbix. He actually read additional information. We are using many tags on our hosts for making who is parent, who is child, or something like that. But we need to read more information. Host group, assigned templates, tags. Sometimes you have devices which it's not be able to correlate, for example, load balancer. But AI is smart enough, I have slides about that. He's be able to tell you, okay, I think this is some kind of correlation. We are using something what is completely new, and this is the information from Zabbix 6.4. From 6.4, you are be able to use root case and symptoms. This is perfect example how you can use it. Right now, you have only one limitation. You have one root case and many symptoms, but you are not be able to have multiple levels. This is our actually main problem, what we already have right now. How it's actually look problem correlation if everything is work. This is your basic use case for your Zabbix. You don't have something like no correlation at all, but you already have some information, okay, here is a parent switch, here is a parent port. And you see our switch, which is same like a parent, it's already down. And we already have here information, this is a port. And if you see here, the port is same. It means our port is actually done. And this is how it looks after correlation. You have only main root case, and all these 3 is correlated as a symptoms only. What next you need to do? Of course, you don't want to have notification for all 4 problems. You are be able to use correlation for it. And in Zabbix, you have really nice button here, pause operation for symptoms. And as I say, you need to delay first step. You need to say, okay, I have 1 minute for doing all the correlation. 1 minute is right now minimum. It's only limitation on Zabbix side. 1 minute is minimum for operations. This is why we have first step after 1 minute. Yeah, here is a delay, but in front end, you will be able to see the problem early. But your notification arrives after 1 minute. This is how it's actually look, new button. And this is really important button for us, because this is all the magic is happening here. If I just say, what did ChatGPT think about some correlation? You can actually test it in your environment. Just copy paste 2 of your problems. You can just copy host, problem, duration, for example, and this is it. And put this information in ChatGPT and ask him, what do you think about this problem? It's a correlation, yes or not? Here is our problem, and you can see here, he giving you some explanation, and he say, hey, your load balancer 1 is down, and load balancer 2 is master right now. It's mean load balancer 1, when he is down, it's your main root case. If load balancer 2 is master right now, it's not your main issue, it's a symptom only. And this is what actually AI doing for you. It's very simple test, and you can do it if you want in your environment. It's really, really easy. Last topic, it's actually because we are lazy. A lot of our customers have problem with regular expression, JavaScript, a lot of stuff about some duct tape, etc. And a lot of people don't want to use preprocessing properly. And we say, okay. And we actually start to use a copy-paste in ChatGPT because we don't have too much time and we just want to create some scripts really, really fast. And we say, I don't like the copy-pasting everything. I just copy-paste something, click on test button. No, it's not working because something is not right. And what we do, it's a module. This module you can find on item level. You can use it, get value, to grab information for your measurement and give this measurement to your AI. And AI read this information and he asks you, what do you want with this data? He actually gives you suggestion what you can do, and you still have option. Yeah, I'm agree, yes, no. And you can say actually yes, and if you hit yes button, you have small button, add this preprocessing steps. And if you leave this window, all your preprocessing steps is already prepared. You can click on test button, and you can see if it's work for you. It's really, really easy. This is how he looks like. You see small button, a preprocessing assistant, and here, it's actually some of your value. You see get value, here I have value 1, and here is value 1. Here is really, really simple, no coding required. If you are completely beginner in your Zabbix, you will be able to use it for you. Step-by-step guidance. He tried to explain you what he is doing. And also one click to set up everything. First example, don't worry, I'll be super fast, don't worry. First example is really simple. We have a host name, it's called Zabbix Summit and something, and he's really, 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 really long. It's really not short. And what I want to do, I want to add preprocessing for it. I use the get value to get my data from my host. You can see when I hit get value, everything is filled inside of the Zabbix. Here is Zabbix _summit_ 2024 .initmax.cz. And I don't want to have initmax.cz. Because why? I already know my domain. This is why I'm writing him, okay, I'm not happy with this, and please create some preprocessing steps which is working for me. He's doing his job, and this is how it's actually look. You can see he's trying to change also my item from numeric to characters. And here is the preprocessing step 1, regular expression. And second one is discard unchanged with hit beat. Because why? And here I simply write yes. and he create everything for me. It's a little bit slow. Couple of seconds, you need to just finish everything. And after that, you have here, everything is completed. You can use Add Preprocessing button now. And when you hit this button, oh, I don't know why, but I'm constantly skipping last slides. You can see everything here. I hope on this second use case, you see everything. Okay, here, transfer JSON. It's slightly complicated. We have some JSON file. We have the JSON file. It's containing duplications. It's containing some services status. It's look something like this. You can see right now we have type numeric. And as you know, JSON is text. We hit preprocessing. And again, we can use get value. If you don't have passive checks, you can use manual button. Don't worry. And here is our data. And what we want to do is, hey, clear all duplications, change this file for low-level discovery, and discount and change with the heatbeat. These 3 steps we want to do. And he's starting to do his job. You can see he's preparing JavaScript for you because he thinks this is the best one. And what you can see here, he's changing from numeric to text. This is the first things what he's actually doing. And here is the steps. First steps is he's doing JavaScript, deleting the duplication and changing global discovery. And last step is discard unchanged with heatbeats. Again, you're fine with it. You can say, okay, yes. He's doing his job. Again, add preprocessing button. And here is 0 steps. You can see we have 2 steps. One is JavaScript, and one is discard unchange. You can click test button. You can get value from your host, and click get value. Here is our JavaScript in raw form. And you can see we have 2 services, which is actually duplicated. And we can test the steps, and you can see it's working. Right now, it's low-level discovery. We are discarding unchanged, and it's worked perfectly fine. If you check your data, you have only 4 services, not 5, because he already discarded the services which is in duplication. And again, get value and test, you can see discarding. Your data is discarded. Pink, and this is it. You can just save your save by update, and it's done. I'm finishing. Don't worry, I'm finishing. Of course, every year we bring something new. We bring completely new eShop. You can find this eShop on initmex.com. Some of our widget is already there, but some of widget is not there. We try to use this eShop as a free and paid form. Some widget is already free and it's already there, and some widget it's here for some money, and some widget is still not there. A lot of widget what you see on presentation, we still not polished completely because we need to finish documentation, but the code is already finished. Of course, we update our Git repository. We add some, maybe 5 templates or something like that, and also we add new widgets. We prepare a completely new demo. If you go, you can visit our bot. We have completely new demo with my home monitoring. The reason why we have home monitoring is Alexei, of course, because he brings Raspberry from home. And we have monitoring of his home. No, I'm kidding. We have monitoring of my home and my colleague home. And we also bring some gift. If you want, you can visit our bot and we have something for you. Important links. Here is URL for our eShop. Here is URL for our Git. And last URL is about the demo Zabbix. You can check these links and you can check what we have for you. We also have 20% discount for everyone who is actually watching this stream. and we have 20% discount for our eShop. Here is the code. You can use it how many times you want. And don't worry, this is it. Sorry, I was a little bit late. Okay. Some question?
Yeah, if we have any questions for Tomas.
Yeah. Couple of questions. Why do you use ChatGPT and not some other open source model?
The problem is language. The main problem is language, and some of your use case, the problem with AI, if you give him questions 10 times, every time he give you different actually answering. This is why I actually say the memorizing is really important for you, because you can write him, don't give me this answer anymore. And this is really important. This is why we use ChatGPT. And another reason, another important reason for us is the money. Because it costs nothing. We buy 1 year ago 100 tokens for, tokens for $100, and we spent $7 for 1 year. This is the second reason why we use this.
Okay, another one. For AI event correlation, are you invoking ChatGPT models hosted by OpenAI?
Yeah, we try something, but we mainly use long short-term memory for it right now. We not use ChatGPT for correlation, because we only have example. You can ask ChatGPT to see actually if ChatGPT is be able to give you some information, but for long short-term model, it'd be better for this, because ChatGPT have limitation. You have 32,000 tokens, and after that he actually forgot. He forgot, and he don't have information. 1 year ago, you have same events, and you need to have correlation for it, and he don't know 1 year ago you have problem like this. This is the reason why we are not using ChatGPT. This is main limitation for correlation from ChatGPT side.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tomas.
Thank you. Done.
So from AI, we will pivot to Zabbix Cloud. Let's welcome on the stage Dmitrijs Lamberts, Head of Product, who will talk more about Zabbix Cloud. Dmitrijs, welcome.
Hey guys, hello. We don't have a lot of time, and the topic is pretty big, right? And I think we can say right away that in the end of the speech, I think we will not have a Q&A session, but you will have a lot of other opportunities where you can ask the questions, try out the cloud, see how it works. There's going to be the boot. I will explain in probably one of the last slides. But before we start, I want everyone to raise their hands who today already have tried the Zabbix Cloud. Who signed up, created their first node? More. That's it? Really? Okay, then there's going to be more news in the next slides. What a cloud actually is, and as Alexei told in the keynote, well, it's basically the Zabbix in the clouds, right? The SaaS platform, and I think the important point is that you as a Zabbix Cloud user or potential user, you get to use just the pretty part, right? You don't need to care about everything that's under the hood, like the black screen, console, tuning, terminal, whatever. You get to use just the monitoring product. And why I ask who actually already have tried a Zabbix Cloud, because a couple of days ago, I think, Tuesday, in the morning, we actually released the cloud. And I think it's important to mention that, you know how it usually goes with a product release, you set a date, let's say October 1, and something happens, so you need to delay it a little bit. We had completely opposite, because something around a month ago, we had the crazy idea to release the cloud during the summit, I guess right now on the stage, but because of different reasons, we still decided to go faster and release it in October 1. But important thing is that also the cloud is released as early access product. And many people ask okay, but what does it actually mean? Is there some sort of limited functionality, or I don't know, any other limitations, and to be honest, there's none. Like, early access has everything that right now we want and can see in the Zabbix Cloud. You have access to all of the functionality, no restrictions. The only limitation is that we are limiting and manually approving all the applications for the cloud. So whenever you sign up, we will have to manually approve you before you get into the console and able to create your own nodes. Where you can create them, like, already mentioned, 7 different regions. Now, in reality, there's no, let's say, big technical limitations to extend to that, so I guess we'll get to the point as the demand comes. 7 different tiers and 5 different regions. But, so what are the benefits? And as I mentioned, like, you don't need to worry about anything. You just deploy your cloud node, same Zabbix, good old one that you know, within like 5, maybe 7-ish minutes for us to make sure that everything is actually running. And you can start setting up the monitoring. You don't need to worry about like what kind of database do I need to choose? What should be the parameters for my database configuration files, or how to optimize my Zabbix server config file, what to do with this, what to do with that. And then Monday in the morning you come to the office and find out that there was some security vulnerability for some version of, I don't know, again, database or some third-party dependency, whatever. You don't need to worry about anything of that. So that becomes a full responsibility of us, Zabbix, and a Zabbix Cloud team to make sure that the software, the Zabbix, the product is always up to date, secure, and ready to deliver what you actually are expecting out of it. So basically, welcome to the cloud. And as I said, like in the beginning, I asked to raise the hands, right? And said there's going to be like a surprise. And the address is pretty simple. It's cloud.zabbix.com. And I said that we're in the early access and we're manually approving all the applications. But for all of those who have not tried the cloud yet, I do encourage you to, I don't know, either now or maybe in the break, coffee break, whatever, go to the cloudzabbix.com, sign up, and I'll sort of promise to confirm all of you, let's say today, not right after the speech, but today, you will have the chance to try out the Zabbix Cloud. About the tiers. So what can you expect? And it's important to understand and know that the Zabbix Cloud, it's not a solution for someone who is like very small. And the Zabbix is also not a solution for someone who is very big, because the Zabbix Cloud is a solution like for everyone. And anyone, even like some big corporation or someone who just likes IT, home lab, whatever, and wants to monitor a couple of servers at their home, they have entry point. And the entry point is a nano instance, which is capable to deliver 50 values per second, which is something around like 5,000 of the metrics. And I think we'll have to talk more about like how actually, what is the metric and how it looks like, because it depends on the update interval. And if you don't go too crazy with monitoring the stuff every second, if you, let's say, gather the data like once per 5 minutes, you can really get thousands of the metrics. 10 gigabytes always included, and as you go, as your environment grows and the trust in the product grows as well, you can always upgrade, increase your tier, and monitor more and more stuff. Pricing, what we found out is a very common question for the last 3 days. Despite the fact we never actually try to hide the pricing. It's available whenever you log into the cloud, and to log in you need to just sign up. There's no paywall, there's no wall to provide the credit card details or billing information. Everything is like available right away, and it looks like this. Numbers can change, the compute remains the same, storage is something that you can play around based on your needs. Someone might need to store the data only, let's say, for 1 day to, I don't know, analyze it with the triggers, process it, receive alerts, and throw it away because we don't need the pretty graphs. Then you'll have a chance to save some money because obviously you're going to need the less storage. For those who want to keep the history for year, 2, 5, you can increase your storage, and these values are like recommended, what we think would be suitable for this tier and this amount of NVPS. but you can increase your storage size up to 16 terabytes, even for the nano tier. So how to deploy? How complicated it is? It isn't. This is the only screen that you actually need to work in to get your Zabbix Cloud node up and running within something like 5 minutes. So the only thing that you need to choose is a node name, how you want to call it, and that's going to be also the entry point for your Zabbix frontend, .zabbix.cloud. Choose the region. As I mentioned right now, there's 5 of them. Most likely, sort of definitely, there's going to be more with the time. And the compute tier. Yeah, like as I said previously, the part with cent per metric, we see that it's been confusing to many users who want to try out the cloud, but basically the most important metric here is the new values per second. So 50 VPS will cost you $50 with 10 gigabytes included. If you need more disk space, just move the slider. If you want to start small, you can upgrade the disk size later on, tomorrow, week after, increase the compute size, do whatever. And it was like really a crucial point to make Zabbix available for majority, like not only for the big companies and the big corporations, but really for just some technical geek who is monitoring some of the devices at his home who, despite the fact of being like a technical geek, so he probably likes doing all the CLI stuff and whatever, but still doesn't want to spend time upgrading security patches, everything, so he can just pay $50 a month and always have up-to-date, upgraded, secured, prepared Zabbix instance. Node configuration. So what you can do with your node whenever you deploy it, because again, we released on a Tuesday. I'm closely following all the social media, LinkedIn, whatever, to hear out the feedback. And another one thing is that it's very difficult for people, and I guess mostly for existing Zabbix users, to let go the black screen. So many people are asking, like, cool, this is nice, but where's the SSH? I want to log into my node and do some tuning, whatever. You don't. You don't need the SSH. All of that, as I said, is like our responsibility to make sure that it works perfectly fine. The only configuration that you need will be available in the Cloud UI, which is like the main control panel of all of your instances. And it's not like you can have just one instance for your profile. You can have more. So you can create like 5 instances in different regions with different configuration. The tabs that we have right now are like the access filters, where you have the ability to set up all the firewall rules. And again, one of the common questions is about the firewall rules, security and everything. One of the tough decisions was related to this. And without like going long into discussion and different things that we thought, right now everyone who deploys their own Zabbix Cloud node, the node also is assigned with a static IP address. So you can easily whitelist and adjust all of the firewalls only for your node and just make it work. Additionally, of course, we're in the clouds, and you probably want to monitor something that might be located in, I don't know, data center, whatever, so somewhere on-premise, and everyone are worried about the security, like how will you transfer all of the data and also the configuration. So encryption is there for you if you want to encrypt communication between the Zabbix components, like the server in the clouds and the proxy in your office. You can use encryption, just upload the certificates. We will do all the magic in the background. You configure your second endpoint like the same proxy, and there you go. You have the encrypted communication between the Zabbix components. Upgrade, talk about it. Backups, yeah, you also have the ability like to back up your own instance, and we provide something also automatically that's going to be in the next slides. History retention period. If you are Zabbix users, you're probably used to do that stuff in the UI of the Zabbix frontend. As far as it goes, like for the history, trends, and the audit log, the settings are in the Cloud UI. So in the Zabbix frontend itself, what you get are sessions and events. Like history, all the retention settings are here. and the maintenance, which we also talk a bit later about. So scale as you go. If you started with the smallest tier, Nano, $50, and you want to grow, the only thing that you really need to do is, as you can see, your main part node is running right now. So you just open your Cloud UI, log in, go to the upgrade tab and decide whatever you need. Like whether or not maybe you want to upgrade to the micro, which has not 50 NVPS new values per second, but 100. And maybe you want to add also additional storage, like 90 gigs. And from those 90 gigs, 10 are still free. 10 are always free. You can see the price that will change for your monthly bill because the cloud is like subscription-based product. Click upgrade, and just like creating the node, the upgrade as well will take something around like 5-7 minutes until you have your upgraded node with increased capacity and increased performance. Maintenance. So the last tab in the node configuration, and maintenance is important because, as I said, like we're responsible to do everything in the background, and one thing is like adjusting the configuration file, which is actually the easiest part. The second thing is making sure that the software is up to date, and not only the Zabbix, because that's a big shift for us and something new, because suddenly we're responsible not only for the Zabbix as a monitoring software, but also for all the environment which is around it, like database, dependencies, operating system, patches. We are responsible to monitor for all the vulnerabilities, patch it, fix it, apply all the security fixes, and make sure that the quality of life of our customers are not really damaged, right? You shouldn't really feel anything bad out of that. That's why we have a maintenance tab. And in the maintenance tab, there's basically just one mandatory thing. You need to select at least 1 hour of the maintenance across period of the week. You can set more if you want, like if you are not so much worried about maintenance happening on your node and you want to really be always up to date, like if something new is released today, right now, you want to get the update this evening, just enable Thursday, set the time, and we're good. Maintenance is always there, but maintenance doesn't really mean that we really will do something. That's just a window when, if there will be something to do, we will do that. And what are actually the things that we may do on your cloud node? Obviously, the major Zabbix version upgrade, right? Also important, Zabbix Cloud will always go along the latest releases, but thinking from the perspective of the customer, the major upgrade is always a bit scary. And despite like us taking care of upgrade itself, dependencies, database versions, operating systems, everyone who have the cloud will also have something of their own proxies, agents, data centers monitored, maybe some integrations, some API scripts. By the way, API is also fully supported. Remember, you have the static IP, so you can use it just like on the local installation. And we want to make sure that you are ready for the major upgrade. That's why like numbers might change. That's only the idea right now, is that whenever the new version of the Zabbix is released, let's say 7.2, it will take a little bit of additional time for us to make sure in the background that really like, okay, everything is set up and this version is ready to be deployed in the cloud and upgraded to the customers. So that will take a little bit of the time. And when we are ready, when we know that we are ready, we will also warn you and say that, hey, this node will be upgraded after, let's say, 2 weeks at this time. And we will give you also the ability to say, hey, I'm not ready. Let's postpone this for additional 2 weeks. Or probably for more brave people who have a button like, I don't want to wait, let's upgrade now. Or perhaps specify your own period when you want to do the upgrade within the range of this month. But what's important is that you will not have a chance to like opt out completely. Even if we're talking about the LTS version, you can delay, upgrade to 7.2, but eventually you will have to do that. Minor versions, those are like simple ones. And for the minor versions, I think this might change, but I think we will not do like a lot of special preparation, because This shouldn't interfere with all of your existing monitoring setup, environment, scripts, whatever. So technically, this could happen just in the background, and in the morning when you come, you say like, oh, great, my Zabbix was upgraded to the latest minor version, and here are like the upgrade notes for that. And a platform upgrade, obviously, we need to keep the cloud safe and secure always, so those will come as well. Support options. Very good question, right? And it's confusing because the cloud has the support tab. But what is super important to understand that support of the cloud platform is not the same as the Zabbix support as we know that. It's not the enterprise support, not the global. Basically, the cloud support covers the support of the platform. My node is not accessible. I am trying to upgrade my node and it doesn't work. I'm trying to downgrade my node and it doesn't work. I try to access API and it doesn't work. That is included in the support, which is included in the price of the cloud, of the Zabbix cloud platform. And if we go about the software-related questions, like how can I create a trigger, how can I create a template for this device or that device, those still remain as a separate services for which you can contact our sales team and choose like which is the most suitable for you. And the last thing to mention here, like if you already have the existing tier of the Zabbix support, Silver, Enterprise, Global, whatever, all of those also include the cloud installation. And if you want to request the support, like that's how the forum looks itself. Again, you log into the cloud UI, you have some issue types to choose from. Perhaps the list will grow over time, we'll see. And you can also choose like which node this is affecting, if it is about the node, or maybe just about making some sort of the payment. Write down the description, attachment. For those who are already signed up to the cloud, you probably know like this is actually not there. It's going to be there very soon. This is one of the things that we want to add like really fast. And whenever you create the support ticket, we already have like all the workflows, all the integrations in place to have someone as fast as possible to assist you. But again, please keep in mind that support is for the platform support only. Security matters. And in a cloud, in a SaaS business, it matters even more because again, suddenly we're responsible not only like, we're not just giving you the tools to monitor, we are holding those tools and you are controlling us. So we are responsible to make sure that software is up to date, all the security patches applied, there are no vulnerabilities, your data is secure. Talking about the data, if you're worried about like where it's actually going to be stored, whenever you're creating your node, you're choosing the region, that is the place where your data will be stored. And all of the environments, all the user environments are 100% independent. Like there are no shared resources across the cloud users. Your data is sitting in your database on your node. Nobody else doesn't have even like in theory any way to access it. Encryption, as I said previously, is available as well. But security comes at a price. And as you also see, like there are some things that are not available in a Zabbix cloud. As example, the no remote commands on the Zabbix server, which is just, we don't want people to mess around on the server nodes themselves. That is our responsibility. We deliver like all the tuning patches and everything. So for the user, there's no need to be there. And additionally, like if someone with any means compromises the security of your Zabbix front end, we don't want them to have even close access to the server itself, where they again could get some important information. Same reason for web authentication, ODBC, like that's a very challenging thing for us to support it. But basically right now in the beginning, we do support only MySQL and PostgreSQL databases for ODBC monitoring. Potentially in the future, there might come more, but if you have some more unpopular databases or whatever, it's questionable, will it be possible? No alert and external scripts. So in short, like whenever we talk about the need to put something on your server, we take it with a very big cautious because we need to validate and make sure that everything that is uploaded on a server, as example, the certificates for encryption, are actually safe, and they're not going to be the vector for the attack. That's why some things like SAML certificate upload, we actually noticed it just quite recently. That is going to come very soon. Like there will be ability to use the SAML authentication. Don't worry, we just need to give you ability to again upload the certificates to the Zabbix frontend. And if we talk about the roadmap, it's big. It's big. The Zabbix Cloud is in early access, and it's in a very baby steps. It has all the core functionality needed. You can proxies, like it's mentioned also here, but proxies are supported right now. You can deploy the proxy in AWS. You can deploy it in your office, home, whatever, connect the proxy to the Zabbix Cloud node, it's going to work. What is coming in the future is ability to create proxies in the cloud itself. And it also will have 2 different ways how you can do that. Maybe you want to create a proxy and connect it to your cloud server node, or perhaps you don't even have a cloud server node and you just need a proxy somewhere in Asia or United States or whatever, so you deploy the proxy in the clouds and connect it to the server which is located at your premise. Backup improvements, I mentioned previously, like we have backups, those are happening in an automated way for free, included in the price of the node once per 7 days, and you have ability to create your own backups as much as you need, but right now there's just one type of the backup. You back up your whole node, which is tied to the node, so if you delete the node, backup is gone, and you don't have ability to download the backup or let's say export it to the third-party service or storage or whatever, which is a limitation because obviously you don't want to hold like everything in one basket, and that is one thing that we will work on pretty fast, and I think it should be delivered like in Q1 next year to improve the backups, to give you hopefully give you functionality to separate configuration and history backup, give you the option to download, give you the option to store it somewhere else. And very important point is also migration from on-premise to the cloud. That is something we're thinking a lot right now, but it also includes many challenges. As you might understand, like if we're talking about some isolated environment of the Zabbix right now, hosted somewhere in, I don't know, data center, basement, whatever, to simply move it to the cloud, it includes like many complicated things. Like if we talk about, not even talking about some scripts or whatever that might be hosted, IP addresses, connections, firewall rules, which essentially means like there's still a lot of the manual labor. But nevertheless, like we'll do our best to make sure that the migration from on-prem to the cloud is possible, as smooth as possible, and will allow you to move as much as possible, but probably there's still going to be some additional work required, either done by you, or I'm sure that's also going to be possible to purchase as a migration service like from the Zabbix to move away to the clouds. So if you have, well, already over time, that's a common thing for me, unfortunately, but if you still want to talk about the Zabbix Cloud and you have some questions, then there's going to be the live demonstration tomorrow, 11:30, here on the stage. We're going to try to create some nodes, and that's, I think, going to be the perfect place to ask the questions right away from the place where you're sitting. There is available the cloud booth outside, right in front of the entrance when you come in, and there's going to be, you will find me and also the great colleagues from the Zabbix Cloud team. Upcoming webinars, just go to the zabbix.com/webinars. I think it was October 8th. We'll have one in the morning and one later in the evening. And if you have any other questions about a cloud, how it works, how you can start using it, how you can transform all of your existing monitored environment to the cloud, there's the good old contact us form in zabbix.com where you can reach out to our sales team who will gladly assist you and try to answer all of your questions. But so far, thank you guys for being here. And I hope that each of you will really go to the cloudzabbix.com and create your first account. I will go right away and click accept to all of them.
Thank you, Dmitrijs. Yeah, please use the opportunity to. Is my mic on? It's on now. Okay. Yeah, please do use the opportunity to talk to Dmitrijs today, to talk to his fellow cloud team colleagues. The cloud booth is right out these doors. So this is your unique chance to be one of these sort of first batch of people interacting with Zabbix Cloud, asking your questions, providing your feedback. That's extremely valuable to us. Next up, we'll pivot to one of the features introduced in Zabbix 7.0. In particular, we'll take a look at use cases for browser monitoring. Let's welcome my fellow colleague, Aleksandrs Petrovs-Gavrilovs, training technical administrator and Zabbix trainer on the stage. Welcome.
All right. So, hello everyone. As you can see and heard, my name is Alex, and judging by the time, this will be a lightning talk, but don't worry, it will be a proper talk. So, as you definitely know, there's a new feature introduced in Zabbix 7.0, which is the browser monitoring. Right, so what's the idea behind the browser monitoring? Well, just like I'm sure you can guess, the idea is to monitor web pages, right? But then you might think, but okay, Zabbix can actually monitor the pages already. Well, it can, but now it can do it in a more flexible and definitely a more advanced way. Right, so it can have multiple approaches. It can be your classic single URL monitoring. We can just open the page, see if it's available, running, right, looking like it should. Those can be browser click paths. So we can actually, well, as the name suggests, click or make browser click a specific path to get us to a specific page. Then there's, of course, mobile simulation. We do have mobile pages, right? From time to time, we visit them, and we want to ensure our mobile versions are also working. And then HTTPS monitors, which you can technically do even without browser monitoring, but also with browser monitoring if some extra actions are required in before. So how to set up the website monitoring in Zabbix right now? It's actually pretty simple. You will need a Zabbix server, or maybe you will decide to use a proxy. Then you will need a WebDriver, right, for the browser which you are planning to test. If all of them, then all of them. And that's basically it, as simple as that. I do recommend to use the container version of the drivers. It's a lot simpler. And if you want to, by the way, know in all the interesting and I would say even juicy details how to do that and how to set up it, I will be doing the workshop tomorrow. I will do it, show you, and whoever has already signed up, you will have a chance to actually configure it and walk through it. Right, and after that is done, after the connection is configured, we create a browser item, and then we, using, well, JavaScript, more or less, not exactly, but close enough, we configure what browser should do with our page to reach the goal that we are expecting to reach. To make sure it is reaching the goal, not just reporting that it is reaching the goal, we can make screenshots, right, and as many screenshots as you want. And then, of course, on the dashboard, an example, you can review them, right, to see that, yes, indeed, it's the page, and the page looks exactly how you expect it to look, right? There's no incorrectly placed pictures, no strange words, no, I don't know, no hackers actually defaced your page, right? So to verify all of that. And to do that, there's now a lot of new objects and methods, right? I will not go, again, into the details here, but don't forget about the workshop. So in short, there's a browser object. It's basically you choosing which browser you will use to actually open the page, right, to make sure it works in Chrome, Safari, or any other browser you use from day-to-day basis. Elements, right, to specify for Zabbix what to click, which field to populate with information, and so on. Cookie to work with cookies, right? Alerts to work with pop-ups, and get result method to get results, right? To get some data or to check what kind of data can you get. And there's a lot. Again, there's a lot which you can see here, right? We can manage the timeouts. We can, again, specify the browsers, get the errors in case something goes wrong. We can collect the data, performance, page data itself, information from the page, and of course, screenshots, as mentioned. And then click around, send some information, get text, and so on and so on. Tomorrow you can see what exactly and how exactly it works. So where would you use it, right? You may think like, okay, that all sounds nice, but there's a lot of JavaScript and it may be a bit hard to configure it for a person who never actually, well, made any scripts. Well, of course you can use AI, right? It was mentioned quite some times to get on with it. But the greatest thing about the new browser monitoring, we made sure through documentation and through the templates available out of the box that you can monitor any page, well, basically immediately. Right? You just create a host which will represent your page, whichever page that is. You link the website by browser template and then specify which page you will monitor. So essentially what you do, you, in example, create a Summit agenda page host, you link the template, and then you specify the URLs, right? That's it. For a quick start, that will be enough. You will be able to get the performance data, you will get the screenshots, right? And you can see them in example on the dashboard itself. Easy, fast, it should not take you more than a couple of minutes. Okay, the classics, right? We also did this with the web monitoring, but here it's actually a bit faster and a bit simpler. You might thought it's not, but it's actually simpler. So what if you want to check the login page, right? What if you want to check can the users authenticate, an example to Zabbix Cloud maybe, right? So then again, we will need to create a template, or just a host at least, that will represent our login page, meaning the host name. Then we'll link it to the host, which will also represent the page, and then just monitor it. So if you want to make your script nice and tidy, right, and we will also do exactly this tomorrow, you can then also create variables in the script. It's a good idea to pass them as the user macros. And here you can see a good example of how we work with it, right? So here we specified some fields, the button path, which is essentially the login button to click, right, using CSS. And then the name of the fields, right? So you can see the strategy type is CSS selector. So basically we specified for the browser, use CSS to find the fields and essentially log in. And then we made it all nice and tidy. So we created parameters in the script, for the script, sorry. So we can use them in the script. And then we specify like, okay, parse those parameters. So for that you just define JSON parse value. And then we essentially pass them, right? So pass strategy, specify that we will be using CSS, right? Pass the password, and then we, again, specify the password behind an example, a secret macro, and so on. And this way, you more or less can copy-paste this script for any other login page, right? Just the thing you will need to change is the name of the fields, right? So you just specify difference one here. And tomorrow on the workshop, the script will be there, so if you wish, you can copy it. Or a similar script is available in the documentation, right? So just anyone can do it. Control-C, Control-V, change the name of the fields. Browser monitoring will do everything for you. And if you wish, you can also make a lot of screenshots to verify that the login field is there, the password field is there, that Zabbix actually entered the information, right? And that Zabbix actually successfully logged in. And that each of the pages looks exactly as you wish. What about filling the forms? Well, you can fill any form, of course, as long as it doesn't have the CAPTCHA, right? CAPTCHA is specifically was invented not to allow automated browser working. And here we see a simple example on how to fill in a form. But in this case, we fill in a contact form, right? And we are not using CSS selector, we are using XPath, right? And then we are specifying, well, XPath. If you do not know how to find XPath, there's a huge amount of extensions for any browser, right, which you can find. And then you will need to just right-click, show me XPath to this field. Again, Control-C, Control-V, done, right? You are filling in the fields. You can also verify from time to time is your Zabbix training certificate is still valid. As you know, it is valid forever, but, well, you never know. Maybe you are worrying too much and you want to check it. So then, of course, you can specify your certificate code and then check if it's valid. Or maybe you want to stock up on the socks, right? Then, of course, you can also click and specify you want to get those 100 socks. And don't forget, of course, that you might want to even provide your credit card details. That's exactly what we are going to do on the workshop tomorrow, so make sure to bring your credit cards. What else? So our page is, of course, not with just a single link, right? We have multiple links, main menu, contacts, forms, all that stuff. Well, we can make Zabbix navigate the page, right? So we just, first, of course, in your head or in the browser, open the page, click around, see what links you want, then specify what do you want to click, and make Zabbix click, right? So like in this example, we have two ways to get to the training information, right? We can click on the training right here, or, well, it's not very visible, but you can actually also click here. Right, and in this case, yeah, it's a bit of a different example. We go to the training, this will open this pop-up menu. We click on the training application form, and then we actually subscribe to the training. So what do? We again use XPath, we specify find the training, right? Then find the text which says training application form, here it is, training application form. And then again find the specialist training and find which is the one that is in GMT +9 example, right? And Zabbix will follow it up until it gets the goal. Including if-else scenarios, so now those are possible, that's a very big change, right? So if one of the links does not work, you can try to use the other one, just to see, again, if it's a mistake with all the links or with one link, and then fix one link, or again, all the links. But okay, this is all more or less statuses, right? Checking if something is working, available, and so on. What about getting the data and then maybe detecting the problems? So then, of course, you need to decide which data you want from the page, right? Maybe you want to check if all the merchandise is available, right? Maybe you want to check, can people order the tickets? Something else, depends on what your page offers. So then again, you make Zabbix navigate to the source of information and you just parse the page. So in this example specifically, we went to Jira, so it started with the first slides where we logged in, and after that, we specified that we want to find project ZBX Next, right? And we want to find all the ZBX Next that were or not yet resolved, right? And after that, we find all of them essentially, and then to parse to make a nice JSON out of them. And you get all the ZBX Next. And this is what we will do on the workshop tomorrow. So again, make sure to join. And right, and then we get the date. So we don't want all the ZBX Next. There's a huge amount of ZBX Next, resolved ones, unresolved ones, and so on, right? So in this case, we also check when they were created, right? So we can monitor which are the latest ZBX Next that were created and get an alert when there is a new ZBX Next. So, in example, the dev team can actually see what was created, what are the latest interest, or maybe it was actually a bug and it should be, again, changed to ZBX. And there we go, a simple trigger light. We just check what is time now, right? We get the date of the ticket creation and get notified if it was created in the last 24 hours. And you can also send the screenshots, but not exactly very straightforward way to send the screenshots yet. I'm sure it will be there eventually. But as now you can make screenshots, and as you can guess, screenshots are stored in the database, right? We can use API to get them out of the database. So this is a simple approach, right? We use HTTP item in this case to get the host and get the item ID for which we want to get the screenshot, right? And there we go, history get, just get us the latest screenshot, and you can get and send to yourself by using the email, because we are using HTML to just get that base 64, convert it back to the picture, write in Zabbix, again, right, that's a Zabbix media form, and now we can send which ZBX Next were created. Those are, of course, already not the latest one, presentation was made in advance, but again, you can send to yourself the newest ones as often as you need. So, okay, for the last part, you may think, okay, this definitely requires from me to understand what the browser is doing. How does it look like? So you can actually do that. You can actually see with the browser eyes, if I may say so. by using, again, the drivers in the container. Right, so each container comes with no VNC, the WebDrivers one, and you can easily see in your browser, right, using no VNC, what Zabbix is doing. So it will need a bit of a moment that it will start, and this is always done by Zabbix, right? So it's not me clicking, I promise. You can even see automated software, and tomorrow we will also check how to make it, but trust me, it's very, very simple. So Zabbix here is doing exactly that, getting the ZBX next, right? So here's the ZBX next, sorted by date, and the list is there. Now it's parsing the page until it can get the date. And that's it, right? We build a dashboard, we put the most important data, screenshots, tickets on the dashboard, and then monitor which ZBX next was created. And again, all of that can easily be reformed to use for your goals. So make sure to visit the workshop tomorrow so you can get all those template, well, hosts technically, which were created, and use them in your projects. Thank you for your attention. Oh no, I'm trapped.
Okay, we have one question. So sometimes the logging process to the website is complicated, like two-factor authentication that requires sending SMS or things like that. Is this supported?
With two-factor authentication, I haven't tried it. It's hard to say for me. As long as Zabbix can get to this data, which will be sent, right? Maybe if it will be two-factor authentication through an email, technically with a bit of extra work you could. If it will be a mobile SMS, then it will be sent only to a phone, most likely not.
So it will require JavaScript coding, right?
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we've gotten an insight into how the browser monitoring works, what we can do with it, and like Aleksandrs said, please do check out our agenda and attend our workshops tomorrow, one of which will cover these use cases that you saw on the screen a moment ago. Before we take our lunch break, I'd like to welcome first on the stage Samir Javadov, Partner Relation Development Manager. Samir, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Really happy to see you all here. Do you know without whom actually this summit would be absolutely impossible? Like, do you know? Partners, my lovely partners, yeah. And today I want to briefly mention a couple of partners with whom we work for more than 10 years. So you can imagine this like is a long-lasting relationship. There are a couple of partners I want to mention, and we even have a gift for them because we really appreciate each of you. So even if you are working with us less for 10 years, we really appreciate you. More, we appreciate you. So guys, we really appreciate you. And today I want to take my special, I would say, recognition to some partners. These partners are from Japan, NSW, so thank you for them. Internet Initiative Japan, really thankful for them, a very long-lasting relationship. Company Wings, thanks for them. Company Link Japan, so you see different companies, but 10 years, guys, this is much. Hewlett Packard Enterprise from Japan as well, thank you for them. Our partner from Middle East, Sadid Afarin, thank you. Testidel, company from Spain. ADS, and I think you know Xifio. The gifts will be dispatched via post, so even if the partner is not here, we will send the gifts. And really, Zabbix would not be Zabbix without its partners. So guys, I would give a round of applause to our partners. Without them, we would be nothing. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Yeah, this.
Thank you, Samir. Thanks to our partners. Next up, I'd like to invite on the stage Kristīne Lamberte, Head of Training. Kristīne, welcome.
Hello. Hello. Okay, it's working. So, as you can guess already, my team Okay, now it's good. So my team on daily basis is working on all things related to training, starting from handling all the requirements from the students, handling all the relationships with our amazing trainers, and lastly, but certainly not least, creating the material itself. But what is very important in this matter is that even the best material means nothing without the trainer behind it, and we really appreciate the hard work that our trainers are putting in. So first thing, I want to honorably mention the 5-year trainers. So first one is Edgars Melveris, Zabbix SIA from Latvia. Mr. Hiroki Ono, NTT Communications, Japan. The man you already know and love so well, Arturs Lontons, Zabbix SIA, Latvia. Aigars Kadiķis, Zabbix SIA, Latvia, once again. And the man you just saw, Aleksandrs Petrovs-Gavrilovs, Zabbix SIA, Latvia. Robert Šulits, Uplit from Poland. Michal Filipek, Microtik Warsaw Training Center, Poland. Robert Koextra, Xifeo from the Netherlands. Tomas Hermanek, our diamond sponsor, Initmax from Czech Republic. And lastly, but certainly not least, François Mallet from UTAC, France. But with that, we are not done yet. So 5 years, it's already enough, it's already a lot, but we have reached and went a bit further. So let me welcome on the stage Wolfgang Alper from IntelliTrend, Germany. Here you go, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Round of applause for the man. Come closer for the picture. Thank you. Thank you. And if that is not an achievement itself, we have something more in store. So first year and first time, we have a 50-year trainer. Let me welcome on the stage with grand applause, Mr. Takeshi Fukushima from NTT Communications, Japan.
Thank you.
Come, let's take a picture with applause. So thank you, all of you guys. And once more, big round of applause for all the trainers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christine. Thanks not just to trainers, but also to trainees. We're here because it's actually such a joy teaching you Zabbix. Before we take our lunch break, let's just briefly reiterate a couple of things. So first off, once again, you can send your questions to the speakers by scanning this QR code, accessing the platform where you can just submit your questions, type them in, and as you've seen, we will ask the questions after the speeches. Next up, you can shop for official Zabbix merch. We have our on-site store over here. If there are queues, you can also order our merch online, but then you have to pick it up over here, so there's no delivery by post or anything like that. The pickup for Zabbix Summit merch here, for Zabbix Summit merch is here on site, but you can order via website or just by walking right across the hall to us. So over here is the QR code for the online ordering. You can scan it. I'll leave it on for a moment if you're interested in just browsing the merch. Like I said, probably queues will be building up next to it on site, so online option can be a lot more comfortable and easier to access. Next up, we have our Zabbix booth, where you can chat with our support team, our sales, our dev team, and ask your questions. If you want to ask about a particular feature, or maybe you want to do business with us, or you're looking for an analysis of a particular use case that our support team can help you with, please approach them and chat with them and ask your questions. They are very friendly, and they're probably a bit bored out there because we've had a couple of speeches. They haven't talked to anyone in a while, so they're excited to hear from you. Then, of course, as Dmitrijs said, Zabbix Cloud is out. We have a free 5-day trial that anyone can access and explore the cloud features. So visit Zabbix Cloud website and sign up and start using it right off the bat. Even if you maybe don't plan on using it long term, still check out how it works, what are the features and the ease of access. It's really quite incredible. You can get a Zabbix instance literally in a couple of clicks. It's a matter of a minute or so. And we have our cloud booth also right outside. You probably have a lot of questions. Like Dmitrijs said, we'll have a couple of cloud-related events tomorrow. But also, if you can't wait, or you just have a particular use case in mind for the cloud that you want to discuss, our booth is there. Our cloud team, with Dmitrijs at the forefront, are waiting to help you out and answer your questions. And same as with previous years, we are very much looking for Zabbix case studies and unique use cases. So if you want to share your Zabbix story with our team and our community, you can do this right here on site during the summit. We have a separate booth that you can visit also right outside and share your story, and you will receive a reward. You can leave a written review. You can share a video testimonial. That is very much appreciated, and by helping us grow, by helping us spread the word, you grow our community, you help us get feedback, you help us grow the product, and as Alexei said, evolve. So that is extremely useful. Then we also have a photo wall. If you wish to have a memory, I'd say, a memory taken in a picture, we have a great photo wall right outside where you can take a picture with your friends, take a picture with our partners, community members, grab someone from our team. Maybe you want to take a picture with Dmitrijs or our trainers, Edgar's, who was mentioned before, or Aleksandrs, or one of our dev team. Grab them, lead them to the photo wall, take a picture with them if you like their speech or you just want to say thanks to them and have a great memory of spending the moment during the summit with them. The photo wall is there. Or maybe find Alexei and take a picture with him. That's always a very, very trendy thing to do. And of course, any comments, feedback, just some memories that you wish to share on your social networks from this summit, mention us via @Zabbix or use hashtag Zabbix Summit 2024 on any of our social network platforms. And that would, of course, very much be appreciated for sharing the word for people maybe who couldn't make it, and just something that we will save and cherish down the line. Lunch. So finally, let's get to business. Lunchtime. This year, we will have 2 spots for lunch. We'll have our first floor restaurant hall where you can take the lunch, or second floor lobby hall. That's not far from here. So depending on, do you prefer just take the lunch on the go in the lobby hall and then maybe visit some partner booths or Zabbix booth or cloud booth. That would be the lobby hall. That's a bit more for a quicker lunch. Or if you just wish to sit down and chill and chat with our community members, our team members, your friends, that's what the restaurant hall on the first floor is for. And here we have, I'll leave this for a bit, the floor plan. You can see that the second floor lobby hall is not far from here at all. And the first floor restaurant hall is all the way down the stairs, and then you need to make a brief turn and you'll see it. If you can't find these halls, find anyone from Zabbix team will guide you right to the hall, and you'll be able to get there and have your lunch. So the lunch will last for 1 hour. Right now the clock is, we're a bit off schedule, 12:02, so until 1 p.m. we will have our lunch break, and then we will continue. Enjoy the lunch, guys. I'll see you afterwards. Thank you.
So Alexei, one of the big stories at Summit 2024 is the rollout of Zabbix Cloud, and I'd just like to ask you, are you pleased with the response to it so far?
Yes, absolutely. For those who don't know, Zabbix Cloud is our new product, and Zabbix Cloud is about ability to deploy Zabbix instances very fast in the cloud with just a few mouse clicks. And we just released it a few days ago, and we already see a great level of interest with so many new registrations. And what we heard and what we feel at the summit, I see that Zabbix community and customers and partners are so much interested in the Zabbix Cloud.
That's great to hear. And for my final question, I'd just like to say that obviously 2024 is a long way from over. It's still only October, but can you give us any hints about what we could expect from Zabbix in 2025?
Well, we have great plans even for this year. So this year is not over, but also for the following years. And we'll continue to work on improving our base product on Zabbix. Zabbix is a free and open source, and actually this is exactly the same product that we use also for Zabbix Cloud. So you may expect a better product which is suited not necessarily only to large enterprise customers, but also to smaller and medium businesses. So you would expect, really, a product that it's much easier to use.
That's great. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it, and we'll see you around the summit.
Well, you're very welcome.
Thank you. Okay. For my next guest, I've got Dmitrijs Lamberts, new head of product, and just a few questions for him. So, Dmitrijs, obviously it's been a busy year with a lot of momentum and new product releases, but what's been the biggest surprise of 2024 for you?
That's an interesting question, and first of all, it's been absolutely crazy here, I think, as it usually is. And the answer is, it's not the biggest surprise because it sort of was expected, but it's definitely the release of the cloud, because we're working really hard all this year to make it happen, today, this week in the summit, to release the product, which turned out very well. Super happy about it and hope that all the people enjoy it.
Great. And what kind of technical challenges do you anticipate from this new release of Zabbix Cloud?
Yeah, technically wise, the big shift for us is that we're used to releasing the Zabbix, the software that everyone download and install on the servers, whatever they want. But right now, it's the SaaS platform. So as I mentioned, in the speech, instead of giving the tools to the people to use for the monitoring, we're actually holding those tools. So which brings a lot of responsibility to make sure that the service, the quality of the service is on top, and our users and customers are absolutely satisfied with it.
Okay. And as the new head of product, what are your expectations for Zabbix Cloud from a business perspective?
I like the words that Alexei mentioned, yesterday. The Zabbix Cloud is the platform for business enablement, and not only for the Zabbix as a company, but also for all sort of different companies, MSPs, partners, and someone who perhaps want to provide the monitoring service. Right now, they have the great platform that they can use, hassle-free. No need to worry about all the technical stuff and fine-tuning servers, whatever. They just get the Zabbix open source, enterprise ready, deploy your node, provide the monitoring for your customers. And additionally, it's also important that the cloud will grow. Right now, it is in very early steps of its live being, and it will definitely grow with some additional features, additional things that will have a good synergy with the platform itself, which again will enable more and more opportunities for a great business.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
See you. All right. Okay. Yes. My next guest, of course, is Mr. Vladishev Jirsa from InitMax, and we've got an additional special guest with Tomas Hermanek, also from InitMax, and I've just got a couple of questions for the two of you. So obviously, InitMax and Zabbix go back a long way together. It's a long relationship. What do you think makes this partnership such a successful one?
Yeah, thank you. It's a good question. We go together step by step, and first of all, we would like to say thanks all of you guys from Zabbix for supporting us We really appreciate it. And in my opinion, the most important thing is the trust. And we found it, and that's the reason why we are so happy with this cooperation.
I have nothing to add because it's clear. We like Zabbix, and this is very easy to work with the Zabbix because people inside of the Zabbix is great people on the planet.
It's very nice to hear. Thank you very much. Could you give us a quick rundown of the services that InitMax provides?
Yeah, sure. InitMax is a Zabbix premium partner, so we provide consultations, installations, upgrades. Tomas is a trainer, so that's our business. And the second part of our business is Postgres, so we help our customers with their databases. And also performance tuning, installations, implementations, etc. If you would like to complete this.
Everything what is regarding to Zabbix. It's easy. And widget, of course. Widget and modules, of course.
It covers a lot. Okay.
And the third part is Vazuch. Also, we provide trainings and consultations, implementations, Vazuch.
Great. Along those lines, kind of follow up to that, do you have any especially interesting use cases or case studies that you could use to illustrate that?
We have one very funny. We have one customer from Africa, and actually when 7.0 has been introduced, we have really nice use case for item browse monitoring. We are using browser monitoring for monitoring the screen from the cameras, because this guy have, okay, we need to have screen monitoring, and if somebody is trying to steal this camera, something like, okay, camera is disconnected, we want to see last image. And usually, when this has happened, we have on this image some guy which is actually stealing the camera. This is most funny from last month, and this is really nice. This is a completely new feature, and we really love it. Right now, we just doing some small implementation to a little bit do something more when AI actually trying to scan the screen and find if on the screen is a person, because sometimes it's not problem somebody's stealing something, but it's working really well. We are really happy with 7.0.
Okay. Great to hear. Thank you, gentlemen, both very much for your time. I appreciate it, and we'll see you around the summit. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye. Mm-hmm. Bye. Okay. All right. For my next guest, I've got Mr. Takeshi Tanaka from NTT Communications. And so I'd like to ask you, you'll be presenting on this topic of data structure design for generating automated network map topology. And what led you to this topic?
今回の私の発表は Zabbix Summit 2018の時のものが参考になっております。で、我々の Zabbix がトポロジーを扱えることは非常にメリットがあると考えていますので、我々の方法論がコミュニティの参考になればというふうに考えております。
Okay, this topic is based on my presentation at Zabbix Summit 2018. I believe that Zabbix has a great advantage to manage topology information. So I hope that our approach will be helpful to the community.
Thank you. Are there any other summit presentations that you're especially looking forward to?
Yes. 一番最後のセッションですね、ネットワークトポロジーのジェネレーションのことを、お話しされる方いらっしゃいますので、大変参考にしたいというふうに思っております。で、我々と異なるアプローチが聞ければというふうに考えています。
I am very interested in Somone's presentation on automating network map generation. So we hope to hear of approaches that differ from ours.
Okay, thank you. And later this year, my mistake there. What are the benefits for NTT of sponsoring an event like Zabbix Summit?
我々 NTT は17年間、日本で Zabbix のビジネスの方を続けてきました。でZabbix は非常に大きなシステムをですね、一つの、システムで監視できるというメリットがありますので、我々 NTT の考えている、監視システムには非常に適しているというふうに考えているというところになります。でまたサミットのような全世界から人が集まるイベントというのに対する、スポンサーシップというのは非常に価値があると考えておりますので、今後も続けていきたいというふうに考えています。
We NTT have been in the Zabbix business in Japan for 17 years. So Zabbix can monitor large telecom carrier system with a single system. We believe that Zabbix is a monitoring system that can meet the requirement of we NTT group. So we think it is important to sponsor the Zabbix Summit, which a lot of participants come from all over the world.
Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So next we've got Kodai Terashima of Zabbix Japan. And yes, so I'd like to ask you, as a Summit veteran, what's your favorite part of a Zabbix Summit?
So, but I like not only that part, but everything. I like it. Yeah. So like fun part, and also a lot of use case and a lot of new functionalities, and especially cloud this year. So the many interesting things in a summit, and also some of the partners from Japan also exhibit in that place. So yeah, we will kind of communication with the users from worldwide. Yeah, that is very fun to see the Zabbix friends and the Zabbix partners in other countries. Yeah, I like it very much here.
Great. Thanks a lot. And time really flies, and Zabbix Japan is now 12 years old and constantly growing. What do you think is behind this amazing growth of Zabbix Japan?
It is a bit difficult to explain, but currently we have 67 partners in Japan, and the Zabbix is the most famous monitoring tool in Japan. So we are very famous, and a lot of users in Japan, and the partners tries to find the customers to provide a good Zabbix services in the installations, in the consulting, and support. So yeah, so we continue to grow in Japan and continue to expand the users of the Zabbix in Japan. Yeah.
Great. And later this year, you've got Zabbix Conference Japan. And what can we expect to see at Zabbix Conference Japan?
Yeah, we will have Conference Japan 21st and 22nd in November. So we will have a presentation, a lot of a presentation about future functionality of the Zabbix, and also use case from users and use case from partners, and also some solutions that is possible to use with the Zabbix. Our partner has some solutions, and they explain, and also they have a booth in front of the conference place. So yeah, a lot of how to say, like Zabbix use case in the related presentation in Japan.
All right, that's all the questions I've got for you. Thank you so much, and we'll talk to you soon. Right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bye. Okay, that's the end of my questions for this part of the stream. So we'll catch up with everybody a little bit later. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Mariana Portela. I'm an IT specialist from Global, and we started to use Zabbix there monitoring infrastructure. Now we are expanding the monitoring across the company with some media systems and also cloud environments. And I guess Zabbix is a really flexible tool, so we want to take advantage of this and monitoring a lot of stuff, everything you can do.
Yes, well, one of the big advantages, because, well, in the market there are all the solutions, etc., is that Zabbix presents a full package, batteries included, that covers most of the topics that they are required in a monitoring solution. Compared to others, in this case, we have something that we can install and make it work with very little effort in small situations, small, medium-sized situations, but as well is able to scale to a large situation. In our case, precisely, Alenta is specialized in this type of huge installations where we're not talking just about hundreds or thousands, but even hundreds of thousands of hosts. And that we can achieve with Zabbix. So the full spectrum is very wide, and there are no such solutions out there compared to.
I recommend Zabbix because it is just the most capable, the most flexible, and the best monitoring tool you can get.
Backing up this product, so it's not like an open source product where some geek is working in the background on a product, but really we have like real support for these products, and it gives certain confidentiality to your potential customers. So this is one of the reasons why we like Zabbix so much. It's one of the key things that we use in our company. I personally am like a trainer for like 10 years, and I started to work with Zabbix like I think 11, 12 years ago in our company.
I recommend Zabbix because it's an open source solution. It's very flexible. Open source is not only free, but is about flexibility to integrate with your own applications and all you have in your company. And it's easy to get the monitoring of your infrastructure, applications, your business, your services. So it's a huge advantage to use Zabbix. And of course, there are a lot of support of the partners and the vendor to maintain.
I think I've been a partner for now 6 years now, and it's a pleasure to be a partner of a well-known monitoring solution around the world. And regarding Zabbix, if I could say something, I think that the guys, the team, and all the team members did a great job about development of the product, how to share their vision of the product. Regarding the roadmap, for example, they communicate to the public what they will do and what they will improve. So as a partner, we could expect that Zabbix listen to us, and we could have several exchanges if we need with the Zabbix team. So I'm really enjoying being part of the Zabbix community, and even if I am an external member, I feel like I am a Zabbix team member.
I think the best part is actually to work together with the Zabbix team, because they are very tangible, and each time I have a question, they try to come up with a proper answer for it. Well, we started working with Zabbix in 2011, and we did that because that we do database technology, and one of the things that we also do is manage services. In order to get a tool for being more efficient, then we got Zabbix, and it is our tool for handling all our services, and it's paying off very well, thank you.
Ready to climb the ladder to Zabbix expertise? Our training path is tailored to give you practical skills and an official certification while you master Zabbix. Our Zabbix Certified User course gives you the basics, laying the foundation for monitoring proficiency and getting you up to speed on the most important Zabbix concepts. The Zabbix Certified Specialist course teaches more efficient deployment and management techniques that will allow you to elevate your skills and run Zabbix seamlessly. Zabbix Certified Professional training will advance your Zabbix utilization and configuration knowledge while providing a deep dive into advanced monitoring techniques. When you feel like you know Zabbix inside and out, the Zabbix Certified Expert course is there to help you optimize the full capabilities of your Zabbix infrastructure and reach the peak of monitoring expertise. Knowing how to use our product to its full potential is the key to getting the most value out of it. Zabbix certified trainings are designed to help you learn Zabbix inside and out and equip you with the practical knowledge you need to increase your productivity and performance. You'll find a wide variety of courses, everything from one-day sessions that cover the basics to week-long sessions that guarantee you'll be able to tackle any Zabbix challenge on your own.
And welcome to the Zabbix Summit. Alexei, Vladishev. And welcome to the Zabbix Summit.
Hi, I'm Mariana Portela. I'm an IT specialist from Global, and we started to use Zabbix there monitoring infrastructure. Now we are expanding the monitoring across the company with some media systems and also cloud environments. And I guess Zabbix is a really flexible tool, so we want to take advantage of this and monitoring a lot of stuff, everything you can do.
Yes, well, one of the big advantages, because, well, in the market there are all the solutions, etc., is that Zabbix presents a full package, batteries included, that covers most of the topics that they are required in a monitoring solution. Compared to others, In this case, we have something that we can install and make it work with very little effort in small situations, small, medium-sized situations, but as well is able to scale to a large situation. In our case, precisely, Alenta is specialized in this type of huge installations where we're not talking just about hundreds or thousands, but even hundreds of thousands of hosts. And that we can achieve with Zabbix. So the full spectrum is very wide, and there are no such solutions out there compared to.
I recommend Zabbix because it is just the most capable, the most flexible, and the best monitoring tool you can get.
Backing up this product, so it's not like an open source product where some geek is working in the background on a product, but really we have like real support for these products, and it gives certain confidentiality to your potential customers. So this is one of the reasons why we like Zabbix so much. It's one of the key things that we use in our company. I personally am like a trainer for like 10 years, and I started to work with Zabbix like I think 11, 12 years ago in our company.
I recommend Zabbix because it's an open source solution. It's very flexible. Open source is not only free, but is about flexibility to integrate with your own applications and all you have in your company. And it's easy to get the monitoring of your infrastructure, applications, your business, your services. So it's a huge advantage to use Zabbix, and of course there are a lot of support of the partners and the vendor to maintain.
I think I've been a partner for now 6 years now, and it's a pleasure to be a partner of a well-known monitoring solution around the world. And regarding Zabbix, if I could say something, I think that the guys, the team, and all the team members did a great job about development of the product, how to share their vision of the product. Regarding the roadmap, for example, they communicate to the public what they will do and what they will improve. So as a partner, we could expect that Zabbix listen to us, and we could have several exchange if we need with the Zabbix team. So I'm really enjoying being part of the Zabbix community, and even if I am an external member, I feel like I am a Zabbix team member.
I think the best part is actually to work together with the Zabbix team, because they are very tangible, and each time I have a question, they try to come up with a proper answer for it. Well, we started working with Zabbix in 2011, and we did that because that we do database technology, and one of the things that we also do is manage services. In order to get a tool for being more efficient, then we got Zabbix, and it is our tool for handling all our services, and it's paying off very well, thank you.
Ready to climb the ladder to Zabbix expertise? Our training path is tailored to give you practical skills and an official certification while you master Zabbix. Our Zabbix Certified User course gives you the basics, laying the foundation for monitoring proficiency and getting you up to speed on the most important Zabbix concepts. The Zabbix Certified Specialist course teaches more efficient deployment and management techniques that will allow you to elevate your skills and run Zabbix seamlessly. Zabbix Certified Professional training will advance your Zabbix utilization and configuration knowledge while providing a deep dive into advanced monitoring techniques. When you feel like you know Zabbix inside and out, the Zabbix Certified Expert course is there to help you optimize the full capabilities of your Zabbix infrastructure and reach the peak of monitoring expertise. Knowing how to use our product to its full potential is the key to getting the most value out of it. Zabbix certified trainings are designed to help you learn Zabbix inside and out and equip you with the practical knowledge you need to increase your productivity and performance. You'll find a wide variety of courses, everything from one-day sessions that cover the basics to week-long sessions that guarantee you'll be able to tackle any Zabbix challenge on your own.
And welcome to the Zabbix Summit. Alexei, Vladishev. And welcome to the Zabbix Summit.
Hi, I'm Mariana Portela. I'm an IT specialist from Global, and we started to use Zabbix there, monitoring infrastructure. Now we are expanding the monitoring across the company with some media systems and also cloud environments. And I guess Zabbix is a really flexible tool, so we want to take advantage of this and monitoring a lot of stuff, everything you can do.
Yes, well, one of the big advantages, because, well, in the market there are all the solutions, etc., is that Zabbix presents a full package, batteries included, that covers most of the topics that they are required in a monitoring solution. Compared to others, in this case, we have something that we can install and make it work with very little effort in small situations, small, medium-sized situations, but as well is able to scale to a large situation. In our case, precisely, Alenta, is specialized in this type of huge installations where we're not talking just about hundreds or thousands, but even hundreds of thousands of hosts. And that we can achieve with Zabbix. So the full spectrum is very wide, and there are no such solutions out there compared to.
I recommend Zabbix because it is just the most capable, the most flexible, and the best monitoring tool you can get.
Backing up this product, so it's not like an open source product where some geek is working in the background on a product, but really we have like real support for these products, and it gives certain confidentiality to your potential customers. So this is one of the reasons why we like Zabbix so much. It's one of the key things that we use in our company. I personally am like a trainer for like 10 years, and I started to work with Zabbix like I think 11, 12 years ago in our company.
I recommend Zabbix because it's an open source solution. It's very flexible. Open source is not only free, but is about flexibility to integrate with your own applications and all you have in your company. And it's easy to get the monitoring of your infrastructure, applications, your business, your services. So it's a huge advantage to use Zabbix. And of course, there are a lot of support of the partners and the vendor to maintain.
I think I've been a partner for now 6 years now, and it's a pleasure to be a partner of a well-known monitoring solution around the world. And regarding Zabbix, if I could say something, I think that the guys, the team, and all the team members did a great job about development of the product, how to share their vision of the product. Regarding the roadmap, for example, they communicate to the public what they will do and what they will improve. So as a partner, we could expect that Zabbix listen to us, and we could have several exchanges if we need with the Zabbix team. So I'm really enjoying being part of the Zabbix community, and even if I am an external member, I feel like I am a Zabbix team member.
I think the best part is actually to work together with the Zabbix team, because they are very tangible, and each time I have a question, they try to come up with a proper answer for it. Well, we started working with Zabbix in 2011, and we did that because that we do database technology, and one of the things that we also do is manage services. In order to get a tool for being more efficient, then we got Zabbix, and it is our tool for handling all our services, and it's paying off very well, thank you.
Ready to climb the ladder to Zabbix expertise? Our training path is tailored to give you practical skills and an official certification while you master Zabbix. Our Zabbix Certified User course gives you the basics, laying the foundation for monitoring proficiency and getting you up to speed on the most important Zabbix concepts. The Zabbix Certified Specialist course teaches more efficient deployment and management techniques that will allow you to elevate your skills and run Zabbix seamlessly. Zabbix Certified Professional training will advance your Zabbix utilization and configuration knowledge while providing a deep dive into advanced monitoring techniques. When you feel like you know Zabbix inside and out, the Zabbix Certified Expert course is there to help you optimize the full capabilities of your Zabbix infrastructure and reach the peak of monitoring expertise. Knowing how to use our product to its full potential is the key to getting the most value out of it. Zabbix Certified trainings are designed to help you learn Zabbix inside and out and equip you with the practical knowledge you need to increase your productivity and performance. You'll find a wide variety of courses. Everything from one-day sessions that cover the basics to week-long sessions that guarantee you'll be able to tackle any Zabbix challenge on your own.
And welcome to the Alexei Zabbix Summit. Alexei, Vladishev. And welcome to the Zabbix Summit.
Hi, I'm Mariana Portela. I'm an IT specialist from Global, and we started to use Zabbix there monitoring infrastructure. Now we are expanding the monitoring across the company with some media systems and also cloud environments. And I guess Zabbix is a really flexible tool, so we want to take advantage of this and monitoring a lot of stuff, everything you can do.
Yes, well, one of the big advantages, because, well, in the market there are all the solutions, etc., is that Zabbix presents a full package, batteries included, that covers most of the topics that they are required in a monitoring solution. Compared to others, in this case, we have something that we can install and make it work with very little effort in small situations, small, medium-sized situations, but as well is able to scale to a large situation. In our case, precisely, Alenta is specialized in this type of huge installations where we're not talking just about hundreds or thousands, but even hundreds of thousands of hosts. And that we can achieve with Zabbix. So the full spectrum is very wide, and there are no such solutions out there compared to.
I recommend Zabbix because it is just the most capable, the most flexible, and the best monitoring tool you can get.
Backing up this product, so it's not like an open source product where some geek is working in the background on a product, but really we have like real support for these products, and it gives certain confidentiality to your potential customers. So this is one of the reasons why we like Zabbix so much. It's one of the key things that we use in our company. I personally am like a trainer for like 10 years, and I started to work with Zabbix like I think 11, 12 years ago in our company.
I recommend Zabbix because it's an open source solution. It's very flexible. Open source is not only free, but is about flexibility to integrate with your own applications and all you have in your company. And it's easy to get the monitoring of your infrastructure, applications, your business, your services. So it's a huge advantage to use Zabbix, and of course there are a lot of support of the partners and the vendor to maintain.
I think I've been a partner for now 6 years now, and it's a pleasure to be a partner of a well-known monitoring solution around the world. And regarding Zabbix, if I could say something, I think that the guys, the team, and all the team members did a great job about development of the product, how to share their vision of the product. Regarding the roadmap, for example, they communicate to the public what they will do and what they will improve. So as a partner, we could expect that Zabbix listen to us, and we could have several exchange if we need with the Zabbix team. So I'm really enjoying being part of the Zabbix community, and even if I am an external member, I feel like I am a Zabbix team member.
I think the best part is actually to work together with the Zabbix team, because they are very tangible, and each time I have a question, they try to come up with a proper answer for it. Well, we started working with Zabbix in 2011, and we did that because that we do database technology, and one of the things that we also do is manage services. In order to get a tool for being more efficient, then we got Zabbix, and it is our tool for handling all our services, and it's paying off very well, thank you.
Ready to climb the ladder to Zabbix expertise? Our training path is tailored to give you practical skills and an official certification while you master Zabbix. Our Zabbix Certified User course gives you the basics, laying the foundation for monitoring proficiency and getting you up to speed on the most important Zabbix concepts. The Zabbix Certified Specialist course teaches more efficient deployment and management techniques that will allow you to elevate your skills and run Zabbix seamlessly. Zabbix Certified Professional training will advance your Zabbix utilization and configuration knowledge while providing a deep dive into advanced monitoring techniques. When you feel like you know Zabbix inside and out, the Zabbix Certified Expert course is there to help you optimize the full capabilities of your Zabbix infrastructure and reach the peak of monitoring expertise. Ready to climb the ladder to Zabbix expertise? Our training path is tailored to give you practical skills and an official certification while you master Zabbix. Our Zabbix Certified User course gives you the basics, laying the foundation for monitoring proficiency and getting you up to speed on the most important Zabbix concepts. The Zabbix Certified Specialist course teaches more efficient deployment and management techniques that will allow you to elevate your skills and run Zabbix seamlessly. Zabbix Certified Professional training will advance your Zabbix utilization and configuration knowledge while providing a deep dive into advanced monitoring techniques. When you feel like you know Zabbix inside and out, the Zabbix Certified Expert course is there to help you optimize the full capabilities of your Zabbix infrastructure and reach the peak of monitoring expertise.
Hey guys, welcome back. Hope you had a great lunch. Some additional information on the screen. We have a free Wi-Fi available. The Wi-Fi name is Zabbix. Feel free to connect to it and use it to access whatever needs accessing via the Wi-Fi. Next up, we will continue with a very in-depth technical speech. I've seen it. It's a very entertaining case study, let's say, of how machine learning can be used to solve very complex use cases. Let's welcome on the stage longtime Zabbix friend, CEO at IntelliTrend from Germany, Wolfgang Alper. Welcome.
Yeah, hello and very welcome. My name is Wolfgang Alper from IntelliTrend GmbH. And I'm very glad today to share with you the talk, Leverage Machine Learning for Detecting Anomalies, Zabbix meets AI. And we already had today a great talk about AI integration in Zabbix, thanks to Thomas. And this talk is a little bit different. This talk does not utilize ChatGPT at all. So the previous talk was more about like ChatGPT can assist you in creating configurations and assist you in better understanding your trigger messages or your error messages. This talk is really about anomaly detection, and we will walk through this. And I would like to take you on a journey, where the idea of anomaly detection using neural networks started. And for this, we have to go back like about 4 years. And in 4 years, the following happens. We have customers, and our customers are monitored using Zabbix network monitoring, of course. And one of our customers operates a web shop. In fact, they operate more than one web shop. And what happens was that this web shop got somehow hacked, and Zabbix unfortunately did not alert the hack. And the customer was not happy about this. And then we had a conversation ongoing that looked a little bit like this. And the customer said, why did the network monitoring not alert that our web shop was hacked? And we said that simply because Zabbix was not configured for this specific scenario. And then the customer says, well, if I go to the doctor and ask the doctor to take a blood screen, then the doctor can say there's something wrong with me. So why can't Zabbix do the same thing? And we said, again, it's just not, we didn't have any configuration for that. There was no trigger configuration. And then someone of our team says, just wait a minute, maybe we can do something. Maybe we can get Zabbix to learn specifics about a system in a sense that it understands that something is wrong with the system. And basically that was the starting point of this idea about 4 years ago. And I would like to take you now on the journey of the idea of anomaly detection, to introduce a little bit the idea about neural networks, and finally to show you how we managed to implement all of this in Zabbix. So what's the idea about anomaly detection? Most of you, I mean, all of you are Zabbix users or Zabbix experts, Zabbix administrators. So most of you will have seen this sort of graph. So you see network traffic, you see CPU load, memory usage, and so forth. And basically, what you can say is this could be some sort of a blood screen of a system. And I think all of you will agree with me that it's very hard to write trigger conditions for this. So, for example, if the CPU load is above 100%, or not above 100, but maybe above 50%, then it could happen because maybe you have a web shop that just got hit by tons of visitors. Yeah? So it's not easy to actually define good trigger conditions just on these type of metrics. And so the idea that we had for the anomaly detection was that instead of having one trigger that looks to one metric at a time, maybe we need to look at multiple metrics at once. So we need to create a context across those metrics. And instead of using simple trigger functions or simple aggregate functions, maybe we need to look to the data as a whole and how the data developed over time. And instead of having static conditions in the sense of if the CPU usage is above like 50%, we might need variable conditions depending on the time of day or variable conditions depending on other metrics that we are going to collect. To give you a better example, what I mean with that is, take the first example, the very simple example, monitoring a server room. So we do not pay only attention to the temperature in this sense, which is temperature is above like 20 degrees, but we also put it in context with the power consumption of a system and maybe the air conditioning power consumption of the air conditioning system, and so forth. So we put all of the metrics together. And in this scenario, that looks a little bit different. For example, if the power consumption of the entire server systems in the server room increases because there's more load, then maybe the temperature will slightly increase, which is okay. It's not a it's not a failure in the sense. But on the other hand, if the power consumption of the system stays the same, the temperature increases, and even the conditioning system itself draws more power, then certainly we have a malfunction of the conditioning system. So that's the idea, basically. Another example would be the utilization, the server utilization of a server that, for example, manages user traffic and so forth. And if the number of users increases, certainly the number of the CPU and the memory use might increase. So basically, this is the idea. And the other idea is not to look for the moment, but to look to data over time. How does the data develop over time? So that's basically the idea. So how does it fit to machine learning and neural network? And before I step into this, I would just make sure that we are on the same page when we talk about AI and machine learning and so forth. And basically, AI is right now the overarching term used anywhere, and machine learning is just a sub-area of it. Yeah? And machine learning can also be implemented without AI. And then we have the term neural networks. And this term neural networks is often used in case of machine learning with AI for a specific type of how you create models. And deep learnings are just more sophisticated, complicated models in the sense of neural networks, just that we have some definitions here. And machine learning, so in this sense, is not necessarily based on neural networks or on deep learning. And a good example for that is that Zabbix, in the recent versions, added functions like, for example, trend STL, which is an excellent function which utilizes machine learning, but it does not rely on deep learning, for example. Yeah. And these functions are designed as they are right now in a sense that they work with time series data, but they work with time series data of just a single metric. So what they what they cannot actually do is they cannot create a context across multiple metrics. So we have machine learning right now in Zabbix available, and it's not always easy to use. I can say this, but it's there, but it's not able to create relations to other metrics. So there's no context to other related metrics. And to better understand what I mean by that, because it becomes important when we talk about the idea of neural networks, we need to understand simple data and time series data, so the definitions for that, and we need to understand univariate data and multivariate data. And don't be afraid, just a couple of slides and it's immediately clear to you what I mean. So what is the difference between univariate data and multivariate data, and simple data and time series data? So univariate simple data would be just one value. Temperature is 23 degrees. Very straightforward, very easy to understand. That would be univariate simple data. If we have a list of values, like temperature was at 133 degree and 5 minutes later 24 degree, in this case we have time series data of just one specific metric. And multivariate data, if you put multiple different metrics together in a sense, like, for example, the last measurement was 23 degrees, humidity 56%, and so forth. There would be just multivariate data, but a simple data shot. And if you do it over time in pairs, like this here, like this, then you would have multiple metrics, and this would be multivariate time series data. And what we are interested in this scenario, because we would like to have a context across multiple metrics, and on the other hand, we would like a context over time. What we need for this is we need multivariate time series data. This is a JSON representation of the same thing, and I think most of you will is used to this one. Yeah. So we have our simple data sets here, which we, for example, can get from the Zabbix system, and we put them together, and then we have multivariate time series data. That's what we're looking for. And in this sense, we create a context, say that the temperature and the humidity and the pressure, for example, they somehow belong together. That's the idea of multivariate time series data sets. So how does it fit into the idea of neural networks? Well, a neural network in its basic form has what is called an input layer, a hidden layer, and an output layer. On the left side, you see a very basic example. You have two inputs, input 1 and input 2, and these inputs are connected then with a metric. Like, for example, input 1 would be the input for temperature, and the other one would be the input for humidity, just to say. And then you have some hidden layers, and these hidden layers are then connected to an output layer, and the output layer creates some sort of output, whatever you're interested in. The right-hand side, this one here, shows a more complex example and has different outputs. In this scenario, we have 3 outputs. And just to give you an idea, each connection here represents some mathematical algorithm that is a little bit more complex. And this means that this network already, in this configuration here, has to train 46 trainable weights. So if you train this network, it will create at minimum 46 trainable weights, and that doesn't even account the biases that are trained on top of that. So it's quite complex. It's not just a simple thing. For our approach to get access to a context over time and to get a context over the metrics, what we are looking for is a special type of neural network or deep neural network, which is called an LSTM autoencoder. And you've heard the term LSTM just a minute ago in the other talk about AI. And Thomas mentioned that LSTMs are good to recognize things over time. They have a memory, and that is the reason why they are called long short-term memory cells. And we're using the same thing, by the way. So we're using LSTM cells to get the temporal context over time. This is how each of these connection points looks in detail. I don't want to walk into this because we do not have that much time. But you will clearly see that it's a complex structure that each of these connections represents. Yeah? And all of these LSTM cells have their own memory and can keep this context. So autoencoders are a perfect fit for that. How does this autoencoder idea work? What we do is we have an encoder component here, which is this one. And then we have a decoder component, which is this one here, this hidden layer 3, for example. And what the encoder tries to do it tries to compress all the features into this small area in the middle and then extract the area. So basically what it does is it tries to learn the specifics of this data type. Pretty much the same thing if you're using an MP3 encoder to compress a WAV file, for example. Then the MP3 file is much smaller than the original WAV file. Yeah? It sounds similar, but it's not the same file. And basically that's the idea what we do. And if I take this example of this MP3 file and put it to the end, if you put something else to an MP3 decoder, so not an MP3 file, but for example a JPEG image, then the reconstruction will fail. So the MP3 would not be able to create some WAV file out of it because it's the wrong input. And basically what we're doing is we train our network with data that looks good, and then we ask the network to recreate that data, and if we have a recreation error, then there must be some anomaly in the data. That is the basic idea behind this autoencoder technology. So basically what it does, it acts as a data compressor. So what we have now together is we have an idea about how a deep neural network should look like for anomaly detection using time series data. We have the time series data by themselves. We can keep temporal context, And we also can have contextual relationships between the data or across all of the data. So the next step, what we need to do now is we need to think about how do we train such a model. And basically, training a model these days is for us at least, is the biggest challenge because you need good training data. In a perfect world, you would have good labeled training data. And what we were looking for, that was one reason for the approach using this LSTM autodecoder technology, is that usually the supervised learning requires labeled data, which is not always easy to get. And this autoencoder strategy allows us to do an unsupervised learning in the sense of that we just fit data to such a model from our Zabbix environment where we know that there's no issue at all. So we just fit this to the model, and then the model will be able to detect that there's an issue later on, which is excellent, which makes the process so much easier. So how do we prepare the data for training, testing, and inference? So just to set some term, to train a model means the model learns the specific of the systems, and inference is a process if you actually apply data to that model for real-time analysis to see whether there's an anomaly or not. So training is to train a model, and inference is basically to use the model. So we have 4 phases we need to have a look at. Extraction, so we need to extract the data from our history data from Zabbix, usually using the Zabbix API is a great way to do this. Then we need to enrich data. What do I mean by data enrichment? Enrich data means that we need to provide additional context to a model when the data itself does not provide such a context. And a great example for this is a timestamp. If you have timestamp data, then the timestamp will just increase over time. Every second, the timestamp will increase. So the model does not understand whether it's a Monday, a Friday, whether it's 11 o'clock or whatever. So we need to split this timestamp into something that a model can understand. And that is data enrichment. This process is called data enrichment, and that applies to different areas. But for our view here, we will create additional inputs out of the timestamp. Then we need to normalize the data in a sense of that the network understands and it can deal with it, that we can train the weights and biases in our network properly. And finally, we need to window our data, so we create chunks of data that can be processed so it gets the temporal context. And we will walk through this one by one. So extraction is very easy. We decided that the simplest way to do it is to use tags. Zabbix added tags a while ago, and thank you for that. You can just tag anything. You can tag items. And we decided you just apply a tag like AI to an item, and then the system knows that this data should be extracted. And if you then use the Zabbix API, you do some sort of request, and then you get something back like this, which is excellent. The next step is data enrichment, and I mentioned this time series thing as an example for that. So what we do is we take the timestamp here, and we convert the timestamp into something that a neural network can understand, with the idea that it should learn whether it's January or whether it's February and so forth. And the best way to do it is to apply the sine and cosine function to this. So we get a periodically a graph or information for the network that it understands the periodicity over time. And you can apply the system for the week, for the day of week. You can apply the system for the month of year and for the hour of day and so forth. And with this technology, we split, for example, one value here into multiple inputs, but the network all of a sudden can understand this was a Friday, this was a Saturday, this was January, and so forth. And we need to do actually both sine and cosine here, because if you look to this value, for example, here, like 0.5, then this value shows up on this graph, but also on this graph and here. And if you do both sine and cosine, then you have a very specific position on the graph, and so the network understands really what's going on. The next step is data normalization. We need to normalize the data so that the training process will be efficient. And normalization just means that we that we create, that we take our data from the data set and put the values of that data, whatever that value is, to something between -1 and 1. That is the best space for a network to be trained. And if I go back a slide, you see the sine and cosine function automatically gives us the advantage of having the data scale to -1 and 1. So this is data normalization. And finally, we need to do some sort of windowing. So we need to send chunks to the neural network so it understands the temporal context. And we need to do it later also when we are using the model for evaluation or inference, when we actually pass data to the model. So we get a set of data that looks like this. Yeah? So we take this one here and convert it in such a way that the data has been prepared to pass over to the network. And when all of this is done, we create chunks of values, each representing a metric like this, in a window, and put this entire window then to these inputs of our neural network. And because we're using this LSTM-based network with memory, the network understands the flow of the data. Yeah, it will understand this and will see this. So this is a theory behind time series anomaly detection in general using neural networks, and now we see how we can apply this to Zabbix. And the building blocks are here. The first thing is we need to create a model configuration. So we need to define how the model looks like, and that also requires to set up the model type. In our case, it's an LSTM-based autoencoder model. It's the most best one. And then models can have what is called hyperparameters. Hyperparameters are, for example, the window size, how long are they trained, and how much inputs have they, and how are these hidden layers organized, detailed stuff. Then we need to extract training and test data to train the model, and test data finally to see whether the model behaves in a way that we expect the model to behave to. Then we need to create and train the model with inputs and adjusted match item from Zabbix. And then when we test the model, we would like to use existing historical data from Zabbix to make sure that everything works as expected. And finally, we would like to deploy the model and use live data on the model. Now the question comes, how, if we do all of this, how does Zabbix finally understand what the result of the evaluation of such a model would be? And the idea we had was very easy. We would just create a metric in Zabbix, an item, so to say, representing the probability of an anomaly. And then you can apply standard trigger functions in Zabbix and work from there. Yeah, and of course, the system should be able to run multiple models at once, because if you have a Zabbix infrastructure, you will have most probably more than one host, and therefore more than one requirement to detect anomalies. This is a very high-level view about how it works. So we have an AI training process here. In fact, we can scale up any number of training processes horizontally. Each training process requires a model configuration and training data. And the result will be a trained model. Then we have AI tester processes who take the trained model and use it with prepared historical data to see whether the model behaves as expected. And finally, for inference, we have the AI runner, which takes the live data from Zabbix, evaluates the data, and sends back to Zabbix the probability of an anomaly of such a system. Do you remember the time travel that I invited you initially? Well, this is how the data looked at that time. This is the data from the shop when the attack was happening. This is how it looks like. And I think we all agree that it's really hard for human, at least for me, and I have some experience as a Zabbix trainer, I was told. It's really hard to figure out that this is something that is an abnormal behavior. Yeah? And the secret lies in the relation between all of these metrics together. It's not just one metric, it's how they play together. And this is the data. And if we would like to use this data and to create a model, well, what we do is we we tag the data here to be data that should be selected from the training process. This screenshot also shows the items created to take the reconstruction error or the probability of an anomaly that's being sent back from the inference process, and which is sent back by the AI runner as an indication. And this is basically how the configuration of the AI model looks like. So you can see we have the architecture here. We have some hyperparameter like the window size, like the number of epochs we would like to train, whether we would like to clip outlier. Outlier means if you have something like a graph that spikes for whatever reason, then you might want to cut it down so it doesn't disturb the other values. So this is the creating model process. Then we do the training of the model, and the training is basically that we take training data, and for that we define one or more hosts that we would like the training data taken from. And remember, because these host items are tagged, there's no further requirement to do any further specification. The system automatically knows what to take, and then we define the data range from what we would like to use for training. If your model should understand, for example, seasonality over an entire year, then you would have to train with data over an entire year. Other than that, it would not understand what is the difference between, for example, December or March. And then you can start the training, and you will see how the model was able to understand the specifics of your data, because this training, this loss function here, that is a term being used in machine learning and specifically in neural networks, define how good the model was able to understand what you feed to the model. And if the reconstruction error, the loss error is low, then the model performs very well. Yeah, so that's what you see here. And we can see that our model works fine. And this is the next one where we do actually test the model. So we do apply now test data, not the data we trained the model with, but historical data we use for testing, and see how the model would work with this test data. And we can see the result of anomaly detection here. And these are different algorithms that can be used to do the calculation of the failure for a reconstruction. So just to give you an idea, let's say the reconstruction fails to recreate the temperature properly, or it fails to recreate the humidity properly, then you can define different mathematical algorithms to put all of this together and get one metric. And there are some specifics, some definitions, and we do implement all of these functions, and then you can make a choice. You will see in a minute how it looks like. So finally, you would like to use a model, and this is where you configure the usage of a model in production. You select the model definition, and then you select the AI runner where the model should be executed on. That could be a CPU-based system or could be a GPU-based system. And finally, that is the output in Zabbix. That is how it looks in Zabbix. Yeah? So the model outputs. And that is basically done with a web shop data, by the way. So what we see here, we have here the reconstruction error using this mean absolute error algorithm or the mean absolute percentage error algorithm here, explanation for what it looks like. And you can see here that we have some locations in the graph where the system detected an anomaly. Basically, the red ones here were the ones that we identified 4 years ago as an anomaly when we looked to the system and figured out that the web shop got hacked. Yeah? And after applying this model, we found this one as well. The model found it. We didn't see this. So maybe that was some previous sort of attack to figure out to do the final one. And you can apply to this metrics these trigger functions here. And from there, it's as usual, business as usual. So to do a quick summary, and then I will end the talk. From our experience, deep neural networks are a great way to actually detect anomalies in time series data. And the deep neural networks really work great when you have multiple metrics that are somehow related to each other, and you can create a contextual relationship between them. And you can also use this stuff for multiple hosts, which means you can enable the systems to monitor entire services. It's not just one host that you can take metrics from. And because you can basically collect data from any system in Zabbix, you can apply this to any data from any other systems. Like, for example, you have a web shop and you would like to track the visitors, or you have a solar park and you would like to figure out whether your solar park is producing power very well. If you get the data into Zabbix, then you can use this AI idea to actually figure out whether there are anomalies. So I'm a little bit over time. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed the talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Wolfgang. So there's one question from Theo. So when the AI detects the anomaly as anomaly, how hard is it to also tell why it decided that this is an anomaly?
Yeah, that's a very great question, and that is something that's actually not implemented. So it can't tell you actually why there's an anomaly. It can't do it now. It could it in general. The problem is that we haven't done this yet. We are working on this, and maybe I can tell about this later in a year or so. It's just a question of having good labeled data. So if we would like to be able to explain why there's an anomaly, then we would have to have good data. We have actually beta versions in progress where we try to relate this to the metric we are looking at. Yeah? But at this time and point, this one works reliable, the anomaly detection, and the classification to give you an idea where it comes exactly from is something that is actually in development, but it's not finalized yet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Wolfgang. So what a speech, right? Feel free to catch Wolfgang either during one of our coffee breaks or maybe at the after parties and discuss this further. Wolfgang was limited just to 30 minutes, but as you can understand, you could probably talk about this for hours. Next up, we'll have another quite a technical speech regarding the DNS monitoring changes and improvements in Zabbix 7.0 from a very in-depth technical standpoint. So design decisions, how things were implemented, why they were implemented, and so on. Let's welcome on the stage our software developer from Zabbix, Artjoms Rimdjonoks. Welcome.
So, hello everyone. My name is Artjoms. I'm a C developer at Zabbix. I have been a developer for 5 years, and I would like to talk about DNS improvements in Zabbix 7.0. So I'm pretty sure most of you know what DNS is, and many of you know about DNS much more than I do, but just in case, if somebody forgot, it's a domain name system, and like, what's the use case? Well, imagine I wake up at night, I want to order some food, I type name of the restaurant in a browser. Well, browser doesn't know IP address of the server, of the restaurant server. It needs to find it out. So it has to request this information from DNS. And as you can see, this is really critical service for the business because like, if it doesn't work for a minute, then business will start losing money. And this is very important to protect it. So what can go wrong with DNS? Well, actually it is designed to be very resilient and sustain, for example, denial of service attacks. Well, some things can go wrong. DNS providers are very juicy targets for hackers. So there's like DNS spoofing attacks. There could be insider attacks. Like, can you imagine if some records are messed up and your users type their bank and they get redirected to fake server and they leave credentials there. Well, impact is huge. Well, there is a DNSSEC for that. However, it can be misconfigured. Actually, a lot of things can be misconfigured because of, configuring things is hard. Your company could have a DNS server internally for your employees, and it could be misconfigured. Or there could be a firewall that interrupts this service. And another threat agent that can happen that can impact your business is government. As you know, government, it's really getting more and more popular for governments to block things on the internet. Actually, they want to target bad guys, criminal websites, for example, right? But there is a chance that they can also target your business by mistake. Like, again, human error, this can happen. So what's common about these use cases? The common thing is, if it's DNS, you want to find out as soon as possible. Because if your users, your employees cannot access resources, you don't know immediately it is a DNS. It's just application is not working, like website is not opening. So even if your DNS server is running perfectly fine and service runs perfectly fine and something else is not working, but you have DNS monitoring set up, you will immediately see that everything is fine with DNS. You don't need to spend resources investigating this area. So, okay, that's why we need DNS monitoring, so that you can investigate issues quickly. Okay, let's see. We added several things in 7.0. This is the three main things we added. First of all, we improved reverse PTR lookups for all DNS items, and we added 2 new items, and I will talk about them. But first of all, here's a little bit of architecture. So this is the server, we have a proxy, and we have agents. So all DNS items are agent items. And you can see we have agent 2 and agent 1. And as you know, agent 2 is written in Golang. It is supported in Windows and Linux. And we have a bunch of regular agents, and they are supported on several other platforms like macOS, Solaris, BSDs. And yeah, as you can see in this case, for example, server has several DNS items. It sends requests to proxy. Proxy can send requests to agent. Agent will send requests to DNS server. It will get back an answer, and then it can travel back to the server. And in this case, well, it's just that item was an active item. So it's not always necessary to send requests first. If you have an active item, you can save this little bit amount of resources. So yes, fantastic. This is our architecture. And so DNS monitoring existed before 7.0. Actually, I believe it was several DNS items. They used to be on Zabbix's version 2.0. And this DNS item, yeah, it has been a long time. So what it does, it just checks if the DNS service is up. So what does it mean? It means that it managed to resolve this query. So if it managed to connect to DNS server, and this DNS server returned an error, and there are many errors that DNS servers can return, it will return you 0 in this case. If it didn't manage to connect to DNS server, then yeah, it will be 0. If it's 0, then it's time to wake up your system administrator at midnight, right? Your business is losing money. So IP address is what's the DNS server you're targeting, querying. Name is like the website name, what you're trying to find out. Find IP to this address of. Type is a record type. There are many record types that DNS servers can respond to. Timeout, pretty much self-explanatory. Count is how many times the item will try to resolve this query. And protocol can be UDP and TCP. So yeah, I want to find out if I can resolve this domain name. A is a record type. So it returns 1, it means everything is fine. Okay. NetDNS record, again, it used to be for a long time in Zabbix, and it has the same signature, except from name, of course, and it actually returns you the data. So it will return you IP address. And here's a list of record types we can query in this DNS server. As you can see, there are many things we can query. So what changed? First of all, we wanted to improve reverse PTR lookups. So why it is useful? Reverse PTR lookups are used by businesses for different purposes, like anti-spam measures. For example, some business can receive a lot of emails, and they see that, for example, these hundreds of thousands of emails came from this particular IP address. Well, you don't know if it's spam or not. And easy way how you can check it up, if it's legitimate or not, is you can try to do a reverse lookup. So find out the domain name from the IP address. And if this domain name doesn't look right, it's not on your whitelist or something, then you can probably mark this email as a spam. So what we changed about this? So this is a regular record. You can see we're querying this domain name. We are asking its IP address. We get the IP address. And hopefully, you would think you could do the same for the PTR record type. You are sending IP address, and hopefully you wanted to get back the name of the domain name. However, it would get unsupported. And probably you can guess why. If you ever worked with PTR, you could guess why. So the issue is its IP address needs to be inverted. There is a technical reason why it needs to be inverted, and it was designed this way so that when you go from left to right, it gets more specific domain name, and you also need to add this special postfix because of this reversed mapping is located in this special domain. So before SAML.0, you had to manually revert it. Remember, like, this is our original IP address here, 107 is the first. We had to revert it manually and add this postfix. So for IPv6, it's much more tedious, yeah. So how other tools, other softwares deal with this? Well, there's a dig tool, and it provides, so it's basically a quick testing tool for the DNS from the terminal. It allows you to specify X option, and it will then revert this address for the user. So user doesn't have to do this manually. And we added this. So now we can specify a regular IP address. We will detect if you try to use the reversed form, then we will not reverse it, obviously. And if you try to use a regular IP address, then we will reverse it for you. So a small, nice quality of life feature. Okay, NetDNS perf. So remember how NetDNS item, it returns you 1 or 0 if it managed to resolve the query? Well, it doesn't tell you how long it took. So DNS could take really long time to respond. And again, it may impact your business, right? User tries to connect to your website, and it takes seconds to do, they can just go somewhere else. So it is important to track down responsiveness, how quickly it is being resolved. So that's why this nice person, Mr. Robert, sent us the price proposal. So what we would need to modify in our Zabbix code. We had to modify this slightly and add changes to the agent 2. But generally, this is a really nice example of like a regular user from the community submitting a patch to us. Really simple, really powerful. So we added it. Now we have this NetDNS perf item. And yeah, it's supported on agent 1 and agent 2. So how it works, it's very simple. We do the request, we get back the response, and we measure the time, how much time it took. So RTT is around trip time. So yeah, this part. And the thing about this, it will return 0 if it didn't manage to connect at all. An important difference is that if DNS server responded to us, even if it was an error, then we still measure the response time. Yeah, and we can plot this nice graph. So in theory, like, you could just track down what was the responsiveness over the days and weeks, and you could just, for example, find out that at midnight, at some days, it gets very unresponsive for some reason, and then you can investigate why is it happening. Okay. Yeah, there's a note for the Windows IP key here. If it's Windows, it's ignored, because Windows is using its own Windows resolver for this. And yeah, on Windows 0 could be returned if you misconfigured your Windows resolver. Okay, fantastic. NetDNS get item. This is where it gets interesting. So remember this NetDNS record? It could return you different things. You could ask it different things and return you different things. You try to resolve this domain name, you get back an IP address. And that's the record types it could resolve. Basically, we wanted to improve this and make it possible to request more information and process more information that we get back from DNS. So we added this NetDNS get item. Yeah, it's an extended version, and you can specify more record types, and you can specify flags, just like in a dig tool. And you get back a JSON. So there are more record types now. Many more reasons to wake up your system administrator at night. And yeah, some of the record types are deprecated and they're not used, and we require you to type them in capital case. Okay, what else? We allow you specifying flags, different flags, similar to how dig tool works, right? You can specify that you want recursion or you want to have an SID or something else. Yeah, one thing to mention is that we check your flags. So if you send contradicting flags to dig, it's fine, it will resolve it, it won't complain. Yeah, with DNSSEC it's the same, and we don't allow it. So if you send these flags, if you specify self-exclusive flags in the item key definition, then you will get unsupported item. Yeah, and some other combinations are also not allowed. And yeah, you get back a JSON. So here I asked for an SID and as a flag, and that's what I returned. So here's my query time. It's basically the same as a perf item. And we get back several response code. This is error code from Zabbix, and this is from the DNS server. So we can pre-process this answer using JSON path. This is quite a simple pre-processing, but in real life, you would have to add several more steps to this. Like you could add throttling, you could check if this entry is present or not, or do something about this if it's not present. By the way, we have really good course about pre-processing. So yeah, here we go. We get an SID. Query time, again, you can get this. And error code, this is Zabbix error code. For example, if we fail to parse JSON, it will be there as well. If it didn't, it shouldn't really normally happen, but if it ever occurs, you'll have this error. So, where it would be useful? For example, we want several things. We want 3 things: an SID, response code, query time. And we want to display this information in dashboards. And what do? We don't create 3 NetDNS get items. And why? Because of this item is designed to work as a master item. It returns many metrics, and there are many other get items in Zabbix, and they all are designed to work as master items. They all return JSON except for one, this one, web page get, for historical reasons. The rest of them return JSON. They contain many things. And yeah, you need to create dependent items to store these parts of the response. So how would it look like? Why we do this? Because of this query is expensive. It takes resources to request DNS server and get back the answer, the /answer. And dependent items, they just directly take this information from the master item. They don't do requests themselves. This is much more efficient. So we have 3 dependent items. This is our master item. It's doing very expensive query. We get back JSON. This JSON can be preprocessed and useful data retrieved from this JSON, like an set ID, and we can store this data in different dependent items. And for example, we can set the history to not preserve the history of this master item. So we save the disk space. So this is how it looks in the front end. This is a master item, dependent items. This is my key. And yeah, for query time, I would have this sort of preprocessing set up. It's a float here. And I get this nice dashboard widget. So here's my response time, just like NetDNS perf. It's also NetDNS perf, how long it took to resolve the query. RTT, this is my NSID, and this is a response code. So pretty simple. And yes, unfortunately, we had to support NetDNS GET only on agent 2. The reason is for agent 1, every DNS logic has to be separate, unique for different platform. For BSDs, they have their own logic. For Windows, they have their own code we need to write. So it's really hard to write a big, complicated feature that is supported on all platforms. In Golang, there's like one library for all platforms that we support, so it's much easier to write a complicated feature. Yeah, so basically, this is the reason. And yeah, I think in the future, we will have more .get items that return JSON. So this is pretty much it. Like, if you have comments about DNS, like, you could feel free to write feature requests. We may consider them. Feel free to create bug reports if something doesn't work. Like, thank you.
Thank you, Artjoms. We have a question.
Yep, we have one question.
Go ahead.
Do these checks always request the data from configured DNS servers? What about the system cache?
The system cache. This is a good question. Do they? I think it should go to the server, but I'm not sure.
What we can maybe do is Artjoms can do some research and then respond in text if we're not sure. That's what we.
Yeah, I think the thing is, like in the C code, we do the request and we do specify the flag specifically to not look in the cache. So we have when I was looking at the code, the C code, definitely we do the request to the operating system and we specify the flag that says don't look in the cache. So we should not be looking in the cache in this case. It should actually go externally to the server. So if it actually goes to the cache, if it checks the cache, then probably it's a bug. Like, there is no point of checking the cache. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Artjoms. Thank you for the questions.
Yep.
Thank you. Next up, we have something maybe more surface level. We won't be diving into like very in-depth technical details into codes or algorithms. Instead, we will look at Zabbix 7.0 performance tuning best practices. Many things have changed over time, many things have been added, and it's very useful for us to reiterate how your Zabbix instance can be fine-tuned for best possible performance. Let's welcome Karlis Salins, technical support engineer. Karlis, please tell us how to tune Zabbix.
Thank you. Thank you. So, hello everyone. Nice to meet you. My name is Karlis. I'm a technical support engineer, Zabbix trainer, and everything else. And so today we're going to talk about Zabbix 7.0 best practices. And it's going to be about new things that come in 7.0 and as well some old things that maybe you have forgotten about. So yeah, might be worth paying attention. And first things first, so there are a couple of things that we need to know, that we need to actually pay attention to and that we need to tune that come in 7.0. And first part is new processes. Zabbix 7.0 comes with lots of new processes, and indeed we should be able to do something with them and see how they perform. Then we have adjusted health monitoring. About it later on. We have lots of performance improvements, and that includes some things that were long awaited, and finally they are here. And last but not least, we also have proxy load balancing, which is a new feature of 7.0. It introduces proxy HA. And first things first, so we have the new processes, and the main ones are asynchronous processes, and these allow monitoring to happen asynchronously. And for that, we have 3 new processes that actually collect data, and also we have adjusted discoverer. First one, SNMP agent polar, that's for monitoring SNMP metrics from your devices, from SNMP devices, it's in the name. Then we have agent polar. This is specifically to do asynchronous agent checks. And we also have HTTP agent polar, and this allows to do HTTP checks using asynchronous data collection. And then we have discoverer. Previously, you probably remember how it worked. One value at a time. You have 1,000 hosts. It takes 30 minutes or more to do the discovery. Now it's a lot faster. And every single one of those processes can spawn up to 1,000 workers. So that means if I start one SNMP agent polar, I get 1,000 threads, and at that point I can do 1,000 checks at the same time, which is a very huge improvement if you take a look at how it happened before. However, there is one thing. In order for this to work, you need to actually make some configuration changes on your operating system, because by default, your operating system limits that Zabbix server, Zabbix proxy, it will not allow you to start enough threads. So what you need to do, it's actually quite simple. You need to increase file descriptor amount. How to do it? On the screen, couple of lines, what you need to do, comment it out. The ones in the red are the ones that you should know. First of all, what we do is we edit the service configuration file. It opens up, maybe we have set up something there. What we do is we add additional lines or add all the service part. So we add service, we add limit no file, and tasks max. The number here, I pulled it out of a hat. You can maybe calculate it, what's the best number, but typically this should be enough. At that point, you save the file. Then what you do, we reload daemons, and finally we restart our server or proxy. And at that point, our system CDL allows us to spawn enough workers, threads, in order for our new processes to work. This includes Zabbix server and proxy, so make sure you do it on both. Especially when you upgrade, by default what happens is you start up one SNMP agent polar, one agent polar, and one HTTP polar, and 5 discoverers. So you need to do this. About SNMP agent polar. So fantastic, one such polar works asynchronously, spawns 1,000 threads. Great, what now? Indeed, when you just upgrade, if you don't touch your templates, nothing actually happens, because the new SNMP agent polar, for it to work, it needs to use but it needs to use different OID syntax. And for that, we have walk items and get items. These things, they are not item keys. Sometimes people get it confused. These are not item keys. When you create SNMP items, you write them in the OID field. Previously, you wrote MIB entries, you wrote numbers, but currently you need to write walk or get. And only those items which have this OID field will indeed work with the new SNMP agent polar. What happens with the old ones? Still, regular pollers are used. Now, we have some templates which have upgraded in 7.0 to use the latest setup. However, what you need to do if you have a custom template, you need to take a look at your discovery rule. The discovery rule, it looks like SNMP agent item, and there you have discovery, then you open brackets, and you choose which specific values you're going to map to low-level discovery macros. What you do with this information, you create a new item on the host, on the template, add some random key, and then add the OID field, and you write walk, you write the things you want to map, and also the OIDs where the values live. So for example, what I do is not only I write the OID of my interface names, I also write incoming traffic OID, outgoing traffic OID, whatever else I want to do. Basically collect everything with one walk item. At that point, we go back to the discovery rule. We don't throw it out, we convert it, and we convert it to dependent discovery rule. And what we do is we make it, dependent one, and we make sure it depends on the master walk item. So now we no longer do the discovery the old way. We are going to take items and the data that we're going to map from the walk item. At that point, what we do is, we're going to set up pre-processing on the low-level discovery rule. So previously, it was just an SNMP item. Currently, it's a dependent item. And in order to extract data, we have new pre-processing step, walk to JSON. We extract whatever we want to map. In this case, we map SNMP value, I believe. Yeah, that's SNMP value, and we map it to some OID. We want to map something else, fantastic. And these things we're going to use for discovery. In this place, we don't map the actual values we collect. So again, back to the interface example, here we will map interface alias, interface name, whatever else, but the actual incoming, outgoing traffic, we don't map here. That's an important note. Then, what we do is we take a look at our previous template items. They are all SNMP agent. What we do with them is we convert them, again, to dependent items. Master item is the same one as we used for the discovery rule, and that's about it. Nothing else changes. So we just convert it to dependent item. Master item is the walk one. Good. Then, on the prototype, we have to set up pre-processing because it's dependent items. And what we do, we have new pre-processing step, walk value, and there we just extract whatever is necessary. In this case, probably it's some CPU metric. And that's more or less it. That's how you convert the templates. It's first time you do it, it's very hard. Karlis, please help me. No worries, I can do that, but it's not that hard. And last but not least, so the discovery rules, if they are dependent discovery rules, they will run every single time item receives new data. Do we really want that? Probably no, because we receive new data 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever, it's too frequent. And to avoid discovery rule execution to happen so frequently, we set up discard unchanged with heartbeat. It's a fantastic pre-processing step, and it's going to limit how frequently the rule gets executed. Unless, of course, the JSON skeleton, the values that we mapped, they actually change. But probably we don't often add interfaces to our devices, disks to our devices, so this basically means update interval for the discovery rule. Then, to the next thing, proxy memory buffer. So 7.0 comes with changes to the proxy, and one of them is memory buffer. And here we have 3 types, disk, memory, and hybrid. Disk is what we have seen before. All information collected gets stored in the database. That includes configuration data, that includes collected data, fantastic. We upgrade our proxies to 7.0. What happens? Proxies use a disk. Is it good? Yeah, it's fine, it worked like that before. Can we do something better? Yes, we can. We can use the hybrid mode. Hybrid mode allows us to utilize memory buffer and also the database. And what happens is that with a hybrid setup, we can store collected values inside the memory, and then we send them to the server, or server collects them from the memory. We don't store them in the database. And this makes everything a lot faster. If the memory buffer gets full, fantastic, we continue storing data in the database. Then, in the middle, we have memory buffer. This only utilizes memory buffer, and that's it. Karlis, do we need database for the proxy? Yes, we do, even if we use only memory mode, because proxy configuration details always will be stored in the database. So this is just for data collection. Then also proxies come with load balancing. Load balancing allows us to group up proxies. So now we can have how many proxies you want inside the same group, and they are going to monitor your own hosts. Why is this useful? Because if a proxy goes down, Zabbix server is going to balance out the remaining hosts between the proxies in the group, and then, yeah, basically it's proxy high availability. One new thing in terms of how to monitor proxy performance is using the latest Zabbix server health template, and it has the possibility to detect proxies which connect to this Zabbix server. And it will generate automatically data about the proxy, if it's alive, how many values it has, and all that good stuff. In order to make this work, you upgrade to 7.0. What you do is you go and you download the latest Zabbix server health template. That's something you need to do. Then, config updates. This is actually quite, at least in my opinion, very good change, because now almost all configuration updates are incremental. They are incremental for server, config reload, proxy, and agent config reloads. Why this is good? Because previously, server took 1 minute to upgrade configuration. Proxy took 1 hour, active agent took 2 minutes. So if you had an active agent behind a proxy, and if you are super unlucky, that meant you have 1 hour and 3 minutes until the agent actually started to push in data. Currently, this time has been lowered very much, and it's at most 25 seconds. And there is a difference between 1 hour and between 25 seconds. So this is a very good change. Then some more performance improvements. Front-end permission checks. Alexei already explained what they do in the first speech, so not much here to add. Basically, front-end permission checks now work quite well. Then we have immediate maintenance. So maintenance, previously, it took some time for it to be applied. Currently, it works almost immediately. It's like 10 seconds. Triggers get executed faster. Most of you probably won't notice it, but for large environments, that's something to note. Then, in my opinion, one of the best things that now we actually log SNMP version 3 duplicate engine IDs. And I work in support, and I've seen too many cases of this happening, and this is a fantastic thing. So now you know which devices are the ones which are failing due to duplicate engine IDs. We also have configuration file validation. Previously, Zabbix server didn't start, and apparently you have added some random string somewhere in the file, and then you need to go look for it. Currently, that's no longer the case. For server, proxy, agent, all configuration files get validated. And finally, we have individual item timeouts. Be careful with them. Don't set them too high. Otherwise, it's not that great. Besides that, now to the old stuff. So remember, we have lots of processes to tune. We have workers, caches, and managers. For workers, what you need to do is you need to pay attention to how much they are used. Because if you have too much workers used, that means, first of all, you don't have the capacity to obtain enough data in quick enough time. And secondly, it puts load on your environment. So what you can do, first, you can not monitor some things, so just throw out monitoring, but probably that's not what you want to do. Instead, you need to usually increase the amount of workers started. And the typical case for worker usage in normal environments, it's 40 to 60%. So I have usage of 40 to 60%, fantastic, I should be fine. Then, one of the most important worker in Zabbix is history syncer. And why it's most important? Because it does two fantastic things. It writes data in the database and it calculates triggers. One such history syncer can deal with up to 1,000 new values per second. Of course, this is the average Zabbix environment. If you have huge amounts of triggers, then probably not that many, but still, this is what you aim for. And this process is probably, I would say, one of the most impactful on the database. And then what can happen is that you see this fantastic problem appear that history syncer processes are more than 75% busy. So what to do? You need to fix it. Why this comes up? And what causes it? So first of all, if you see this, it means that data cannot be written in the database fast enough. Why is that so? Good question. Could be DB performance, could be failing disks, could be not enough hardware, or in very rare cases, it's, indeed you need to start up more history syncers. But typically, issues with history syncers, if it has worked well before, then it's something with the database. Then we have low-level discovery worker. So what these do, they perform discovery. And this also is one of the most impactful processes on the database. Why is that so? Because they create lots of connections, and they are quite heavy. Here, tuning-wise, I really recommend not going overboard with the startup of too many LLD workers, because you will see that your database will start to fail. Not fail, but it's going to get and indeed, most of them, what we also want to do is maintain them between 40 to 60%. Server and proxy, almost the same amount of caches, almost the same logic. First cache, probably the most important one, value cache. What this does, it stores values for easier accessibility. So for example, average CPU utilization over 15 minutes, we collect the value, 15-minute values get stored in the value cache. And this cache, it's almost limitless. 64 gigabytes, I haven't seen it being full for any environment, so I would say it's limitless, and this should never be full. What happens if it's full? What happens is that you have two problems appear, that everything is broken, and what it means that, your value cache will start to work in low memory mode, and that's actually quite a bad idea, because, like I said, what it does, it keeps values that we would like to access faster. And because we are not able to access them faster, it makes them quite slow to being accessed because they are pulled from the database rather from the memory. And as you know, or if you don't know, then accessing data from memory is a lot faster than doing it from the database. Then we have config cache. This one also is almost limitless and also should never be full. What happens if it's full? Zabbix server crashes. Fantastic. So make sure you have enough memory allocated for it. And it's in the name, it stores configuration. And if you see this message, only way how to get rid of it, either make your configuration smaller, that means delete some monitoring, probably you won't want to do that, so increase the cache size. That's about it to do this. Then we have two more caches, history and history index cache. These have limited size of 2 gigabytes, and these caches, on the contrary, they should never be full, and they should be as empty as possible. If you have data inside the history cache, that means you are not able to write data fast enough into the database. Why this happens? Many cases, but you might see something like this. And it means that, there is probably some issue why you cannot write data fast enough. Could be database related, could be because your server was down, you have 5 proxies, you turn on server, that's that. Other processes, caches, once more, 40 to 60% usage. And that's more or less how it is. Then we have managers. Managers should not be tuned. Managers are the ones that, tune on their own. And typically, you won't see manager usage getting high, because if manager usage gets high, that means there's probably some other issue, and in rare cases, it's just the managers to be at fault. Then we have queue. Q means values that have not come into Zabbix server, yet we wait for them. So it's not like in a shop, not like on lunch when we go stand in line. Doesn't work that way. It's values that we expect, but they have not yet arrived. Typically it's fixable, mostly related to misconfiguration. That's how it is. Then, how to actually monitor these things. What we do is we get the latest health templates, we use them, we get information from server health, proxy health, and so on. These templates, upgrade them, that's the most important thing. You upgrade Zabbix to newer version, major version, you get these 4 templates, at least for the server and proxy, the health ones. That's a must. Proxy monitoring, usually, you already know how to do it, but once more, I work in support, I receive lots of questions, how to monitor proxy. This is the way. We set up a proxy, create a host on the front end, make sure the host is monitored by itself, apply proxy health template. That's it. All the collected health metrics you see in the graphs, and these graphs show you how your process performs. Such graphs you can see on the default Zabbix dashboard. You can also create them for proxies for something else as well. Front end. Many cases front end is slow. Why? Good question. 7.0 came with the permission check improvement. That was one of the main cases actually. But still, there might be some issues. So how to know what they are, how to see, and how to understand how to fix them. What you do is you enable debug mode. On the debug mode, you see what caused the front end to load slowly. If it is web server issue, you're going to see high total time and less SQL time. If it's a database issue, total time is going to be high and SQL time also is going to be quite high. Then also, front end has some settings you want to touch. They are typically PHP configuration, and here you allocate how much time your PHP has to load something, you allocate enough memory, and some other things. Why this is needed? Because sometimes you work with huge templates, and the only way how to make sure something happens with them is to allocate enough properties here. Database tuning, talk with your DBA, or these settings are the ones that, at least in my opinion, make the most changes. For MySQL, it's these ones. And for Postgres, we have a fantastic site called pgtune, or we can run timescale script that will automatically tune it for you. Triggers. Actually, triggers can cause lots of issues because triggers, what they do is they generate events. And if you generate too many events at short time period, your events table gets quite loaded, and it's not very good idea to have it happen. How to see which are the triggers that are at fault, which fired the most, reports top 100 triggers. Go for the last 2 days, check whichever they are. If you see the same trigger firing at the thousands of times, probably it's not a good setup. And how to tune these triggers, first of all, we use proper functions. Second, we might adjust some time intervals where we don't want the trigger to fire. Last year, there was a topic about alert fatigue. Try to avoid it because it's too many alerts happening at the same time. Recovery expressions, no data functions, all that should also be taken into consideration. And last but not least, also template tuning should be considered because default templates, they are good. They're going to cover most of the stuff that you need. However, there is one potential issue that these templates, they require attention. Why attention? Because maybe you don't need lots of stuff that is there. Maybe you don't need to monitor it so frequently, or maybe some other thing. And most things have actually been moved to use the new SNMP version 3 monitoring, but some templates still use the old way, so you need to change them. And
about the proxy mode, can we define the amount of RAM that proxy may use, or it will just use everything?
No, so there is a limit we can set up. I think the default is 16 megabytes. If I'm not mistaken, it's proxy buffer something in the config file.
Thanks. And are there new templates that utilize the SNMP so you don't need to convert the old OID?
Some of them have been made to use the new way. Not sure percentage-wise how many, but yeah, some of them have been converted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Karlis. Okay, so if you have any other questions about Zabbix tuning, feel free to find Karlis or actually any other of our support engineers and talk to them about fine-tuning your Zabbix instance. Maybe you've encountered some issues that Karlis has mentioned here and you want to know how to solve them. We'll gladly help you out, guys. Zabbix booth is just right around the corner. That's what it's there for. We're about to have a coffee break, but before that, over here, once again, we have the QR code where you can send in your questions, just like people did for Karlis just now. Then our merch stand is still there. We have various interesting pieces of merch available, from shirts to bags, caps, bunch of other interesting things. I know you guys love funky Zabbix merch, and this year I think we've really tried and delivered various designs and various pieces of clothing and merch. Next up, you can also order the merch online. Here's the QR code. You're ordering it online, but you're picking it up right over here. Remember, we don't do postages. This is just for ease of use. Zabbix booth for discussion with our developers, support engineers, sales team, whatever you want to talk to us about, we are very much welcome, open to questions, open to discussion. Cloud booth. Actually, I realized with cloud, it's so simple to deploy it. It's very hard to maybe come up with like some in-depth questions, because if you try the trial, you'll see it takes a minute and you're good to go. But if there's something that isn't clear, maybe about pricing or scaling or maintenance or upgrades, the cloud team is eagerly awaiting your questions, and your questions will also help us improve our online FAQs and figure out what our cloud audience needs. Share your case study with us. As I mentioned before, these are very much welcome. No matter how large or small, we've seen various unique use cases for Zabbix usage. From Zabbix on International Space Station, to Zabbix for water health monitoring, to various other things. Even your usual infrastructure monitoring is of interest to us. So share it with us and get a reward. Strike a pose next to the Zabbix photo wall. We have it right around the corner. Pictures are very much welcome. Take them, share them with us. We'll gladly share them on our social networks. And if you wish to leave a comment or feedback, hashtag Zabbix Summit 2024 or mention us at Zabbix. Next up, during the next part of Zabbix Summit, we'll have 2 tracks in parallel. The business track will be held in Conference Hall Beta from 2:50 p.m. to 5:20 p.m. So that's in parallel to the main stage. You can scan this QR code to see the full agenda and also see what's included in the business track and the main track. So guys, let's take the break, and I'll see you in half an hour.
Ready to climb the ladder to Zabbix expertise? Our training path is tailored to give you practical skills and an official certification while you master Zabbix. Our Zabbix Certified User course gives you the basics, laying the foundation for monitoring proficiency and getting you up to speed on the most important Zabbix concepts. The Zabbix Certified Specialist course teaches more efficient deployment and management techniques that will allow you to elevate your skills and run Zabbix seamlessly. Zabbix Certified Professional training will advance your Zabbix utilization and configuration knowledge while providing a deep dive into advanced monitoring techniques. When you feel like you know Zabbix inside and out, the Zabbix Certified Expert course is there to help you optimize the full capabilities of your Zabbix infrastructure and reach the peak of monitoring expertise. Knowing how to use our product to its full potential is the key to getting the most value out of it. Zabbix Certified trainings are designed to help you learn Zabbix inside and out and equip you with the practical knowledge you need to increase your productivity and performance. You'll find a wide variety of courses, everything from one-day sessions that cover the basics to week-long sessions that guarantee you'll be able to tackle any Zabbix challenge on your own.
Zabbix Summit. Alexei, Vladishev.
Hello everyone, my name is Christina Lamberts, I am the head of training department, and today I will do the live stream interviews with you. And here today I have Frederic Landström from Metrisio, our premium partner in Sweden. Hello Frederic, could you tell us a bit more about Metrisio? What services do you provide as a premium Zabbix cert partner in Sweden?
Yes, so we are a partner in Sweden, and for the first time users of Zabbix, if you're new to Zabbix, we do starting up with a free demo for our customers where they can see the product and they can have a Q&A with us. And from there we can help them with the implementation, troubleshooting, we can do performance tuning and also training and support for our customers.
Okay, so it sounds like a full circle of everything that Zabbix provides. Basically, you can do that as well. And you yourself, as an IT professional, you have a huge experience, and you are also a Zabbix trainer yourself. Does it help you when you are providing services and vice versa?
Yes, it does. I would say when you're forced to teach and explain a topic to someone, that really sharpens your own knowledge. So that helps me a lot when I do my professional work. And also when the experience I get from my professional work, that's really good to use in my training as examples for my students, like this is how we use the product in the real life.
Great. This is like one of the main benefits, actually, we are saying about the training, that the people who are providing the training, the trainers that we have, has this huge hands-on experience that they can share. And this year, we had a huge Zabbix meeting in Sweden as well. Can we expect to have something like that next year?
Yes, and this year, actually, we're going to have in November. We have a meeting in Gothenburg and one meeting in Örebro in Sweden. And for next year, we're planning Stockholm and Malmö for next year.
That's great. So a lot of options to meet Metrisio in person. But other than meetings, can we expect to see Metrisio in other events this year or next year?
Yes, we have some Stockholm Tech Show in May next year, where we will be with Zabbix.
Okay, that's great. And last thing, what you are the most excited about this year's summit?
Yes, I usually say just by coming here, meeting the Zabbix team and the community, everyone is so friendly. And to meet everyone here and discuss ideas and new solutions, it's so much fun here. So I recommend everyone to come here. It's so much fun.
Thank you. Thank you, Frederic. This is really amazing to hear that you have this kind of energy and that people can come and enjoy the event, and not only the technical part, but also the part where they spend time with other members and they can enjoy the community and enjoy just each other's company. And next one that we are going to invite in for the interviews is Wolfgang Alper. You already saw him on the stage a little while ago as he received his award as a 10-year trainer. Please welcome Wolfgang Alper. I'm really happy to see you here. And 7.0 was launched in June. So yes. Which feature you were most excited about, and which feature you think is the most beneficial for you as a service provider and the community and the users of Zabbix?
Yeah. So, a good question. I mean, there were many cool features within Zabbix in 7.0, but I think the most wanted feature, and I speak for myself, for my colleagues, for our company, but also for others, is a Zabbix HA proxy feature, so that proxies can be set up in an HA setup. And this is because it increases the reliability, and the previous release, like the 6.0 LTS release, just implemented, not just implemented, but implemented HA for Zabbix Server, and I'm very glad that Zabbix decided to put the HA proxy feature in the LTS version, because the big customers or the corporate clients who rely on the long-term support feature, they will appreciate this. And if Zabbix would have done this in Zabbix 7.2, for example, then it would have been accessible for at least 12 months or so. So that's a feature.
That is one of the features me personally have heard that a lot of people are really enjoying, and Zabbix itself is proud about it. But today you gave us a speech about Zabbix being integrated with AI in terms of anomaly detection. How do you think yourself, which industries would benefit the most out of this solution?
Yeah, this was, first of all, we spent really a long time, like I said, like 4 years from the first idea to the implementation that we've seen now. And it's a feature that I think in general a system integrator can benefit a lot from, because it allows you to detect anomalies in systems even if you have not set up a Zabbix trigger before. And from personal experience, it's nearly impossible to create a network monitoring environment from the scratch which will cover any possibilities that might show up. So from my perspective, IT system integrators and large corporations will certainly benefit from that, but because Zabbix is quite flexible in a way that it can collect data from nearly any source, that is not limited to just computer systems. It could be anything like a web shop, sales processes, also whatever you can think about that could be used.
Okay, and you personally, if we are talking about the clients, do you feel that they are ready to implement AI features and tools and solutions, or they are a little bit waiting till it all gets sorted out?
Yeah. A very good question. So I think that AI is hyped actually. So ChatGPT made a lot of noise when it entered the ground, and it made AI somehow accessible. And people actually, from my perspective, relate to AI as some sort of large language models in the sense of ChatGPT. Can you help me? Whatever. So I think not all people will have a clear understanding about what AI really means for them and where can it be useful. Our implementation has nothing to do with large language models, so it doesn't help you to maybe configure something or have you do translation things. And what I can say from personal experience, because of course I talk to corporate management, is that people look especially for anomaly detection in monitoring systems a lot. So it's a lot of hype actually there, and there's also a need. And I think this one addresses the primary needs and is understandable by administrators. Let me just add one thing though, because it is quite important to see. We get often the question whether, for example, this AI anomaly detection would give you root cause analysis out of the box. And that is something that is not easy to implement, that needs to be trained with specific training data, and maybe that will be the second generation. But for the simple way of doing it right now, I think larger corporations are ready and looking for that.
I really love it to see that our partners of many years are doing something like that. That is also not only using the Zabbix as it is, but also doing some innovation around it. And last question from my side. Tell me a bit more about IntelliTrend, the premium partner in Germany. What services you provide, what your customers can expect from you.
Yeah, we are primarily an IT system integrator, so we are offering IT system integration services like administration, like consultancy, like implementing and maintaining IT infrastructure, for small and medium-sized companies within Germany. That is one thing, and that is a core business of IntelliTrend, and we're doing this for years, and I think we're doing quite well. And the other part, however, is to be specialized in network monitoring, which is a complete different area within IntelliTrend. So it's a different team, different staff, different skill levels, and that is some entire completely different business. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the interview today, Wolfgang, and I will see you around.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, and the next person I would like to interview is Vladimir Elsters. He is the head of development here at Zabbix, and with him I will ask some questions that maybe a lot of our users and the community members are interested in, how it's actually all built and how it works behind the hood. So, Vladimir, first things first, are you enjoying Summit so far? Because you joined the Zabbix team last year, so this is your second Summit, and how are you enjoying it?
Yeah, that's a great event, and I would like to say probably a couple of points that make me happy, of course, and all of our team. So first of all, it's a great opportunity to share what we have achieved so far within the new product and the features for the existing products, and we can of course feel also the feedback from the users. And for us, it's an honor, and at some point we get empowered over here. Yeah? So it's of course great for all our colleagues to be here and feel that nice atmosphere. The second thing, we are a big international company. We have colleagues all around the world. Yeah? So it's not a daily life when we meet with everyone face to face. Yeah? So that's also a great chance for us to meet with our colleagues from the other countries and have a chat here in this nice atmosphere.
And as I mentioned, you joined Zabbix company a year ago. So for you personally, how has this year been?
Well, I'm enjoying this, and of course, I took a right decision that time. Yeah, and as I'm always saying, it's not just another job. It's a lifestyle that we choose here in the Zabbix. Yeah, it's a perfect atmosphere. It's a plenty of opportunities. It's a plenty of opportunities for to develop yourself, and it's a company with a great internal climate. And of course, you want to go together with them and farther and farther as possible. Yeah.
So that's the energy I really love around the office. And you, as a person who is basically in charge of the development process, what has been the biggest change maybe over the last year?
Yeah. So of course Zabbix is growing and growing rapidly, and we should also keep up with the development department. We need to make sure that we are still capable to deliver the amount of features we want, because every year we put more and more functionality into the product, and now this year we also have a second line of the product. So of course we set a goals to ourselves. Yeah. Of course it's not possible to do without a good leadership team. So probably one of the important changes this year, we actually established a good leadership team within the development department, and we set ourselves goals as well. So we set ourselves a goal to become bigger, to grow, but at the same time we don't want to lose our flexibility and predictability. So a couple of things are also happening on the background, which are not usually visible to end customers, but we are improving our internal processes on how we actually wrote all the stories from the idea till the development and till the production. Yeah. So of course some evolutions. I wouldn't say it's change. Change is usually something that you drop out and put something new. So we are doing the evolving of the processes internally.
That's an awesome way how to put the change that I have been luckily enough to experience in person as well. And the last question for you, as head of development, you are in charge of front end, the back end, and also the integrations. And Zabbix comes strong with a lot of out-of-the-box integrations already within it. But how do you choose which integration will come next?
All right. Of course, yeah. When we are talking about the monitoring system, it's of course very important to take in account the monitoring targets. Yeah, maybe we can call it this way. Yeah. So the systems, the hardware, the software, any other type of solutions that we are going to monitor. Yeah. Of course, it's important to make sure that out of the box we are ready to monitor the top tier products and top tier vendors. Yeah. So we actually do surveys. We survey our users. We survey our partners as well. And of course, we are doing a reconnaissance within the internet, of course, to see what's new is coming. Our people are participating in the tech events to make sure we understand what is coming next and what is trending. And based on that, we build a roadmap. For the integrations. Of course, it's not something that's set in stone, because we need to review it quite often. There might be a rising stars, there might be a trends change. So this is the continuous process that our integration team is handling internally.
Thank you, Vladimir, for this interview. It was nice to see and get a little bit of insight for our viewers and our community as well as how it's all built. So thank you and enjoy the rest of the day. The next person is also another colleague of mine and also someone whose answers to the questions might be very interesting to our community. And this is lead product owner here in Zabbix, Aleksandrs Kaļimuļins. Hello. I hope you are enjoying the event so far. And you will have attended a lot of Zabbix events over the years because you have been with us for quite some time already. So how these meeting users in person help you on your day-to-day tasks?
Well, I will not probably be very original. It helps a lot because between summits we of course listen to users' feedback, we are monitoring our support tracker, we see forums, etc. And we get a lot of information this way, but during the year it is all just letters. But here in Zabbix Summit we get a lot of different context. We can understand what excites most our users, what we should work on more. So it's a lot of new information that cannot be gotten from just text or tickets, but from the live communications, much more things became clear. And another thing that we are working on features, we are addressing some issues, but this way we also get, I'd say some assurance that we are moving in right direction. So this is another thing that we are happy when we visit summits.
Okay, great. So, and there's no secret that currently we are working really hard on 7.0, which will be the next major release of Zabbix. And 7.0, sorry. Yeah, you are right. 7.2. So what feature for you personally you think is the best or the most anticipated one?
From 7, actually, there is a lot of features in 7.0 which are currently just being explored by our users. So in 7.0 we had a lot of really exciting features. So 7.2 will be, I would say, iteration over what we did in 7.0. But if I have to be specific about 7.2, it could be on the UI front. This could be WYSIWYG dashboard editing. It could be new widgets, and on the monitoring stuff on backend, it could be GPU monitoring, which is new feature for us, and I think that many expect this a lot.
Okay, and if we are not talking about 7.2, but the general roadmap, what are the things that are long awaited by the community, and you could let us sneak in on what we can expect in the future?
In the future, there is a lot of stuff planned, and in the future, we are currently working on event correlation, we are currently working on APM, and we are also looking into increasing UX of Zabbix frontend drastically, because now our frontend is pretty good, and nobody complaining, especially seasoned Zabbix users. But when it comes to new users, some things could be improved, and what we are going to do is to make things like template application, host addition much more easier. So the idea is that users don't have to maybe study some documents, don't need to learn new concepts. They will just open the UI and will get everything done just by their intuition.
That sounds like a really great plan. Thank you, Aleksandrs, for this interview. Thank you all for watching these interviews. The summit, this is the day one, and it's in a full swing. We have another set of amazing speeches ahead of us, and then another set of interviews. So still stay with us, and we will see you very soon. Thank you.
And welcome to the Zabbix Summit.
Hi, I'm Mariana Portela. I'm an IT specialist from Global, and we started to use Zabbix there monitoring infrastructure. Now we are expanding the monitoring across the company with some media systems and also cloud environments. And I guess Zabbix is a really flexible tool, so we want to take advantage of this and monitoring a lot of stuff, everything you can do.
Yes, well, one of the big advantages, because, well, in the market there are all the solutions, etc., is that Zabbix presents a full package, batteries included, that covers most of the topics that they are required in a monitoring solution. Compared to others, in this case, we have something that we can install and make it work with very little effort in small situations, small, medium-sized situations, but as well is able to scale to a large situation. In our case, precisely, Alenta is specialized in this type of huge installations where we're not talking just about hundreds or thousands, but even hundreds of thousands of hosts. And that we can achieve with Zabbix. So the full spectrum is very wide, and there are no such solutions out there compared to.
Hey guys, I just want to remind everyone that we currently will have 2 tracks. We will have our main stage covering technical topics such as advanced log monitoring, anomaly detection, automated network map topology, and Zabbix utils. And then we'll have a business track focused more on case studies. For example, Zabbix for MSPs, monitoring public transportation fleet, which is quite a great case study. I've seen it, extremely interesting. We'll also talk about the evolution of IT monitoring landscape, which will sort of collate the results of some of the research that we've done regarding the monitoring trends and how it's used, core benefits, and impact of monitoring. So in a moment, you will see the floor plan, and you will see that, you will see that the business track is available in the conference hall beta. So this is the main stage, and essentially you go right across the whole floor, and then you'll see the conference hall beta where the business track will take place. So if you're interested in case studies, that's what the business track is for. If you're interested in more technical speeches, for example, we'll be talking about log monitoring in a moment, that's what will be going on over here. And of course, you can mix and match. You can take a look at the official agenda on our website and see maybe you're interested in one speech in this here main hall, and then you can switch over to the business track or vice versa. Thank you. That's all I wanted to relay. We will start in a couple of minutes with log monitoring over here in the main track. All right, guys, let's continue with our main track. Next up, we will be talking about advanced log monitoring, how Zabbix features can be used to get a lot more out of log monitoring. It maybe is available natively for some edge sort of cases. Let's welcome on the stage IT solution expert at AB SEB Bank Lithuania, Giedrius Stasiulionis. Welcome.
So, hello everyone. I'm glad to be here second year in a row. And last year I presented about logs in combination with low-level discovery, but I felt, and I still feel, that there was something left untold from the same area of log monitoring. So this is why I'm here today, and I will now present my topic. So logs. Logs are, of course, one of the richest data sources for monitoring, and you have a lot of logs around in your environment, I have no doubts. And what you typically do with the logs, you want to monitor them. So Zabbix comes in to help a lot. So it provides you abilities to analyze logs, to count number of matching entities in the logs, and so on. It does it with log and log count items. And I also mentioned here that you can also use custom items as well. But I want to make a strong point here that, in my opinion, you should only use anything custom when log and log count cannot cover that. So first option is always log and log count. And if that cannot cover your needs, then you should think about anything custom. That is exactly what happened to me. And I will provide several examples. What are those custom monitoring scenarios when you need to apply something different than log and log count. So first of all, bumping into limit of 600K lines per minute. This is a hard limit for log and log count because max lines per second, I think that is how the setting named. It has a hard limit of 1,000, which turns into 600,000 lines per minute, and you cannot analyze more. What if you need to do that? Well, then use something custom. What if you want to collect data only for the sake of calculated item which resides on top and calculates something per minute? I will provide a more detailed example, but this is a short summary of that. Multi-line monitoring. Zabbix agent, log and log count items, they operate in single line level. So it doesn't it doesn't have this ability to join several different lines and provide some result out of that. So definitely a custom approach needed. And there are some cases when you would like to run your log analyzing item as a passive item. More details later on this. So first of all, how do we achieve it? How do we achieve custom log monitoring? So in the first place, I would say that we need an implementation which would mimic the agent in regards of log reading. What I mean by that is that we just simply have to be able to read a log file exactly in the same or similar way as Zabbix agent does. So I like a lot the Pareto principle, or otherwise known as 20-80 rule or 80-20 rule, which means that with 20% of effort we can cover 80% of our needs. And this is exactly what I want to also emphasize, because otherwise if you would make something complex or overcomplicated, you would then better go and, I don't know, edit the agent code and make some modifications there if you are not happy with some limits, instead of doing something as I currently will present. So I'm doing something kind of simple, so not to overcomplicate things. Key concepts which I implemented in this idea are those. So I'm kind of mimicking the agent in a sense by implementing those 4 ideas. So first of all, we need to read the log file the same way as agent would. So what agent does, it during each run, it reads a portion of data which was created during 2 runs. This is exactly what we also want to implement. Make it fast. We have to operate in bytes. Reading or counting in lines is not efficient performance-wise, so we need to make it read log files in bytes. We should not forget log rotation, and we should also implement one small feature which would talk about what to do when agent was stopped. More details to follow. So first of all, reading log file portion by portion. We have to operate in 2 numbers constantly during each run. So one is how much data did we have before, and next one is how much data do we have now. So we kind of operate with 2 numbers, but we have to store or remember only 1 number, and that is how much data do we have now. So second number always changes first one, and it never ends. So imagine I run this log analysis each 5 seconds, and you can note with the timestamps. So this is how it looks like. I will read the yellow portion. During next run, I will read the green portion, and it never ends. I constantly read just the relevant, fresh, so to say, data. How it happens? So just exactly as I mentioned, we check how much data do we have currently, and then we check how much data did we have during last run, and we override the current size with the previous data, and we slice the portion of data that we want. Now, reading logs in lines is of course more understandable for human eye. We tend to use WC minus L, we use tail minus given number of lines. That is same as counting in base 10, well, in decimal system, because we have 10 fingers, so it's, well, just easier for humans to understand how to count in base 10. Same is with lines. So we don't say that we received, for example, 10,000 new bytes during last minute. We say that we received, I don't know, 100 or 1,000 new lines per minute. So that is just simply more understandable. But for performance, we would have a huge problems, and to operate with this approach in lines would be a suicide, because if we would count something like 26 million lines, we would be counting them just for too long. So we must operate in bytes here. Next thing, don't forget log rotation. because, well, this number of current log size, it constantly grows up to the moment when we rotate the log. So if we don't pay attention to log rotation, this would simply fail, this approach would fail. So if log became smaller than it was, it means only one thing, it was rotated, we need to start from the beginning. So last concept, last idea here is about the stop period. So if you stop agent for a while and then you restart it, log actually doesn't care about your agent being stopped or started. It just lives its own life and is being constantly appended with data. So you have to choose what you want to do. Would you like, once agent is restarted again, would you like to skip the data for the stop period, or would you like to read it? I would say for log count type of items, I would choose to skip it, because, well, I would rather tend to have a gap instead of the spike. But if you have a log type of item where you want to catch everything, so most likely you would like to still read it. So this is also taken into consideration. So putting those 4 ideas into one script, we have a working thing here. And if we would remove empty lines and comments, we would end up in 16 lines of code, which exactly falls under this Pareto principle, which I like, yeah? So it's kind of a simple thing, which does the log reading. Now, what this thing does as it is, here, it would simply read this log portion by portion and echo it. So it would provide you the full contents of log in portions. And this is kind of a backbone for our future examples, because, well, we have a frame, we have a method to read the log file. And now let's see some examples how it works. So first one, the limit of 600K. I mentioned why it happens, and well, log and log count unfortunately has this limit. So if you have more, you will see the flat line here. You will see maximum value 600K, simply because we have such a hard limit. What if you want to see real situation, what is happening here? Well, after slicing the data in that script, you simply count the amount of lines which you have. Configuration very simple. Yeah, the parameters provided for the script log file itself. Then should you want to skip or read the file if you stop the agent, and for how long do you consider the stop period? So for quickly checking the performance, so we are able to count a million lines in less than a second with this approach. So I would say good enough. If you really want to know and avoid the flat line, so that's a way to go. And then the red line will present you real numbers. Next example. So imagine that in your logs you have lines which will tell you something about whatever request processing duration. You want to collect those durations and monitor them. Similar as we have here. So this example is without any custom stuff. I personally like this way of displaying things a lot. It's basically dots present each individual duration, and then you have calculated item on top, which will present you average per minute. So it looks nice, everything is good, up to the moment when you have, okay, 100,000 or 5,000 or 10,000 of those dots, what to do. So naturally, you wouldn't like to draw them each individual here. And other thing is that you wouldn't even like to collect 10,000 item values, most likely just for the sake of having this one average duration value. So it's not a good idea. So you have to put some limit, and if you get a lot of the matching lines, you would most likely need something custom. So again, this same script can be modified to solve this task. And yeah, we have a loop here into which we feed the needed lines, and we extract duration, and we calculate it immediately. So instead of collecting each and every individual item just for the sake of calculating something on top, we now are able to calculate average durations with the volumes of, and this is, by the way, a real life example. So we have volumes of 20K lines per minute. So yeah. Next one, multi-line analysis. As mentioned, Zabbix agent with a log and log count, it operates in single line level. Well, more with log, because log count, it counts obviously, but log item, it operates in a single line level. What if you have a need to analyze it differently? So if you have two related lines which you want to somehow match and do something about it. So quick example, I have a demo log which will show us some requests and responses. let's say it's a payment, and both of those lines will have a matching payment ID. So what if you would like to know that this response was never written into log, so it is missing, so it's lost, it's gone. So you need to somehow understand it, that for specific payment, you lost a response. So, yep, just a minute. So for the script, I modified it so that it would accept the following parameters. It will accept the request, response pattern, then this unique identifier, and then the timeout. How long do we give for this thing to receive the response at all? Because we naturally understand that this response might arrive in some reasonable amount of time. So Zabbix GUI configuration is again the same as explained in variable names. And well, this will work in a sense that we have to also remember something. So we have to remember for a given amount of time that we had some requests, and once we receive a response, we can forget about the fact. So we want to keep for a while only the fact that we have some requests without responses. For that, we create a temporary directory, and in that directory, we will store the very simple things. So first of all, we have a loop which doesn't ask any questions. It's just processing requests and storing this unique payment ID into this temporary directory. Next loop, it does the opposite thing. It goes through response patterns, and then it immediately deletes the found payment. Again, no questions being asked, it just deletes. Third loop, however, it asks questions. So the question it asks is, did we already exceed the given timeout for anything residing in this temporary directory? And here is an example. So we have a bunch of payments which are visible in green. So those receive both request and response. But some of those, like red ones, they only have a request. So what we will see for 60 seconds, because we configure it so, we will see those two guys living here in this temporary directory until the third loop will state that they exceeded the 1 minute already, and they never received a response. So this is exactly what we will have in Zabbix. We will have the fact that payment ID this, payment ID that, they never received the response. Of course, we will construct a trigger on top. Nice Zabbix feature for egg sub in event name. So we can extract exact payment which has no response, and the final result is this. Yeah? So we can have some output based on multiple lines which have something in common. The last use case I want to present is running log items as passive items. Now, this log file is the very same log file which I presented in initial example. It receives a lot of data. So it receives more than 500,000 lines per minute. What you typically want to do with such a huge log file, you want to rotate it frequently because, you don't want to store it even for 1 day. So what we do, we rotate it each 2 hours. And what is visible here, you can see the drops. So those green drops, what are those drops? They are very easily explained if you understand log rotation. So it happens each 2 hours. And Zabbix agent log item, it runs as active item. So it means that you cannot really control or predict at what exact point of time will it run. So what can happen after log rotate, it can run after a few seconds the log was rotated. So it will not have a full portion of data to be read. And that's why you see the drops. So maybe for myself it wouldn't be a problem, but manager or someone else might ask you questions like, what are those drops? So if it's some user activity, like why do we have it at all here? And good luck explaining to a manager about log rotate. So better not have it, better have a smooth line, which is a red line. And how to solve it is basically you simply run log item with a custom interval just before the end of the minute, which means also before the log rotate happens. I have to admit that in 7.0 it's solved, because in 7.0 you can already run active items, so including log and log count, with custom intervals. So this is, just for the sake of use case demonstration or for installations older than 7.0. The final example, when you would like to also run the log item as a passive one is the active-passive type of cluster environment. So if you have two nodes, which one of them is always active and one of them is passive at the same point of time, and for example, you have some log-based monitoring on top, which would rely on logs being there, logs being active. So something is happening in log, you have some no data triggers, or you have some log count-based triggers. So if it's 0, it's wrong. And what if you apply this same monitoring template to both nodes? One will always have some false positives or even unsupported items if, for example, you have a shared file system and it's always on the active side. So the log file is not even found on the passive node. So what you would do, you would go manually disable all the items, all the triggers, or unlink the template or whatever else you would do, but you would do it manually. And you cannot really control it in a good way. So what this solves is exactly that if you have some virtual entity which would point into the active node, you could then apply a passive type of monitoring for log files. And that's how you would constantly analyze everything only on active node. Without need to switch anything, you apply one template, one set of items, one set of triggers on top of that virtual entity, and that's how you would always be on the active side. So before preparing for this, I also noticed that 7.2 roadmap contains a section about log monitoring, that it will be improved in some ways. So I would like to know more about it, if anyone from Zabbix could comment. And yeah, maybe let's talk about it in evening. Otherwise, that's it from me. So this backbone script I provide in my GitHub. You can download it, use it, customize it, put your custom logic on top. Remember, we are able to read the log file, and then we are able to put any crazy ideas on top. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We have one question. Wouldn't reading log in bytes potentially cut first and last line?
No, it doesn't. If you check the script, I get the idea, but if you check the script, you will see, or if you test it, you will see that it scans correctly, and it does it in portions, in unique portions constantly. It's actually it's a bit too many details. I can maybe answer this person in private later. But if you notice carefully in the script, not only do I use tail, but I also use tail in combination with head after the pipe. And that's exactly for the huge log files, which might append some small portion of data even after you count how many bytes you have. So it's a bit too many details to tell now to answer this question. But yeah, it reads correctly. It has no problems. The only problem it has, but Zabbix agent also has it, is log rotation related problems. So if you run the script with log or log count and you analyze something and you then rotate and then read the file again, so you will lose the portion before rotation. So that's what you cannot avoid, both with Zabbix agent and with the custom approach. I mean, you don't constantly open this file and don't read it like in real time. You just open it, read it, close it, open it, read it, close it. So you cannot avoid this very problem. But otherwise, this reading in bytes doesn't cause the mentioned problem in the question.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Giedrius. So I guess, guys, if you're looking for a log monitoring guru, there he is. Feel free to approach him during coffee breaks or in the evening parties. Like Giedrius said, second year in a row, he's talking about log monitoring, so he has quite a lot of experience under his belt. We will move on from log monitoring to some, let's call it R&D. We will talk about anomaly detection in Zabbix, the present and the future. We've done some research, and we want to present it to you. Let's welcome on our stage Aleksandrs Kaļimuļins, lead product owner at Zabbix. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Alex.
I'm a member of product team, and today we will talk about anomaly detection again. We had brilliant talk from Wolfgang, who did a great job, did a great research on anomaly detection, and his idea to feed multiple streams of data to neural networks is really impressive. But this approach requires some knowledge of your data. So if you know your data, if you know how your item values correlate one with another, if you know how to train, if you know pieces of your data without any anomalies in advance, so you can train them, this will work really well. But we, from core product feature standpoint, also must think about more generic ways to do anomaly detection. So let's start with a quick story. So a while ago, management came to our team with a request. So we need to get some AI features, and well, we asked what features, whatever will work, something useful and very AI. So I naturally did what anyone would do. I went to ChatGPT and asked this question. And here is the first idea that ChatGPT came with. Anomaly detection, it's a perfect use case for AI. Now, ChatGPT didn't place anomaly detection at the top for no reason. It's basically wisdom of the internet wrapped up in model. So we can be pretty sure it's one of the most talked about topics in monitoring. And a lot of people think that this new shiny tool will solve all their problems, and we will try to find if this is the case. So what is anomaly? We all have intuitive understanding of what is anomaly in everyday life, but our everyday understanding doesn't always match some technical realities. So to make sure we're on the same page, let's start with a clear definition. So Merriam-Webster defines anomaly as something different, abnormal, or not easily classified. But since we are dealing with time series data, we need to be more specific about what anomaly means in our domain. So we define an anomaly in a time series as a rare or unexpected point or sequence occurring over specified time interval, considered unusual or undesirable. This definition is simple, but it also helps us to understand what isn't considered an anomaly. For example, traffic to an online shop, which will spike before Christmas, is expected. So even though you see some spike, it's not an anomaly. Similarly, if you have some faulty temperature sensor, for example, that constantly gives you, and usually low values, that's not an anomaly either, because these values aren't rare. So there is no shortage of definitions and classifications of various anomaly types, but well, some divide anomalies into 2 types, some to 3, some even up to 8. But to keep things simple, let's focus on 2 main types. This is a point-based anomaly and subsequence-based anomalies. Point-based anomalies are simple and well, obvious in many cases, especially when there is no seasonality involved. These types of anomalies are typically short in duration, making them very easy to spot. And detecting point-based anomalies is often straightforward with some statistical methods. For instance, using Zabbix function like std-def-semp, this function can help identify data points that deviate significantly from the mean. Now, if you look at this distribution histogram on the right, it shows outliers, which are typically far from average values, and usually everything which is 3 standard deviations far from the mean is anomaly for sure, for point-based anomalies. Subsequence-based anomalies. Subsequence is a continuous portion of time series. We can think about it as a small window of our overall time series. Subsequence-based anomalies occur when a specific part of time series doesn't follow usual pattern. It is not about just one data point in this case, but rather about entire subsequence acting differently, like in this example. In this graph, orange section shows this kind anomaly. The whole subsequence behaves strangely, and for these kinds of anomalies, we are not looking for one or more single outliers like spikes or drops, but instead trying to spot strange patterns over time. So, what are the characteristics? Subsequent-based anomalies typically longer duration. Such anomalies last longer since they affect multiple data points. They are harder to spot visually. Since they cover longer periods and tend to blend in with surrounding data, so they are trickier to notice at glance. They require more complex detection, and here you just cannot typically rely on simple formulas or standard statistical methods. And this distribution histogram shows the difference between point-based anomalies and subsequence-based anomalies. In this case, anomaly data blends into mean values, so it's pretty difficult to distinguish normal values from such subsequence-based values, which we consider anomalous. So, how about Zabbix? Zabbix has some trigger functions which are relatively good at detecting spot anomalies. These are standard deviation, MAD, it is a variance function, and it is baseline functions. Then there is a trend STL, which has been already covered a little in Wolfgang's talk. TrendSTL is more advanced and it can handle seasonality, making our most powerful anomaly detection function. But let's see what is its features. It implements STL, well-known STL anomaly detection algorithm. It breaks down data into 3 components: trend, seasonality, and residuals. And by analyzing residuals, we can find which points are outliers. But we need to keep in mind that STL works best on data which has some seasonality pattern. If your data doesn't have seasonality, you may not get good results with this function. It has its shortcomings. First, it requires up to 7 parameters to set up. Sometimes it even may feel like you need some special education to configure this function. Second, as I mentioned, since it works with a season, you need to be careful to choose its seasonality. If you haven't chosen seasonality properly, it will not work as expected. Another limitation is that even though it supports seasonality, it doesn't support multiple seasons. So, for example, if you have both daily and weekly patterns, you may end up with residuals that should be actually attributed to some season component. And finally, subsequence-based anomalies cannot be detected well by TrendSTL. So it's pretty obvious that Zabbix could really benefit from more anomaly detection tools. But the question is, what exactly do we need and what are our priorities? Naturally, there is no one-size-fits-all solution, and every method has its trade-offs. So let's set some key requirements. First, probably, is the performance and efficiency. We need low CPU and memory usage because we will probably be processing this anomaly detection not for one item, but for many items at once in bulk. So, and for the very same reason, we need real-time or near real-time results to use these methods and triggers. Ease of use. Of course, so the less knobs and switches is better. TrendSTL is sort of difficult to understand what every parameter is about. Then we need to easy understand, and it should be easy to interpret results which are coming from such anomaly detection methods. So we can trust these results and we can explain these results to others. The next one is subsequent-based anomalies. As we found earlier, subsequent-based anomalies are pretty tricky to detect, but we would like to catch them as well. And multiple seasonalities, yeah, it would be also good because TrendSTL doesn't work with multiple seasonalities. Now, let's look at the methods available. There is definitely no shortage of anomaly detection methods, and some simple, others more complex. What you see here is just some of them. Next, let's see if any of the methods can meet our requirements, but first let's quickly look at how we classify them. So, it has been already mentioned today that time series can be multivariate and univariate. And there are two algorithm classes that works with this data. There are multivariate algorithms and univariate, and from Zabbix core features standpoint, we need to focus on univariate time series to provide better basic anomaly detection tool. So it's important to master straightforward scenarios before multing to multivariate series. So in this talk we focus only on univariate ones. Training types. Anomaly detection methods also differ by training types, and there are supervised training, which requires manual data labeling. There is semi-supervised training, which doesn't require some labeled data, but it still requires some clean data stream without anomalies to be successful at further anomaly detections. And finally, there is unsupervised method which requires no training. It's probably fair to say that for real-time monitoring, supervised and semi-supervised approaches are very difficult to implement in practice. Even so, maybe it is possible for some scenarios. Now, there is a wide range of research being done on anomaly detection methods, from deep learning techniques to more traditional approaches. A lot of them. So, just last week I did a quick search, and just last week I counted 39 new articles on this very topic. This highlights just how diverse this field is and how many different strategies available to deal with the problem. Let's look at different types of detection methods we can use. So there are statistical methods. Simplest one, it is Z-score, when you just calculate standard deviation. There is a moving average. There is ARIMA. Then there are machine learning and data analysis methods. STL is a machine learning method. There are some FFT-based anomaly detection methods, a lot of them again. And then there is deep learning methods, such as LSTM autoencoders and all others. So, given all the hype train, let's see if deep learning methods can solve all our problems. So, just to cover all the bases, there are deep learning methods typically used in anomaly detection. These are autoencoders, already mentioned in two presentations today. Recurrent neural networks, GINs, CNNs, and even LLMs, which was surprising to me, to say the least. So to find out which methods are the best, we need to talk. We need to take all these popular deep learning algorithms and test them on various data sets that demonstrate all kinds of anomalies, but this is a huge undertaking and it probably worth a couple of PhD theses. So fortunately, we came across some research papers asking the very same questions. And findings are quite interesting. These findings shed some light on whether deep learning is a silver bullet for anomaly detection or not. So let's see what research says. One study with a bold title, Current Time Series Anomaly Detection Benchmarks Are Flawed, states that most anomaly detection algorithms, especially ones based on deep learning, have 10 or more parameters. The same article also points out that we are not aware of single papers that presents forceful and reproducible evidence that deep learning performs much simpler methods. The same research illustrates this point with an example. In the top graph, we see the original data with Telemanum algorithm. This shows in lines in red, in blue, show anomaly scores. And on the top graph, both are performing reasonably well on this data set. But in the bottom graph, after adding some noise to the data, things change. We see that this Telemanum algorithm, which I think probably based on LSTM, struggles, but Discord algorithm, which we will learn about later on, still handles this data pretty well. There is a great study called Anomaly Detection in Time Series Comprehensive Evaluation by German scientists, and they evaluated more than 150 anomaly detection algorithms and made some very interesting findings. We found that deep learning approaches are not yet competitive despite the higher processing effort on training data. And another study by another German university shows that classical machine learning methods often outperform deep learning methods. And another research shares the similar opinion. Those deploying methods, even though potentially useful, do not bring much additional value for the task of anomaly detection, and their complexity not justified. Even more worrisome that they managed to create, up to now, an illusion of progress. So, yeah. We have some opinions on deep learning. We have some researches. We have some pretty comprehensive test data, and we find that not everything matches these requirements. So performance and efficiency, these models are resource intensive, and this is probably one everybody agrees with. Ease of use, they often require tuning a large number of parameters, not to mention most of them are supervised or semi-supervised. Easy to understand and interpret results, not really. Deep learning can be a bit of black box, making it pretty hard to explain these results. That said, no research argued that these models couldn't work for subsequent based anomalies or anomalies with multiple seasonalities. So while deep learning shouldn't be discounted, it doesn't seem like an all-rounder for Zabbix. So the next question is, what is the best approach for Zabbix? The research already mentioned at Anomaly Detection and Time Series, a comprehensive evaluation lists top anomaly detection algorithms in many of them are distance-based, marked by the green dots in the picture. Distance-based algorithms detect anomalies by measuring distance between subsequences, assuming that normal subsequences cluster together while anomalies stand out by being more distant. These algorithms are great at detecting especially subsequent-based anomalies. But when it comes to simplicity, performance, and number of parameters to tune, there is one class of algorithms which stands out about the rest, and this is matrix profile. Even though it's a new concept, the general idea stems from distance matrices known for decades. But distance matrices have been very hard to use for any serious data analysis because of big computing power and very unfriendly memory requirements. So in 2016, researchers from University of California came with this brilliant idea to condense the matrix into vector and provided an algorithm to do it much faster. And they also provided a framework to interpret the data. So matrix profile is not an algorithm. There are many algorithms behind this method, and there are variations, but they all do the very same things and calculate so-called matrix profile vector. It works by calculating nearest neighbors to detect problems. It works with subsequences of constant length and helps to identify motifs which are similar subsequences. It is their terminology, and discords, which are anomalies. It is fast on long subsequences, and it has predictable time complexity, meaning that you can trust it to scale well with large time series. Matrix profile has several strengths that make it stand out. First is applicable for both subsequence and point-based anomalies, which gives it a lot of flexibility. It's also easily parallel, which gives a good scalability. Another advantage is that there is no false positives. You can't beat math, and if something flagged, you can trust it. It requires no tuning parameters at all, apart from subsequence length. And it is already being used in many different domains. So it's versatile methods that proven to be useful in wide range of real-world applications. So how is it calculated? For the sake of simplicity, let's consider this very small graph. This is a brute force method that is rarely used in practice, but gives a good understanding about how this works. So even though it may look a little bit cluttered, but idea is very simple. We start by calculating distances between all subsequences, creating a distance matrix. And then for each subsequence, we find the minimum distance in every row. We take the minimum value from every row and put them into one single vector and compose profile. So finally, we take those minimums And maximums and minimums in the matrix profile will mean similar subsequences, whereas maximum value will mean anomaly because the maximum value will just show subsequence which is not like any other subsequence on our time series. Let's look at some examples. This data came from Numenta anomaly benchmark. It simulates system load, and we see that there is no clear seasonality. There are many zeros, there are some random spikes, and we can intuitively spot anomaly. Here, around 11th of April, where the spikes became more frequent. But applying methods like STL or Z-scores would result in many false positives in this case. So this is just, for example, how STL analysis looks. Not good at all because there is a lot of outliers in residual component. Now let's take a look at matrix profile for this time series. In the top graph, you see matrix profile calculated, and the highest value points at discord. And in the bottom graph, we can see the actual subsequence anomaly that corresponds to the highest value. Another one is CPU utilization. This is a real time series of CPU utilization for EC2 instance, and it seems like value is around 100%. It is a normal state, but something happened and utilization dropped. There is a clear anomaly. If we calculate matrix profile, we find that these algorithms didn't find what we expected it to find. It found something different, and this is because that by default matrix profile uses normalization. So by default, this algorithm finds only similar or different subsequences, regardless of what are absolute values of this data. But if we turn normalization off, this is what we see. Matrix profile clearly shows the only anomaly in this time series. Another example is ECG. So we see here that there is so-called wandering baseline, which can confuse many anomaly detection algorithms, and there is just one tiny and not very unnoticeable drop. But if we calculate profile for this example, we get this one only discord. So let's see how this matrix profile stacks against Zabbix requirements. Performance and efficiency, yes. Easy to use. There virtually no any tuning required. It's easy to understand and interpret results, and of course subsequence-based anomalies covered. The only thing which is missing is multiple seasonalities. That's why I'm also considering other algorithms. So just very quick overview of a couple of them, just to show the direction of our research. One thing we consider is a profit algorithm released by Facebook in 2017. It supports unlimited seasonalities and is easy to use, but it designed for business data and with the primary goal is forecasting. And another one is MSTL. It's a new development in this area, and what is good that it doesn't invent anything drastically new. It just iterates on STL, but nevertheless, it supports multiple seasonalities and it detects them automatically. It has some tuning parameters, yes, but it is faster than Prophet. So, coming to Zabbix, trigger functions, trendMP, which will use matrix profile analysis to return the number of anomalies. Then we are going to implement trendMSeason for multi-seasonal time series, and it should have simpler interface, but work similarly to trendSTL. We are also exploring the idea of a super function that combines multiple anomaly detection methods in one call. And even though there is no guarantee on the specific names or interfaces yet, one thing is for sure that better anomaly detection tools are coming to Zabbix soon. So, just a quick note about our further plans and research. We are going to, at some point, include anomaly detection in standard templates. We will be looking into other algorithms, Merlin and Walmot. Both are built on matrix profile, but both exercise idea of varying subsequences, which means for us, this means that if we will use them, we can get rid even of subsequence lens selection. Multivariate anomaly detection. We would like to untie these anomaly detection functions from trends, and we would also love to mark anomalies on graphs. So basically, this is it. There are some references if you want to deep dive into these topics. There are some very interesting researches and articles. So that's it from me about this. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was quite elaborate. To those of you who are into anomaly detection and the various algorithms described over here, you might have found this extremely valuable, and Alex will be around here so you can approach him and discuss any of the aforementioned approaches and his research on them. Next up, throughout the summit, we'll have a couple of speeches focusing either fully or partially on network map or network topology generation via Zabbix features or using Zabbix to create third-party tools for that. Next speech will be one of those. We'll talk about data structure design for generating automated network map topology and how these network map topologies can be drawn in an automated fashion in different ways. Let's welcome Takeshi Tanaka, Chief Engineer, NTT Com Engineering Corporation from Japan. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. This presentation is about automatic generation of network topology using Zabbix. My English is poor, so please excuse my presentation while I read from my tablet. First, let me introduce myself and my company. My name is Takeshi Tanaka. I'm an engineer of monitoring system design at NTT Com Engineering. I joined the Zabbix business in 2011. NTT Com Engineering is a company that provides technology and operation for telecommunication systems. NTT is Japan's largest telecommunications group. It was established in 1958. to take over the state-run telecommunications business. It is divided into the telecommunications business and ICT infrastructure business and solution business groups. My company is here as integrated ICT business group. This section is provide background of the development of network visualization technology. In order to draw network topology, a mechanism is needed to detect connection between devices. At Zabbix Summit 2018, I presented a technology of actually link layer discovery protocol neighbor device through Zabbix SMP monitoring. Zabbix 7.0 supported version is now available at this URL. This page is Japanese only. Please use automatic translation. After our presentation at Zabbix Summit, we received comments from everyone. Some comments that might be possible to automatically drawing network diagrams. We received many comments when we presented the prototype under development at Zabbix 2019. Today, I presented the result of the development to date. There are the two implementations we are presented today. The first 2D network, 2D network topology using the Zabbix map feature. Second, 3D network topology generated by Zabbix in conjunction with the external engine. They appear to be different implementation. However, there are shared points of information to be stored in Zabbix. This section describes how to store the information needed to generate the network topology in Zabbix. To draw a network topology, 4 elements are required. First, network node information. This is information about the hosts in the network topology. This includes information to be added to the host. Link information. Connected information between hosts. This includes information to be added to the link. Drawing engine. The function that actually draws the topology. This is the part of the reads the node and link information and expresses its picture. Last, placement logic. The drawing rule for placing node in the topology. This is the most important element is placement logic. Zabbix guarantees that a host is the only information in the system. One host can be stored on one node. Additional information can be stored in the host inventory, and automatic expression by network discovery can also be used. The host has no change, so past information cannot the reference. Zabbix is limit in where I can store link information. We consider 3 possible locations to store the link information. History data, host inventory, and host tag. we considered which location would be suitable for storing link information. Actually, unfortunately, Zabbix did not find the location that could meet all the requirements. History stores has been given up. Automatic and manual update for implemented separately. This is why we choose to use history date and host tags. This section describes the drawing engine and placement logic. Zabbix map uses a 2D drawing engine. Maps can be generated using Zabbix API. We have a mechanism that we developed to generating the network diagram. First, this external view of network devices. Second, this rack mounted diagram of devices. After two developments, we were able to create the mechanism for drawing network diagrams, SADs. The structure of the 2D drawing engine backend. The Zabbix map has the ability to display fault information and item values. We have developed a program to read information and generate map diagram using Zabbix API. 2D placement logic created method. Draw a network topology by specifying host of host group. This. A reference host is defined and child hosts are drawing by reference link information. Such a method can be used a serverless way. Draw all host registration with Zabbix. Draw hosts included in the specific host group. Draw a host that's one hop ahead of a particular host, this type. As a 3D drawing engine, we use a commercial product. That product using 4DBs. 4DBs is a product developed by Entity Comware, a group company. It allows users to draw in 3D space and visualize change in store along the time axis. This sending information stored in Zabbix to 4DBs. We were able to draw network topology and replay history. The structure is of the 3D drawing backend. 3 information paths establish a base of information to be read the timing difference. Network structure information captures hourly. The traffic value information captures every 10 minutes. Future information is distributed using Zabbix action as they occur. This structure enables both real-time drawing and reduced load. Two methods we created for 3D placement logic. The first, and those generate the network topology. Importance hosts can be placed the upper tier to visualize the importance of the hosts. This. The second method is drawing the host group in multi-layer. Set the axis for host group. X-axis and Y-axis for hosts. And those generate the network topology. Overlapping floor plan image can be used to visualize network structure and location information. Once the mechanism is in place, we will actually use it. During the development phase, we tested on a small network. We need a large-scale network to verify the particularity of the mechanism. We use Interrupt Tokyo. Interrupt Tokyo is an annual exhibition of information and communication technology held in Japan. The 2024 new expected for draw 120,000 visitors. The exhibition will be preceded by the large networking event, ShowNet. ShowNet is a volunteer effort with equipment and personnel. Many manufacturers will provide equipment and interoperability will be verified. Here is a diagram of the network. This diagram is built at this year ShowNet. Percepting companion. Zabbix Japan provides ShowNet for monitoring system. We have integrated the developed functionality into it. ShowNet was built in only 1 week. We brought in the core group of engineers. This equipment has been running since 2019, and this year will be the 5th. The figure of the light, this figure is lights in the schematic on the system. This is part of network topology created this year. LLDP information and host tag information is drawn. Blue line is LLDP, green line is manual setting host tags. The system is divided into host group for each application. A network diagram was generated for each host group. Local networks and administrator networks, host groups. This year's 3D network topology created this year. It shows 100 hosts monitored by Zabbix as on network topology. The physical connection of the equipment are visualized in the 3D structure. This one drawing host group in multi-layers. A floor plan image of pavilion is included in the background. The network structure and physical location are displayed in one screen. These network diagrams were designed and implemented in 6 days. We have introduced the mechanism of drawing in 2D and 3D in network topology. Consider the future and difference between 2D and 3D. Which is the best drawing method for network topology, 2D or 3D? Compare the drawings of large networks. This image shows a full view of a 3D network topology with 1,000 host drawing. Even though the number of hosts is large, you can still read the location and connections. It draws some number of hosts in 2D. I was able to draw the network topology, but it would have generated a huge map to show all the hosts in 2D. To display all hosts 2D was generated a gigantic map, this size map. The network structure is difficult to decipher because of the countless overlapping links. This overlapping. Focus on portion of the network to see. With a visible number of hosts, it's easier to grasp the relationship in 2D drawing. 3D drawing, overlapping links, 2D drawing, see. The z-axis is a major difference between 2D and 3D. 3D allows for more information by one axis. It is possible to add information such as the importance of the equipment and its location. As shown in this image, higher hosts, this important. The more important it is, higher the priority can be visually understood. (2D and 3D has strengths and weakness. 2D is suitable for understanding detailed relationship. 3D is suitable for the bird's eye view of our whole pictures. By using both 2D, 3D, we can provide optimal visibility. Finally, it's considered the value of integrated Zabbix on topology. There's an advantage to working with Zabbix and network topology. Visibility of relationship between hosts, discovery of patterns that are not when looking at portions of the network, awareness the presence of structure bottleneck, combined with Zabbix expression capabilities. It can generate up-to-date network topologies. We believe that additional network topology functionality to Zabbix will improve the usability of Zabbix. This presentation has described a mechanism of automatically drawing network topologies. This mechanism also serves as a framework for visualizing host-to-host relationship. They are contrast structure in computers that can be represented by topologies. For example, the topology of security structure and application architecture can also be represented by topology. Besides IT, there are many other topologies, such as social networks, logistics networks, and so on. We believe that this technology will help of broaden the scope of application of Zabbix. That's it for my presentation. You can see actually contents of what I presentation at the booth outside venue. This contents. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, looks like we don't have any questions yet, but hang around. If someone wants to ask something about the methods for the map generation, they can catch you right here on the venue during the coffee break, correct? Or at the event in the evening. Thank you. So, automation, right? We've talked about maps. We will continue the course of automation. Next up, we'll talk about Zabbix API. Maybe you've heard about Zabbix Utils, the API library that can be used for enterprise and not only use cases. And my colleague, Victor Breda Credidio, Zabbix trainer from Zabbix Latam, will talk about various use cases for this library. Victor, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Really nice to be here again. Lots of familiar faces everywhere. So thank you, Artjoms, for the introduction. As he mentioned, I'm from the Zabbix support team in Latam, and also a certified trainer. And today I'm going to talk about the Zabbix Utils. Where's the laser? Here it is. OK. Let's talk about the Zabbix Utils. Before we begin, I'd like to make a question. Who here is using Zabbix Utils, has been using Zabbix Utils? Oh, OK. Too few yet. OK, it's pretty new. Understandable. OK, Zabbix Utils. Well, first off, it's pretty new. It was released on November last year, 17, something like this. But it was officially released on the beginning of this year. So it is pretty new. If you don't know about it, OK, you're going to know about it right now. And before I start talking directly about it, I always like to ask 3 questions and try to answer 3 questions when I'm talking about something new. What is it? What is it for? And how does it work? So let's answer these questions to try to understand a little better about Zabbix Utils library. Well, what is it? The name gives it away. It's an officially supported Zabbix Python library maintained by our integration team. So pay attention to the officially supported. It's not a community. It's not some partner. No. Officially, the members of our integration team is taking care of the maintenance and everything else related to the Zabbix Utils. And these 2 guys here are the responsible guys. Andrei Biba and Aleksandrs. These guys are the persons behind the screen that are developing this. Okay. Thank you, guys. They are not here, but thank you, guys, if you are watching on YouTube for your great work. And one question that you may be doing, why Python? And I say, why not Python? Well, Python is really popular programming language that we have right now. And it's pretty easy to understand it. It's a favorite for SREs, for DevOps engineers, and for system administrators. So it's not only really good, it's easy to learn. So the curve of learning, it's pretty fast. You can start teaching people, and in about a month, they can start doing some basic scripts. So it's pretty cool. And what is it for? What is the Zabbix Utils library for? The main concept of it is to, as Alexei mentioned in the morning, is to simplify the interaction with the Zabbix API. And of course, we're going to see cases with Zabbix API. It makes it easier. But not only that, you can also interact directly with the Zabbix server or proxies and with the Zabbix agents. It's not all only about the API. The API is a big deal, okay? But we'll see some examples about the other methods. And the last question, how does it work? Well, it's a library. Okay, you need to install it on your operating system to have it running, to create your scripts. But how does it work? What do we have inside it? We have different classes for specific purposes. First class is the Zabbix API. So you can interact with the Zabbix API natively. No need to install anything else. You can just run the Zabbix utils and start writing your script in Python, and you can interact with the Zabbix API. Alexei also showed an example in the morning. We have the getter class. Getter, what does it remind you? Get, Zabbix get. You get information from agents using these classes, the methods of this class. Same concept for the sender, but instead of getting information, you are sending information. Okay? It's not only about the API. That's what I've been talking about. And we also have item value, which you can use with the sender to send a bunch of items, a bunch of values on the same connection, the same request. But there's one specific thing about these four guys here. Basically, the three first. They work like this. Well, as you can see, it's a sequence. They work in a synchronous mode. And you may be thinking, OK, we have Zabbix 7.0, and we now have asynchronous data collectors. What about the Zabbix utils? Well, we also have this. No surprise here. We also have this, and we have the corresponding classes. Async Zabbix API, async getter, and async sender. And if you are not familiar with this, I believe that everybody here knows about it, but it's on my presentation. Let me show you. This is how they should work, right? Concurrent tasks being executed at the same moment by the same process. And of course, you may think, OK, I have asynchronous classes. I can use asynchronous classes. But your script may have a requirement that you need to execute the first task, and just after it is finished, you execute the next one, and then so on. It depends on what you are doing with the automation, with the script that you are trying to create, with the task that you want to reach. And asynchronous classes, you can work with many values at the same time, sending information or collecting information all at the same time, just like we have with the data collectors on Zabbix. I move my hands too much. OK, some requirements and installations to use these guys. Supported versions of the Zabbix server. Zabbix since 5.0 up to now. Python starting with 3.8. It has been tested and officially tested. Remember, this is an official library. It has been tested in Zabbix 5.0 up to now, with the exception of 7.6.2, because it's no longer supported when it was released. And Python versions, I will not be naming them, but you can see here from 3.8 up to 3.12. And we have a specific requirement and dependence if you are trying to work with a synchronous mode. You need to make sure that you also have the AIO HTTP library. It is, AIO means asynchronous input-output HTTP. So you can use the Zabbix API, async Zabbix API, with this guy. You need this as a requirement. And for the installation, it's pretty easy. Pretty simple. You have three ways on how you want to install this. You have the Python package index, also known as pip. You can just pip, install Zabbix utils, or Zabbix utils async for synchronous mode. Quite self-explanatory. From the Zabbix repositories, we have pre-built packages just for that as well. You can download it with your Red Hat-based distribution or your Debian-based distribution, whatever, the one you prefer, the one you like. No distinctions here. Python 3 Zabbix Utius is the name of the package. And lastly, you can install it directly from our GitHub. You can just git clone, get the URL for the GitHub, the Python Zabbix Utius GitHub, and just install the setup.py with the install parameter. OK, this is the basic. Let's see the use cases. And I try to be quick here because I'm too slow. OK, let's see. First use case, I have a scenario. I want to get rid of a node monitoring application. And I want to change to Zabbix. And you know, some customers, every customer, every user have their specific requirements. Let's say that in this case, which I have to deal with, the customer wanted to have at least the last month of data inside Zabbix. And he was like, how can we transfer this from RRD, who he has worked with RRD files? Round robin, database, few hands, I think 5, 4. Yeah, it's used by legacy tools. Not as good as Zabbix. Just saying. And what is the purpose of, what was the purpose, the goal of my project here? Get data from this RRD file, create the corresponding hosts with the metrics that was being monitored by the legacy tool, and just get the historic information from it and push to Zabbix. After that, we would just have to make some arrangements and trim something out from Zabbix with the Zabbix agents and etc. We'll see more details on that. So, OK, the overview. A Python script that integrates RRD2 and Zabbix Utius to automate pushing metrics into Zabbix. The key components were the RRD2, which is a library to deal with RRD in Python, and the Zabbix API class from the Zabbix Utius. We had to set the authentication, of course. We need to get the token for the user that's going to be using the API, and we just listed the hosts that were on the file, on the RRD file, the original file. And then we just did an item mapping. It may be different for some cases. In this case, it's what was pretty regular, pretty standard. So the metrics on the legacy tool is pretty descriptive. We have CPU util, the utilization of CPU, and we have a key just for that in Zabbix, system CPU util, and so on. We make this mapping in order to create our items with these keys. And you see where we are going, right? Again, I'm getting old metrics and just adjusting this to Zabbix. These are just small examples. We had more. OK. And OK, what will the script do? The script will get the information that has been mapped. Based on then, it will create corresponding Zabbix items with those keys. But it will be set as a Zabbix trapper. And you may think, Victor, you are using the Zabbix agent native keys. OK, but I can use those keys with the type of agent Zabbix trapper. As long as they are unique in the host, it doesn't matter. And what is the idea? The script was reading the RRD file and was executing a for. And for every line, it was executing and pushing the history with the new method of the API. I don't know if you are aware of it. We have a new method called history push. The history push is just doing that. It's pushing history data. It's just like the Zabbix sender. When you set the Zabbix sender, you are sending information to Zabbix or to the proxy with you just need to name the name of the host, give the name of the host, the key, the value, and maybe the timestamp. And all of these informations we had on the RRD file. So every time the file was being read, those informations would were being pushed to Zabbix accordingly. And it was taking so long. I was thinking, something's wrong here. It can't be so, I know, it was a development environment at first, just to test the script, but it was still so slow. It's because I was dumb. I was using synchronous mode. And since we are pushing data directly, I can use asynchronous execution. I don't need to use a sequential kind of information to be sent. They don't need to be in sequence, because where is it? The timestamp, it's not here, okay. The timestamp, it was not, it just sent to the Zabbix. So if you know a little bit of Zabbix basics, active items, they are written with the timestamp for the host, not the timestamp of the Zabbix server. And that works the same way for active for the Zabbix sender. And with this method, it's the same thing. So it doesn't matter if I receive the data for yesterday or for last 15 days, it will be arranged in the database, no matter what. It will be inserted. And doing this asynchronously, it was really way faster, way faster. The first test I did with synchronous mode, it was taking like 3 hours. It was a bunch of data. And a small environment, just for test. And after this, applying the asynchronous mode, it was like way less than 1 hour. It was pretty fast. And of course, this was a specific scenario for a specific customer, not a big customer. He was just a new user of Zabbix, and he demanded to have these metrics on the first run. And I didn't know how to work with RRD file. I just started looking up and I say, okay, this is a possible way. My idea here is not to say, this is the best script ever, you must use it. No, it was just the idea, the thing that worked for me at that case, at that scenario. The goal here is to present to you guys the possibilities that the Zabbix Utils can give. So I just did a bunch of things here just using Python. Just using Python, no external tool, just using the Zabbix Utils method and the methods, not methods, the Zabbix Utils library. Second use case is going to be way more simpler. Who here have scripts being executed on your customers, on your servers, that are executing and giving you an output, and you want to monitor those outputs? I ask a question. Please raise your hands if you have. Okay, I see some shy ones just like this the whole time. Okay, and in this scenario, I was playing around, and I was thinking, okay, database backup. Let's get database as an example. We run a database, a script in Python to execute the database, MySQL dump, extra backup, whatever you prefer. And as the output of that guy, I was asked to generate the report. The report was supposed to bring some basic information about the backup, like how long did it take, how many megabytes or kbytes, kilobytes was transferred, was written on the backup. It was an incremental backup. And had we have some error, when did it start, when did it end, some basic stuff like this. You can always be creative, you know, the sky's the limit. And what did I do? I added the sender class from the Zabbix Utils on the script. So I was getting all the output of that guy written in JSON and using the sender class to send this directly to my Zabbix server, to my host. Make sure that the script generates the desired data, push the report data to Zabbix, and use the content as the master item. So this is an example of what I'm talking about. I have a simple JSON here, right, with all the information from a backup. And this is just a really small script that works for this. Okay? Instead of value being a static, having this variable having a static value, this value can be the output for the backup or for whatever kind of script you are running. Okay? This guy here, I'm importing the sender class, and I'm setting the sender variable. Using this method, I'm pointing to the Zabbix server, my Zabbix here, and the trapper port. I'm going to send some information to the Zabbix server, so it needs to have the correct port. And the response that I have, like sender.send value. I'm sending the value to the host DB report with the report.data key, and the value, which is this JSON string. And what did I got in Zabbix was this. I have a master item that is receiving all this information. I'm not keeping history, best practice, remember that. And I have my dependent items using JSON path, extracting exactly everything I need to do. This is just a simple example. You can, of course, do something like this on your scripts. Just make sure that you are following the best practices and don't do this in production first thing. Just remember that it's way better to use this on a test environment so you are not fired or killed, stuff like that. So thank you, guys. That has been my presentation. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Questions? No? OK.
Thank you, Victor. Ending it on a positive note with not getting fired or killed. Yeah. All right, guys. We will have a coffee break in a moment. We've actually overextended, I guess, our welcome a bit, so we're a bit off the agenda. So the next coffee break is going to be 20 minutes. Before we continue, I'd like to talk about a couple of things. First off, the main event. Over here, you can see the list of transfers from Radisson to the event space Fantadroms, and from Fantadroms then back to Radisson over here. So the buses will be departing starting from 6:30 up until 7:45, and then from Fantadroms starting at 9:45 and ending at 10:30. Next up tomorrow, those who have signed up to do the Certified User Specialist or Professional exams, you'll be able to do them in the Epsilon room from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. You will need to take your laptop with you. And finally, we will also have 3 workshops tomorrow: upgrading Zabbix to 7.0, browser monitoring, very much related to the speech that we had today, and the Zabbix Cloud live demo hosted by Dmitrijs Lamberts. If you're interested in Zabbix Cloud, this is your chance to ask questions directly to Dmitrijs. So that will happen on the main stage right over here, starting from 9:30 up until 11:30. So let's enjoy the coffee break. 20 minutes. Let's see what the time is now. 44 past, so we'll start at 5 past.
Okay. This is Michael Kammer from Zabbix Marketing, once again, and I'm here with Tan Nan from Easy IT, and I've just got a few questions for you. So, is this your first Zabbix Summit, and how are you enjoying it so far?
This is my second time come here. So last year I was here for the first time, and I'm really enjoy the atmosphere of Zabbix community. And this is very exciting to rejoin again, to come back again here to enjoy again the atmosphere. And it's very particular here, whether we can learn a lot of innovation and also meet some familiar faces, just like people from Riga and Japanese, and Zabbix Japan as well. Yeah.
Great, it's really nice to hear. Easy IT is justifiably known for delivering unique expertise to customers. And how does Zabbix help you accomplish that goal?
Oh, a lot. You know, as Easy IT, we are all about providing customized monitoring solution for our customer, but we propose only Zabbix. So Zabbix play a key role and for our business model. We we provide training, we provide professional services, assistance as well, and in this model, we provide to our customers some very high-level and very real. How you say that? It's very powerful tools to our customer to take in charge of their IT infrastructure, and that's great. I thanks to Zabbix to give us the opportunity to do such services to our customer. Yeah.
Well, we're very happy to do that. And which countries does EasyIT currently operate in?
As we are a French company, so no, we operate mainly in France, strongly present in Paris, and across the country as well. And we develop also our services internationally. There's a band in Belgium for the European Parliament. We propose Zabbix. We set up for them, and some French-speaking in West Africa as well. And we have opportunity in last July to participate with Alexei and Samir in the Asia meeting, in especially in Saigon, in Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. And we are looking now, we are exploring right now, I have said like that we are looking to the opportunity to develop, to expand our knowledge about Zabbix in new market like Vietnam or Southeast Asia.
Great. Very good to hear. Thank you so much for your time and for coming by. And I hope you continue to enjoy the summit.
Thank you very much. Thank
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, if you're here with us in Riga, please feel free to stop by the EasyIT booth and say hello to everybody there. And my next guest will be Luciano Alves, from head of Zabbix LATAM. So, Luciano, what's been the top story of 2024 for Zabbix LATAM?
The top story is about some good contracts on MSP industry. As you know, we launched the MSP program some months ago, some years ago, and now we are pushing this product in the market. And of course, I cannot tell you about this customer name, but soon you know about that. It's a very, very, very good information for our market and for MSP markets about Zabbix.
That's great to hear. So obviously, Zabbix has grown and continues to grow at a rapid pace in Latin America. And what do you think is the key to that growth?
As you know, Zabbix is a very node tool in our region, in Latin countries. And of course, Zabbix is reliable, is affordable, is flexible, easier to integrate with the legacy and modern applications. I mean, Zabbix, it's a standard in our region to monitoring things. And I think when we start the business there, the companies start to approach us to understand much more about the business level, the business model, than the tool, because our market already know a lot about the tool. What's important is to tell these guys how the business model works. And now they are understanding, and of course, they are approaching us to understand how to take more and more advantage from Zabbix, because we have a lot of things to offer.
That's great. So as soon as this event is over, as soon as Summit finishes, you'll be gearing up for Zabbix Forum in Mexico, which is coming up at the end of the year. What can we expect to see from Zabbix Forum Mexico?
Yeah, in Zabbix Forum Mexico, the format is a little bit different than Summit. Summit is more about our products, it's about Zabbix, about our new features, and it's cool. But in Mexico, we talk a little bit more about business. We have some discussion panels that we invite some players in the market, for example. And for Mexico, this year, we will have T-Systems and KEYNOTE, that are the largest MSPs in the world, to tell us their experience with Zabbix, and of course, we understand what they need to be improved in Zabbix. And what we will be expecting this event, it's a good networking and a lot of knowledge about Zabbix and business.
Okay. That's very good to hear. Thank you so much for your time, and continue to enjoy the summit, and we'll catch up with you later.
Thank you.
Right? Thanks. So now, joining me is Mr. Samir Zaradov from our partner program. And Samir, what's the Zabbix partnership program in
in the fewest words possible, I guess?
I would say this is a great opportunity for companies to build their business together with Zabbix. So actually, partnership programs are different for different kind of companies, but main goal is to grow their business with Zabbix, using our brand, empowering it, delivering different services, maybe just reselling. Yeah. So this is a simple partnership program to work with us, to grow with us. Yeah. So it's super simple to join. Our team is always supporting partners, so that program is simple, easy to understand, and it helps partners to grow their business using Zabbix as a, I would say, powerful brand to push that forward.
Okay. And how many Zabbix partners are there in the world, and more or less, where are they located?
You know, until today, there was 256 partners, but actually 1 hour ago we signed up a new partner in Switzerland, so it's one more. If we talk about the geography, it is, I would say, spread around the globe. So we have partners in US, Latin America, Japan, Europe, local partners in Latvia, South Asia, so different partners all over the world. We don't limit, I would say, partners by country, so we work through all the globe.
Oh, that's great. This year there were a lot of free Zabbix meetings all over the world. Who were they designed for primarily, and will we have more of them next year?
Sure, we have. So I would say idea was initially to design these meetings to get people outside Zabbix information bubble, to attract new people to Zabbix. In real life, I would say we got these type of people. We got Zabbix fans. We got Zabbix potential customers who are users but not customers. We for sure will organize these events again because it was like a great success in many countries. We will continue to do them, I would say, frequently, just to remind people what Zabbix is, what services we provide, what our partners do, because we see these events as a great opportunity to see our customers, our users in person, without, I would say, investing too much time in organizing maybe a large conference or whatever. It actually also opens eyes which industries are important, who is using our product. So it's a huge help for us, and for sure we'll do them again.
Okay. Glad to hear it, and thank you so much for your time and for this information, and continue to enjoy the summit, and we'll see you soon. Okay, all right. That concludes our streaming interviews for today, so I will sign off now, but I hope you'll join us tomorrow for some additional interviews. Thank you.
And welcome to the Anomalies Zabbix Summit. Alexei, Vladishev.
Hi, I'm Mariana Portela. I'm an IT specialist from Global, and we started to use Zabbix there monitoring infrastructure. Now we are expanding the monitoring across the company with some media systems and also cloud environments. And I guess Zabbix is a really flexible tool, so we want to take advantage of this and monitoring a lot of stuff, everything you can do.
Yes, well, one of the big advantages, because, well, in the market there are all the solutions, etc., is that Zabbix presents a full package, batteries included, that covers most of the topics that they are required in a monitoring solution. Compared to others, in this case, we have something that we can install and make it work with very little effort in small situations, small, medium-sized situations, but as well is able to scale to a large situation. In our case, precisely, Alenta is specialized in this type of huge installations where we're not talking just about hundreds or thousands, but even hundreds of thousands of hosts. And that we can achieve with Zabbix. So the full spectrum is very wide, and there are no such solutions out there compared to.
I recommend Zabbix because it is just the most capable, the most flexible, and the best monitoring tool you can get.
Backing up this product, so it's not like an open source product where some geek is working in the background on a product, but really we have like real support for these products, and it gives certain confidentiality to your potential customers. So this is one of the reasons why we like Zabbix so much. It's one of the key things that we use in our company. I personally am like a trainer for like 10 years, and I started to work with Zabbix like I think 11, 12 years ago in our company.
I recommend Zabbix because it's an open source solution. It's very flexible. Open source is not only free, but is about flexibility to integrate with your own applications and all you have in your company. And it's easy to get the monitoring of your infrastructure, applications, your business, your services. So it's a huge advantage to use Zabbix. And of course, there are a lot of support of the partners and the vendor to maintain.
I think I've been a partner for now 6 years now, and it's a pleasure to be a partner of a well-known monitoring solution around the world. And regarding Zabbix, if I could say something, I think that the guys, the team, and all the team members did a great job about development of the product, how to share their vision of the product. Regarding the roadmap, for example, they communicate to the public what they will do and what they will improve. So as a partner, we could expect that Zabbix listen to us, and we could have several exchange if we need with the Zabbix team. So I'm really enjoying being part of the Zabbix community, and even if I am an external member, I feel like I am a Zabbix team member.
I think the best part is actually to work together with the Zabbix team, because they are very tangible, and each time I have a question, they try to come up with a proper answer for it. Well, we started working with Zabbix in 2011, and we did that because that we do database technology, and one of the things that we also do is manage services. In order to get a tool for being more efficient, then we got Zabbix, and it is our tool for handling all our services, and it's paying off very well, thank you.
Ready to climb the ladder to Zabbix expertise? Our training path is tailored to give you practical skills and an official certification while you master Zabbix. Our Zabbix Certified User course gives you the basics, laying the foundation for monitoring proficiency and getting you up to speed on the most important Zabbix concepts. The Zabbix Certified Specialist course teaches more efficient deployment and management techniques that will allow you to elevate your skills and run Zabbix seamlessly. Zabbix Certified Professional training will advance your Zabbix utilization and configuration knowledge while providing a deep dive into advanced monitoring techniques. When you feel like you know Zabbix inside and out, the Zabbix Certified Expert course is there to help you optimize the full capabilities of your Zabbix infrastructure and reach the peak of monitoring expertise. Knowing how to use our product to its full potential is the key to getting the most value out of it. Zabbix Certified trainings are designed to help you learn Zabbix inside and out and equip you with the practical knowledge you need to increase your productivity and performance. You'll find a wide variety of courses, everything from one-day sessions that cover the basics to week-long sessions that guarantee you'll be able to tackle any Zabbix challenge on your own.
And welcome to the Zabbix Summit. Alexei, Vladishev.
From Brazil, welcome. Good luck.
Hello, okay, sveiki, labdien, esmu Fred. Hello, everybody. I'm proud to be here. It's wonderful to be here. It's a newbie, a guy. It starts to work with Zabbix like 2 years, and now I'm here. I'll try to talk about 3 cases. I will talk about our journey and the motivation for changes, and let's go. We plan to be here with my colleague, Gil Amaral. But in paper scissors, I won. So Gil Amaral from Minas Gerais, married, 2 children. He lives. He's working in electrical engineering. Frederico Torres, married to Aleksandrs. Has a lot of things to work, plus 30 years. But the most important for me, I love to cook and eat, of course. Our little journey so far. I started in Valley in 2012, monitoring only IT devices. And in 2019, we integrated the other part of Valley, the operational part that's mean railroad, mining, ports, and pellets. And we start to monitoring these guys with the same tool. These commercial tools worked very well for 11 years. It was amazing, but not for the new mission. We became with a POC in mid-2021, and our go live starts in April 1st. Just to make a joke, April's Fool. We already start with 30,000 hosts. And why Zabbix? Reliable, flexible, and scalable. But the most important thing, of course, I can save money, just $1 million per year costing license, but Zabbix really never stops. The first time I heard of this phrase, I couldn't believe it. Like PowerPoint accept anything. The two phrases, you can monitor everything, and Zabbix never stops. Nah, it's too good to be true. Some data. Today we have 10 servers, 60 proxies. We are monitoring 45,000 hosts. Valley mining 300 million tons of iron ore. We are in 30 countries. For nerds, this is a playing ground. We have a kind of all technology you need to play. It's a wonderful place to work. I can't sell the best iron ore, but I can say it's the best place to work. Dry mouth. Our first case, we talk about collecting data from plant information management system. Before Zabbix, we I say the IT guys, couldn't collect information from the OT environment, or because the device was not connected to the network, the data was sensitive, or the device is so critical. The PINS, the Plant Information Management, is a kind of system that stores all information from the various systems during the value chain, the valley, from the extraction of the mining to the railroad until the port. We have around 700,000 variables and real world scenario. In 2023, our production line stops every time that the equipment, the BWE, gets close to the antenna, because the RF is set to right and saturate the TX power. So we lost $700K US, and during the 12-hour stoppage. So the objective was reduce the risk of disposal of the maintenance team. reduce the failure, and avoid costs. The solution was to use the HTTP GET to collect every minute the information, and template has a parent to respond to the collection, the ID for each tag. Each tag represented a point in the Zabbix, and the Zabbix has each value. We use the HTTP agent to get the post and use it as a JSON format, like that. But what is a BWE? BWE is enormous, large, continuous mining equipment that transfers material for the piles to the conveyor belt. It's running 24/7. This is this huge equipment. And just for comparison, here is a human being. In this part of the equipment, we have the power banks, the batteries, and the radios. The equipment collects the iron ore, transfer to the conveyor belt to send it to the railroad or the pellets, to the end, send it to the ports. And what was wrong? What happened? This machine, every time it's close to the antenna, it stops the communication due to the high power saturation. Why is that? Because the saturation, we don't need we don't have the way to change the information, the power settings remotely. So every time we need to call the maintenance team to go there and manually reset the equipment and restart the information. With Zabbix, everything goes smoothly. It's so easy. It just uses SNMP get to get the position, SNMP set the power level. Easy after the Zabbix. Before, we couldn't see that. So it is our first case. Second case. As we promised in São Paulo, the solution is available in GitHub. Everyone can use. It's a monitoring dam surveillance camera. In Brazil, we are legally obligated to maintain 90 days of images for all images for holding back. We're legally obligated to retain images for 90 days. These images for all dams and areas. So, and how the work was done before. The human being needed to validate more than 100 cameras, check if the camera is recording, validate if the image is right, and even though with all his effort, is still susceptible to human error. This is a kind of example of monitoring pole. We have a battery, solar panel, the radios, and the cameras. how we've achieved this information, how achieved the solution. We use a Linux PowerShell, Linux shell, using FF and PEG utility. The Zabbix access the network video recorder to validate if the images are being recorded, if there are images stored, how much time do we have to store this image, and create alarms if the camera is not recording or the camera with less than 90 days. These benefits for this automation: time reduction, efficiency, and real-time monitoring to increase production. For a manager view, he needs to maintain 5 guys for a 24/7 routine. Of course, this kind of job is shared for this. So with this improvement, he can put these other employees to do other things. And after that, we create a unified view. He can make the manager views see what's happened now and dispatch the teams to solve the problems. Now I send to team to resolve this problem right now, and I can change set for the next week to solve the problem for this kind of alarm. Third case, host discovery, auto-map creation. And why we did that? The previous tool was reliable and effective for 11 years. This tool generates maps and host connection automatically. We just need to enter an IP network address and just click and auto-discover all. Simple like that. Current situation after tool migration. Zabbix was a pain in my heart. We need to create manually more than 800 maps and add about 30,000 devices. And more than that, make connection between them, create all triggers and alarms. It's not just a complaint, it's a fact. Okay, it's a fact. I didn't know you before. So it's a kind of evolution. Our first try to create a map easily. We try to discover the neighborhood, reduce the interference error, and create standards for icon, color, and shapes. We use Python and PyZabbix based on host groups, and size by element and number of hosts. Each element was created by line label. Icons are based, we have a pattern to create the names. The second version tried to create links between. Now we use Ansible inventory to create a CDP neighbor and nerdy stuff. The output from the CDP neighbor is going to Python script to collect data, create a correlation between Zabbix ID, unify the CSV file into the script, and create a map element with the links. And the final automation map. We use CDP Direct in the Zabbix. Using SNMP, template, LLD, low-level discovery, search for local port, and with the CDP neighbor and the rights discovered, create like a matrix with all of that, and create a host ID plus local port map of trigger ID, if in creating alarms for SNMP not responding, if the ping is not responding, and finally create the map. Map will be look like that with the all links create. So we have a little video how it's work right now. Use the name of the map. You can choose the group name. You can choose the start of the host name. You can choose some IPs or network. I can choose to create links and add the triggers. After that, it confirms. And after 3 hours, this map will create. We have time to wait 3 hours, yes? Of course not. No. So it's amazing what we can do with little clicks in the PowerPoint. As I said, PowerPoint accepts everything. So I tried to speed up this video, but I couldn't. My area is IT, not video editing. So the result is that we have the map created, not so beautiful as I saw previously, but you can see the properties, you can add, you can move between, I don't like this guy here, I would like to move it for the right, for the left. This is but this is the real team. Those is the guy who works behind the scenes. Is my team, is our team. This is, without them, I not be here. Without them, the Zabbix not be a success in Valley. So, thank you, my friends. And we have the LinkedIn of them, of course. Please don't take all of them. And thank you. That's up. Just in time.
Thank you, Frederico.
Thank you, sir.
So those were some great case studies. I think this is quite interesting and unique. Once again, if you want to discuss more, you can find Frederico over here, either during coffee breaks or parties, or maybe tomorrow. Our next speech, so once again, a case study toward green mobility, visualizing solar power simulations with Zabbix. So that's something very unique and niche. And let's welcome Mitsuhiro Ono, team leader at Toyota Motor Corporation, Japan, and Toshihiro Akamatsu, principal engineer at SRA OSS, Japan. Welcome, guys.
Hello, or good afternoon, everyone. So nice to meet you. So I'm glad to have the opportunity to give the presentation. So I'm thanks for supporting the member of the Zabbix Japan and the Zabbix headquarters. So first, let me introduce ourselves. So My name is Mitsuhiro Ono. I have 20 years experience as a system engineer. I had or have several major cloud certifications. So I was very excited to hear the news about the Zabbix Cloud. So I'll check the Zabbix Cloud when I back to the Japan. So now I work for the Toyota Motor Corporation. I belong to the E3 computing groups, Infotech IS. It's a researcher group. So research area is a computing and communication from the vehicle to the cloud center. So my recent project, advanced development of a connected infrastructure for the green mobility, and advanced development of a system monitoring with anomaly detections. So let me hand the mic to the Akamatsu-san.
Okay. Hello, guys. My name is Toshihiro Akamatsu. I have 10 years of experience as a system and technical support engineer for OSS, including Zabbix. And my company, SRA OSS, provide OSS-related services, for example, technical support, consulting, and product development and training. This is my third time attending Zabbix Summit, but this is my first time as a speaker, so I'm very happy and excited to be here. Okay, perhaps you guys want to go out for drink already? Yeah? No? Oh, okay, I'm so relieved. So let's get started our presentation.
Thank you. I'm sorry to speak in English well, but I try. So let's begin. For the big company, achieving carbon neutrality is a significant issue for expanding the value of the mobility. In terms of the in-car, we provide a multi-path strategies, meaning we provide several diverse options vehicles, such as battery-based EV and plug-in hybrid EV and hydrogen EV, fuel cell EV, and hydrogen and carbon-neutral fuel-based fuel vehicles. So, in terms of the outcome, we provide the connected services, which creating and analyzing car condition and the situation from the car that's connecting with the internet. This allowed us to offer the valuable information for the carbon neutrality, such as energy-saving route guidance. So recently, the volume of the car and data that communicate with the cloud is on the rise. So the increasing the demand of the cloud is expected to reach the significant increase in electricity consumption in the future. So the use of the green energy is essential, as is the conservation of the energy. So what is the issue in the utilizing green energy? There are many types of green energy. There are solar power and the wind and of the hydrogen power. So in this green energy, so solar generation, solar power is the most widely adopted in the world because its power generation potential is anywhere, and the cost of the solar panel is down year by year. So cost reduction leads to the cheaper electricity. However, solar power generation fluctuates seasonally. You know, weather affects the electricity generation, so surplus occurs if the production exceeds the demand. So the balancing power supply is hard for the power company only. So what is our action? So to reduce the waste electricity, we are working on control power usage dynamically when surplus is expected. So we are developing a solar power simulator for surplus use. It's a simulator. It's a simulation-based visualization of the power generation potential. Point is when and where and how much. When is several years before simulated. So where is which is the best place on our site? How much is the potential value with the weather? To develop the solar power simulator, we choose the OSS, so because we can quick and small start, and we have several requirements to developing in the OSS. So first is it have essential dashboard widget to express the time series data depending on the weather. And second is it have an extensive monitoring function and example, because we would like to develop the more smoothly and efficiently. And third is it have the active support and the community. It's also we'd like to develop smoothly. So I have already loaded the slides. Zabbix is well suited for our project to developing the solar power simulator. Good. So Zabbix have an essential dashboard widget, like to express the time series data depending on the weather. So we developed the spiral dashboard, and so we discussed which is good or bad. And the second is Zabbix also has the extensive monitoring functions. Yeah, we developed the simulator efficiently. And third, Zabbix has the active support and community like yours. And in our project, SROSS members supporting us. So they provide us for valuable information to developing the solar power simulators. So I say that Zabbix is well suited. So this is our system overview of our project, Green Mobility Project, one of the Green Mobility projects. So it's about an experiment to manage the resources using solar power predictions. So we tried utilizing computer resources during the period and at the location with the surplus energy. In that system, Zabbix is a very key component. It's collecting the simulation data and summarizing and visualizing. Also, it's transferred to the controller. Then the controller component can manage the resources on each side. So I'd like to detail about the Zabbix dashboard or the solar simulator. It's Akamatsu-san.
Yeah. Okay, from here, let's take a look at the solar power simulator details and how does it work with Zabbix. Solar power simulator calculates and outputs current and hourly forecast values for the next 72 hours for global solar generation and electric generation capacity and CO2 reduction and weather. And the data on which the calculations are based is obtained from OpenWeather by our API. And then Zabbix retrieves each data using SNMP. And next is Zabbix dashboard for solar power simulator. The data from simulator is visualized using Zabbix dashboard. Zabbix dashboard components as follow: history of solar power generation, and current values of solar radiation, solar power generation, and CO2 reduction. And forecast values of solar power generation of hourly for the next 24 hours, and total for the next 24 hours, and total for the next 72 hours. And weather forecast and location map of each site. So next is dashboard components. First, display of power generation potential. We use top host widget to display electric generating capacity potential for 24 hours and next 72 hours. And using top host widget, we can display the future power generation potential of each site in descending order. So it makes it easier to understand which site has more potential in the future. Next is weather forecast. Weather forecast is displayed also using top host widgets. And the data from simulator is just string data. So we use value mapping. Sorry, this is disappeared.
Yeah, yeah. I like that.
Yeah, like this icon display here. Yeah, we use value mapping feature and change the string data to iconic display data. So also this makes it much easier to understand visually. And top host widget can be added for sorting. Yeah, this here. And we added column for longitude data and display the forecast weather forecast data in geographically sorting. And next is site-to-site comparison. This widget is used for site-to-site comparison. For example, to display current value of each site using gauge widget, and display historical and forecast values past 24 hours and next 24 hours using graph widget. This widget can be displayed which sites have more potential and how the current status of each site is to understand. As mentioned before, we made a forecast value graph. But to achieve this, we had a bit of difficulty. For example, if you set the graph, the data, as it is, a graph usually displays values at the time that values are obtained. But for forecast value graph, we want to display only the latest value. Past value is no need. And also, we want to display forecast value at forecasted time, not at the time data is obtained. To resolve this difficulty, we use the graph widget feature, aggregation and time shift. To display only the latest value, we use aggregation feature. And to display forecasted value at forecasted time, we use time shift feature. Yes, and this feature, using this feature, we finally achieved to make forecasted value graph successfully. Finally, I want to introduce one of our next challenges, Zabbix and Kafka integration. We are aiming to achieve more flexible and scalable visualization of this simulator. And so we are working on the implementation of Zabbix and Kafka integration. And Zabbix to Kafka, we use Kafka connector, which provides in Zabbix 7.0 to aggregate multiple Zabbix data in Kafka. And Kafka to Zabbix, we use Zabbix API and history push. It's also be available in Zabbix 7.0 to integrating data in Kafka from other Zabbixes. This is intended to provide more flexible and scalable visualization of the simulator. Okay, I'll leave the summary to Ono-san.
Okay, it's a summary. To achieving a sustainable mobility society, so we are working on the utilizing green energy. So Zabbix is suited for a real-time, flexible, and the visualization of the solar power generation status thanks to the latest weather forecast. So we will verify the architecture that utilizing the green energy, including the solar, and next is the wind power. So please next slide. So SROSS booth is here. And we present our dashboard. So if you have a time, please check our Zabbix dashboard. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, guys. I think we do have a question.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, one question. How quickly can you react on sudden cloud formations and solar energy drop? So when cloud form suddenly and sun goes out, how quickly can you react to the situation? Sudden weather change.
So I guess when the energy generation goes down because of cloud formations, right? Clouds, solar panels can't really generate, I guess, sufficient energy. Do you react to it? And how do you react to it?
Do you have any idea?
maybe we get several sources, not only the cloud services, and so maybe we store the information of the forecast data in maybe before 2 days or 3.
Yeah.
So active before this happens.
Okay.
Thank you.
Proactive forecasting, I guess, is the answer here. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, so as I said, we have a couple more speeches regarding, and these speeches will have different approaches for network map generation. Our next speech is just about that, automating network map generation. Let's welcome a senior consultant and trainer from Someone France, Pascal de Jessey. Welcome.
Hello? Yeah. Hello? I will use this after, but oops. Hello, thank you. Thank you to be here. I'm truly happy to be here for the first time. Truly scared a bit also, but I hope it will be okay. So I will talk about yet another way to automate network map creation. There is 4 topics today on this area, so I think this is really the topic of the day, maybe. So let's see, let's start. So I will present my company in a nutshell. So Someone in France. We are here. We are 17 years old. We are mainly 4 areas. We do consulting, as a lot of people. We are only on the consulting on monitoring. We do only monitoring. We are Zabbix premium partner, of course. We do some managed service, so we can host solution in managed mode. We have some training. We call it Academy, Someone Academy. We are certified trainer, and we can do training custom made or off the shelf. And we do some technical support. So this is it. For me, who am I? My name is Pascal de Jessey. So I'm French. You can figure out my accent. I use Zabbix. I used Zabbix for many years. I'm a certified trainer. Big fan of Linux and open source for nearly 30 years. And when I'm not working on my computer, I like to monitor, but monitor the clouds from above. So this is what I do. So this is the actual French record in skydiving, which took place last year. So another, thank you. Another type of cloud, maybe, I love it. Yeah. So I just wait a bit because, you know, this is a nice souvenir. So this is the photo you can see on the top. This is my view of this photo. So let's go. Bye-bye. OK, we open the parachute and we land safely. OK, so what are we talking about? We talk about maps, and we have talked about maps before. We will talk after. So this is my solution. Maybe not the best one, but I hope it can help some people. Look, we will see why we have to do something. So Zabbix maps are great. We can do beautiful maps. We can have a lot of information. We can draw some links, some icons, some labels. We can put status and so on. But the design is manual, you know it. Many steps are needed to achieve a good maps, so it can be tedious. Many information to configure. We have a lot of different windows to pass by. And we can make some errors everywhere. You know, we are humans, so we do some errors. So I try to figure out the typical journey to define a map. So first of all, we have a map. It is completely empty, so we go to edit. We will add an element. It will go on the top left corner, so we want to move it somewhere. So we move it, and then it's an image, so we have to configure this. So let's go. It's a host. We put a label. We need to say what is the host, so we have to find the host. Okay, this is a Linux server. We have to find an icon, okay, if this one is not the good one. And then, yes, we have an icon. So now I want to have a second one and put a link between the two of them. So I'm smart. I will copy-paste. So copy, paste. OK, we have another one. Let's say I want to change the icon, change the host, obviously. Then I want to create a link. OK, so to create a link, we have to select everything. So the simplest way it's to drag a rectangle and select both of the icons. Then I can create a link here. Maybe I will change the look of the link, so I will make it blue and bold. Why not? And then, don't forget, of course, everybody has done this. Don't forget to save, okay? If you quit the page, you lose everything, all the work you have done. So, this is a long way just to have two icons. But here we go. We've done it. Yeah! So, what can we do? What can we do to improve this? So, we can automate. We talked about it just before. There is some API that we can use to try to do something. So, what will you use? Zabbix utils, of course. We talked about it just before, so let's use it. And then I will use a iGraph module, which is a module to modelize network and to be able to do some layout automatically. So, what I have chosen for doing my thing. So, I wanted something simple and just a script, just only a single line to launch, and everything is done automatically. And I wanted to have everything contained in Zabbix, so no database, no external CSV or anything. I just want to have a host group with some hosts in it. I want a map to have the size of the map to be able to do the layout. And we'll put some specific tags on the host that will say, okay, this host is connected to another one. And I have chosen to do with tags. As Takeshi talked before, there is not a good solution for store some specific information, but with tags could be okay. So, we take the map properties, the host group, yeah, this is not good, sorry. The tags in the host group. We compute everything, and then we have the map generated. Simple, nice. So, I said we use a graphical library, a graph library, so we can do some different layout. So grid, which is everything is organized on a line and column. Can use some. This is the specialists that have done this layout. So different kind of layout. So this is the same set of hosts, but with different layout. Another one. Maybe if we want some random layout, which is not very useful, but whatever. So maybe we can have a small demo. Can you? Okay, to do my demo, what I've chosen is to get Zabbix Cloud Node, because I can do it. So I have my, so this is a cloud Zabbix. Maybe, sorry. I'll be back, sorry. Thank you. Up. Okay. So, yeah, much better. So we'll create some host because I like Zabbix util. So let's create some host. Yeah. Oh, it's very slow. I'm sorry. It was faster. Okay. Sorry about that. We'll wait. So I'm just creating a demo environment with, don't remember, I think it's 30 hosts, 10 switch, and 5 router. And I created some links between them. So sorry, it was faster. I have to. Okay. Switch. Okay. So this is a Zabbix util Python module, by the way. Okay. Do you have music or something? No? Okay. Okay, so I've created some hosts, which are there. They have a template on it. So voilà. And we have a host group, which is automap, which we will use as a source for the map, which is named automap, which is, you see, it's completely empty. So I will launch a script. And that's it. Okay, so you see, so there's some placement. I can, of course, as I say, do some different layout. I could do random, just for fun. Maybe the cloud is slow, don't know. Okay, and yeah, it's not usable, but why not? Okay, so I did, what I did, I take every information I could in the host group and just modelize all the information. So you can see there is some It's very slow. You have some information on the label, for example. You see, label for the host, label for the link. I could change if I want. Host, let's say Linux server number 1. We change a tag, and we say, okay, the link will be, let's say, red. Just, and yeah. So whenever I do it again, yeah, random is not good, but. So if we go back to the map, we'll see somewhere here a link. So the link is red, okay? See? So it takes all the tags and it just maps this on the map. Okay, can I go back to the presentation? Okay, so this is a small, this is just a start. There are many improvements that I can do. I didn't have time. I made this like some months ago, but didn't have a lot of time. At the moment, we recreate the map all the time. It would be neat to be able to just update what has been updated, obviously. So it can be possible, but it's a lot of work. So at the moment, I didn't do it. Ability to add some map. I have some tags to tell which links goes to, so I could possibly create some map. Add a front-end module to be able to, configure and launch everything from the web, from the Zabbix front-end. Could be nice. And as I say, I am using tags. Could be convenient, maybe inventory field, but for this, we'll need to have the ZBS next with customized inventory field. It is on the roadmap for 7.2, so we don't know. Maybe we could have to create some internal metadata for host, maybe for internal usage that, I don't know. Maybe we could have a reflection on this, but at the moment it's some specific tags. Okay, this is free. This is open source, so feel free. This is really work in progress, so this is the first ever version. I will make a lot of change. If someone want to make some change, you are more than welcome. And if you want to have some comments, feel free to comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
One question. Yeah. How are the links between hosts defined in your script?
It's completely manual, but I want it this way because we could discover links with some LLDP tools, SNMP or anything, but I wanted it to be much more free, that we could modelize an application with some links to database, and so it's I don't have it anymore. Yeah, the information is contained in a tag. So there's a tag am.link.connect to.
Got it. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So as you can see, creating network maps can be pretty much magic. It just works. They're just generated. Looking at the slides, it was one moment they're not there, and then the next moment they're there. Now we will move on to our lightning talks. This is sort of the final bracket for today's summit. We'll have 3 lightning talks, and we'll start off with the road to Zabbix in 2024, implementing and migrating monitoring. Let's welcome Senior Solution Architect at Elisa, Finland, Antti Hurme. Welcome.
Hello, Zabbix Summit. I'm Antti Hurme. I'm a Senior Solution Architect at Elisa, IT and telco services in Finland. I've been working with data centers for over a decade, mainly with hardware, virtualization, optimization, and so on. I have a Zabbix experience since version 2.0, so I've been utilizing it for quite a long time. Those of you who don't know Elisa, we are mainly known as a telecommunications company based in Finland, but we also provide entertainment services with Elisa Viihde and IT services as well for companies and corporations. We were awarded the 66th position in Time Magazine and Statista's World's Most Sustainable Companies, and we were number 1 in Finland as well. That's something that we can be really proud about. Still, we do have room for improvement, like with monitoring, that I'm going to talk about today. About a year ago, we had the opportunity to think about rebuilding our monitoring solution. And here are 3 things in this presentation that I was thinking that maybe it would be good to talk to you guys about, and maybe you get some ideas for your own what to do. When you're rebuilding anything in your business, you kind of have to start from a solutions design perspective. You always have some business requirements that are provided by key stakeholders. They should describe what will be achieved, and you should always avoid any vague arguments or definitions. And there are always some constraints as well, as you have to design your solution around it. First of all, you always have to think about what kind of technologies you have at hand. What are you able to utilize? As you can see, we are in the Zabbix Summit, so we are going to talk about Zabbix. You should also consider a little bit about what are your capabilities to maintain said solutions. For example, if you know one database better than another, then it's always something that should be considered because you have to maintain it also when there's a disaster or you have to fix it or something else. You should also consider your availability requirements, and this was also one of the most important questions at Elisa, because you have to utilize and rely on your monitoring solution when there are issues in the environment. You can't have your monitoring system fail on you when you need to figure out what's happening in your environment. We also rely heavily on automatic updates and maintenance schedules in our environment, so any solution that we were going to implement needed to be sustainable and easy to maintain. Then there's always backup and recovery and how you're going to publish and enable users to access your monitoring solution. Here's a really simplified high-level design of one of what we were utilizing. So as of version 6.0, Zabbix provided built-in high availability for the system, so you need at least 2 servers for that. We went with PostgreSQL, utilizing Patroni and etcd. For those of you who are not familiar with those technologies, Patroni allows you to maintain your clustered PostgreSQL database with ease. It provides automatic failovering. It allows you to recover databases, extend the databases, and so forth. So it's been really a good solution for us to do. And you need etcd to have some kind of quorum. This is kind of the minimum setup that you would need. You can make it bigger if you need. And here are some examples on what kind of performance metrics you can expect from this type of solution. So you can easily reach 3000 Mbps or higher. It won't be a problem. These performance metrics are from quite a small deployment, so it's easy to get a lot of performance out of it. Next off, it's important to think about your identity management. These are called non-functional requirements and functional requirements. Non-functional requirements are usually something that describe how the solution should behave, while functional requirements are how what the solution must be able to deliver. Protecting your data is really important, of course, because you have a lot of information there. It can be sensitive, non-sensitive, so you need to make sure that the right people see the right things. Within Elisa, we have self-service for users to request permissions that are approved by the manager, and after that they are approved by the application owner as well. Users are mapped to Active Directory groups that are then again have their corresponding Zabbix user group for permissioning. And this kind of enables us to show only the important information that people need, and while hiding stuff that they shouldn't see. And this was introduced in Zabbix version 6.4, and it's been quite hard previously to maintain large amount of users and groups. So with this just-in-time permissioning, it's made it really, really simple. And when you enable users to their data, they can create some really cool dashboards like the one in here. This was created by one of our users, and it's really beautiful, and they utilize it in their day-to-day work. Lastly, about your CMDBs, it's important to maintain a healthy CMDB, and at Elisa, we are committed to maintaining our assets to ensure the reliability and accuracy of the CMDB. Our objective was to streamline the process of collecting and maintaining the information, as if you have an inaccurate CMDB, then you're going to, when you try to rely on the information that you have in there, it's probably going to do you more harm than any good. With Zabbix, we are using tags in a lot of places. So we are using tags to route any actions. So if you want to have a support tickets to a certain team, we are utilizing tags for that. We are using SLAs, so service level agreements, to define how fast we should react on certain things. We also use it to enable some access, so you can use your groups as well, but tags can be used for that as well. And it's important to create a link between your CMDB and Zabbix. Otherwise, you won't know how to update your data, and that can be really harmful, because if you do it once and you change, for example, the support group, how are you going to make sure that Zabbix will know that in the future? So, know your master data. You should always understand that what type of information is stored in what place and how you are going to replicate it. If you don't know that, it's kind of hard to create any integrations. Okay, now it came all at once. So how were we able to achieve this? Well, we are utilizing Ansible in our deployment, and during the deployment procedure, we log into or check the CMDB. Do we have the correct configuration item available? Is it configured correctly? Does it have all the stuff that it needs to have in there? And we gather all that information to help with the deployment of the agent. Next off, we install the agent by our company baselines, and we also enable agent-specific encryption as well during the deployment. Before we actually even deploy the agent, we check that there's, for example, time configuration is done correctly. Do we have the correct ports open? Do we have access to the servers or proxies and other stuff that we need? If it all goes well, we create the host. We apply the encryption that we've done on agent level. And lastly, we add the tags and populate the inventory of the agent, or on the host of the Zabbix server. And during the deployment procedure, we lastly verify that everything is working. So we check that the agent availability is enabled and it's functioning as expected. Otherwise, we can't be 100% sure that the agent deployment has done its thing and it's working. And last part, you need to maintain it. So you can utilize Zabbix to gather data, you can push it towards your CMDB, and you need to do it the other way as well. So you need to get from your CMDB to Zabbix. Here's an example on what you can do with it. So we have an example host called Zabbix Summit 2024. In there, we have some tags in the lower left corner. So you can have, for example, your SLA, you can have your service offering, your support group, any information that you actually need in there. And in the host macros, we can use host-specific the overrides. So, for example, we have the alert action for the ticketing integration. Then we have the trigger, and in the trigger, we can use the same macro that we have defined on the host level. And this will be used for your action to actually send any integrations forward. So this allows us to include additional information when we are creating the ticket or the incident for the support teams with the information available in the tags. And with the macros, we can define, do we want to send it to a certain ticketing system? Do we want to send it to Teams? Do we want to send it to any other media that's available? So, what can we take out of it? Zabbix improves all the time. There are new features that are going to enable us to do a lot of cool things. So, for example, just-in-time provisioning is something that's really helped us enable us to think about how we are going to enable monitoring, how we are going to enable our users access to the data. And it's good to challenge yourself from time to time as well. We were quite sure that we were going to deploy Zabbix with MariaDB and Galera clusters because that's something that we know really, really well. But with PostgreSQL and TimescaleDB, we can get a lot more performance, and with Patroni, after extensive testing, we decided, okay, this is the way to go, even though it was not our first alternative that we were thinking about. And lastly, those of you who know XKCD comics, this is usually how it goes. You think that you're going to automate something, and in the end, it's going to make your life really a lot harder. But in our case, our team has been done extremely good work with the deployment procedure, and it has made our life a lot easier. So sometimes automation works the way you're intended to. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions, right?
No. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Next up, let's keep up the pace. Our next lightning talk. This is the last one for today regarding maps. Not the last lightning talk, but last one about network maps. And it'll be quite unique in the way network topology generation is discussed within this speech. Let's welcome Linus Brimstedt, CTO, Ellis Group AB, Sweden. Welcome. Can't hear you yet. Let's see. No, nothing. No?
I can just raise my voice. Well, anyway, the people in the back are sleeping, so... Oh, no.
Perfect. Go ahead.
All right, so thank you. Now let's see. My name is Linus. I'm going to talk about network topology, maps, and stuff. We had 3 talks already. Takeshi, Frederico, and Pascal all showed us very nice, I think, automatic generation. I have a little bit different take, so I hope I won't bore you too much. My name is Linus, Zabbix user since 15 years back. I love automation, and that's one reason why I really like to work with Zabbix, because it gives you a lot of power. I'm the CTO of Elos Group, as mentioned, and we are a retailer in Sweden. We sell also in Finland and Norway and some other European countries. But let's talk about Zabbix instead. So I'm going to demonstrate a little tool I built to, well, explore your network. This is available on GitLab, open source. You shouldn't take the code as an example of how you write code. It's a work in progress, but it's usable. So why did I make this? Partly because I want to gain insights into our network and be able to explore it. I want to be able to get an overview of active triggers in the network and see if they are related to different parts of it. Find unmonitored hosts. Visualize connections out of our network externally and also between different network segments. Since this is using Zabbix, of course, we have the full power of Zabbix triggers and graphs, etc., to use as well. And why did I do this in Zabbix? Well, I wanted to keep the number of tools down and have an easy deployment, and since Zabbix was in place, it was easy. This all works by using a user param and a script to gather information about the network. And previous speakers of network technology here, they used SNMP or manual link creation. My take is to instead query the operating system to see where is it having active connections, like netstat, so to speak. This user param generates a JSON, which is fed into Zabbix low-level discovery, and then using Zabbix API and a custom application, we get a map. And I'm hoping I can demo that if we get a screen. We got a screen. So this is what it looks like in all its glory. The little dots here are hosts. Some of these are hosts in Zabbix, and those are the ones I query with the user param. Some of them are not in Zabbix, but they are having traffic to the hosts in Zabbix. We can it's a work in progress, but I'm trying to group the hosts by network. So you can see here that there are different segments of hosts, even though coloring might be a little bit hard on the big screen. We see, of course, the lines between the hosts is traffic of different sort. We can see here that this HTTPS here, and well, there was a lot of HTTPS. The colors indicate if there are problems. We can click on a host, and Zabbix is queried and shows what active triggers do we have. We can also see incoming and outgoing connections from this host. We can, of course, click here to open up Zabbix and explore more in Zabbix. We can choose to show only maybe SSH traffic and see what hosts are communicating with SSH. Maybe more interesting, and where it has been a little bit useful for me, is to find hosts that are still communicating with unencrypted HTTP. Still a little bit too much, but at least now I get a visual view of this and can get people to work on removing this unencrypted traffic. We can select maybe 2 network segments and see what traffic do we have between those. We can search for hosts. Here we have a... I can't even see myself now. Here we have an NDNX load balancer. You can see how the traffic is coming from that one. Oh yeah, okay, it was only HTTP traffic. I thought it was very little traffic. Let's look at HTTPS instead. And it's a little more. Well, other useful things that I've used it for is, for example, we are migrating our HA proxy to Nginx. So here I can see what traffic is still running on the HA proxy. And since this is all using Zabbix, we get items in Zabbix, and they look like this. So here we get items generated by low-level discovery for incoming connections, for outgoing connections, and also for open ports. So you can make triggers on if ports are open that shouldn't be open, if there are connections that shouldn't be there, and so on. And of course, you can also look at the history of this. A very exciting graph indeed. There's also a 3D mode, which is maybe more fun to look at than useful, but at least it's there. And, well, after Takeshi's demo, I got some ideas how to make this better, so maybe it can actually be useful in the future. That was pretty much it from me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Linus. Looks like we have no questions, but this was very entertaining, very, very interesting to look at. I told you guys, different ways to generate these maps, and each one of these ways can inspire you to maybe like create a better solution. Maybe all of these speakers for these network map generation speeches could come together and figure out like the ultimate solution or something like that. Our last lightning talk, the hard questions of Windows Server monitoring, so something a bit more lighter. To finish off, just some advice, pro tips, common tips and tricks for Windows Server monitoring. Let's welcome Giedrius, IT Manager at the Central Financial and Contract Agency from Latvia. Welcome.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. I will take this side of stage. So let's skip about me. I'm working in government organizations 25 years, and everywhere I go, there are Zabbix. Only one institution was without Zabbix, and when I start to work, first question was, can I install Zabbix? So, okay, no problem. So, there actually is only one hard question. Is service available to user, to end user? Okay. So it's a last presentation, so I will be quick. Okay, I will just a little bit about Zabbix history. So if somebody is in a hurry, you can scan QR code, and there are articles and you can run. So we will talk about 4 items: DNS availability, how to monitor exe files, how to monitor hard drives, and forecast function time left. So, how to measure availability? I think everybody has a situation that somebody is calling and asking, are you available? You? Am I available? Yes, I'm always available for myself. And if you remember that 25 years ago was a great time that if somebody was pinging, it was available. Now it's not so easy. So, is this familiar to somebody? Raise your hands. Who know? Great. So it's an old Soviet cartoon about Python who wanted to be measured. let's not cheat. There are no rulers in jungle. There are only trees. So there are 4 friends, Python, monkey, elephant, and parrot. And Python asks, monkey, I want to know how long I am. Can you measure me? And monkey starts to scratch his head. Okay, let's do something. Let's divide you and say you are 4/4 of yourself. And Python says, no, it's wrong. No, it's wrong. It's not. You can't do that. I disagree. So they ask Parrot. Let's say Parrot is outsourcing consultant. They invite Parrot, and Parrot quickly goes through the Python and say, you are exactly 38 parrots long and 1 wing. So it's about availability because I remember the times when manager ran in office in my room 3 times a day and asked, is financial server available and how you are measuring it? Okay, let's measure it in parrots. Okay, because there are no measurement for availability. You can't say 0, 1 today because it says nothing about availability. So the first nice measurement 15 years ago, we hired a programmer who just write a little tool which do nothing but ping by port and IP address. So we were happy, we made item, and it was for some years nice. Now it's already built in Zabbix, NetTCP service, which pings port and IP address. And units are PPG if manager asks to you. Okay, so you see it's already done. And we can even check security, yes? Let's say we measure port 22, and we see that shell is available only from admin computer. So, but what was wrong? I was measuring availability from IP address, yes? And it does not determine that a client can access because client is always connecting to DNS. So we made a little script in PowerShell, and it was working fine. Only minus is that you need to put it in client in server in agent, user parameter in Zabbix agent. And if you put quite at the end, you get 1 word, true or false, out from the script. So, but it appears the Zabbix can do it itself. So all my 10 years job was it was useless. I don't know where Zabbix put it, but actually maybe I need to go early to ask to some Zabbix consultant and not to invent bicycle for myself. So you just grab TCP service and get and even get is it right or is it wrong. So last year there were my colleagues from previous jobs. They say, you know, I'm monitoring exe file RAM and CPU usage from Zabbix, and he say, what? Well, like Eminem in that song, like, what? And it appears that people don't know you can do it with Zabbix, so just memorize. You can check. 10 years ago, it was very painful. You need to type perfect, find the process name, put it in Zabbix agent, then add some custom item. And that was it's actually Microsoft Dynamics server. It was server when manager run in and say, You know that financial accountant again puts that button reports and take 2 months of data, and no server hangs up, and you just need to reset. So let's go forward. There are one trick. I am talking about CPU. Now I'm talking about RAM. Why? Because when 10 years ago there were lack of CPU. Now it's a lack of RAM. Now if we have a computer in data center, we have how much CPU we want. But we just need to add RAM and a hard drive. So just add custom multiplier and that's it. So as you see, there are SQL Server, and there are rumors that Microsoft SQL Server eats all RAM. Who agrees? Raise your hands. Who agrees? Nobody. Okay, you know. And so it's not true anymore, because we can add so much RAM that even Microsoft SQL Server can't eat it. So it's ready. It's total RAM, and as you see, and so we can monitor it and show that to our colleagues or managers. So you see, it's not so awful. So okay, let's go further. Hard drive monitoring. It's a standard out-of-the-box alert. Disk space is critically low, about 90%. So yeah, really, what to do? But it's like, if you notice, there are 82% and 92%. So it's like, on the first side, it's like hard drive are out of space. But actually, we need to investigate a little. So I put together two items. Total hard drive, as you can see, it's 4 terabytes, and used space. So how can I say when it will end? How do you say? I don't know. If I look to the red line, yeah. Maybe I need a very big paper and it goes somewhere. So what happens here? Who knows what happened here? Administrator add RAM. No, sorry. Administrator add space to hard drive. So what? Why? How do he know? He just let's add some 300 gigs. He just don't know how much to add. So and here comes a forensic function time left. When I add, I see that hard drive will end at 7 years. So administrator overreacted. Why it is important? Let's calculate. We use local data center. It costs to us 300 euros just to one item that administrator overreacted. We have hundreds of servers. So in Amazon, it will cost to you about $1,000. So calculate for yourselves. So, and this is a time left function, which is implemented in Zabbix. And I'm using 6 days because out of the box, Zabbix have 7 days monitoring. If you need more, you just need to change default template, and there is 100%, when it reaches 100% based on 6-day data, it will trigger alert. Yeah? And we have this nice alert. Boot sector will be full less than after 30 days. So, and we have this nice graph that the disk will be full about 3 months time. So let's look at all servers. when it ends. See, some server never ends. It's like million years. This function is not so accurate, but if somebody erases something from hard drive. But this is more or less believable, and most of all I love this. It's 2 months. That is, admin is cold blood. He's doing right. When the times come, he will just increase size. But you see, all admins are overreacting, and it will cost us some money. So let's grab your logarithmic rulers. So in red bags, search there and just calculate that Durand kernel. All other guys will go to Fantadrom. We will calculate the time left function. Okay? No. So okay, I just made a template. You can take it from my article. There are templates for Windows and Linux. And we are almost finished. Just 2 small tips. What's not out of the box? If you just install plain Zabbix, there are a lot of alerts. And they are all about the same thing. So you need to use that alert dependency, and the dependency is not only between one host, but between different hosts. So you can see already which hosts are creating alert. It's alerts by mail. It's the same server above and below. And you see it's like Saturday, 9 o'clock at night, and it appears some message, and you need to open the phone and open that message. And so I asked, what changed, yeah? Here and there. I asked to my administrator, hey, can't you just add the host name to subject name? So I see this phone, and there are already that I see it's a test alert. I don't need to do anything. So just add it to subject, and a lot of head pain are going away. So conclusion. Use newest Zabbix 7. There are a lot of functions because if you are using like Zabbix 3 or 4, it's actually you are inventing bicycle again. So change default templates. It's not working right out of the box. When you do investigations, use concatenated graphs. Better use time-left function, not alert. 90% disk is full, because actually it doesn't tell how big is disk and when it will end. Use exe file monitoring better than service monitoring, because service just say it's up or down, but you need to monitor the size of exe file. Monitor availability by DNS, not IP. That is actually one good point to use Zabbix Cloud, because otherwise, I don't know how from the office you can do it only by shared network on your. If you have another network on your phone, you can do it. So contact me at Gmail. Read my article. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Giedrius. So take these lessons and try implementing them in your environments. All right, and that's it with the lightning talks. Let's finish up. So let me remind you about the main networking event. So we will have a couple of transfers from over here from Radisson Blu, Latvia, to Fantadroms, and then later in the evening from Fantadroms back to Radisson Blu. Then tomorrow you'll have the chance to do the user specialist and professional course exams from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. You will need to take your laptop with you. Finally, same goes for workshops. We will have 3 workshops in the conference hall Omega starting from 9:30, then 10:30, then 11:30. If you've registered for them, registration is required. You'll be able to attend them. Also, take your laptop with you to follow the practical tasks. And now, before we finish up, I'd like to thank our sponsors. You should see them on the screen. Yes. So let's thank to all Zabbix Summit 2024 sponsors. Will I have a list of sponsors on the screen? Yes, no, maybe? There we go. So I will quickly, once again, list a list of our sponsors just so you guys know who to thank for the ability for us to be here at such a scale and scope. So thanks to Initmax, Quadrata, Easy IT, IntelliTrend, Alenta, Metric.io, Docomo Business, SRA OSS. Thanks all of you guys. Let's have a round of applause for all of our sponsors. Thank you guys a lot. It's been a long day. Thank you all for attending. Thank you all for participating, asking questions. I'm going to finish up. It's time for you guys to head to the party, relax, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.